All right. What is up, gang? All right. Let's do this. A little bit behind today, but it's all good. It's all good. I hope y'all had a wonderful morning, wonderful night, wonderful, day. Let's kick it off. We only got a few minutes. Moderna. mRNA, Myrna. We looked at it yesterday for a little bit. It did not pull back to 102 because it already did it. Yo, E-Trade wants me to rate some stars, gang. What y'all think? They don't want that from me. They don't want me to rate some stars. That's for sure. Scamming ass mother. Alright, making it quick. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. We are doing a big giveaway at 1,000 subscribers once we can get there. We'll do the giveaway. I will probably end up splitting it up between a few people. So, 114. You get a pop back into 114, 112. Rejection. Alright. That's what I'm looking for. That's just one of the many. One of the many. But you got to watch for a hold, too. Because this thing has relative strength with it. But, I'm going to be honest. I think we getting... I ain't even going to say it. Because it's going to be in the book. But, I'm not sure even if anybody is even here or not. But I'm looking... I'm just going to tell you right now on that. I'm looking for a pullback. I'll be honest with you. I'm watching 112, 114. See if we can't get ourselves a pullback. And we'll look to get back down to 108 / the 20-day moving average. Alright. That's the area I'm going to look for. If it gives us anything more than that, that's cool. But again, I'm only doing this if you get a pop up to 114 or so. Alright. Damn, I kind of like where that was. Just give me 1 second. 1 secondito. Bang, bang, bang. Alright, so you guys can see up here 114 or so. I think they have earnings later in the week or next week. I doubt it's this week. I think it's next week, it looks like. Come on. Yeah, 5-2. Alright, so you can see heavy level up there at 115, 114. But if you notice, if you guys take a look, you can see right here, even on the 15-minute chart, you did pull back. You do got to watch this little area there for a little bit of support. But if that breaks, you're done. You're going to 108 or 106, I feel like. Like, you have a little bit of support at 110. I'll put a dotted line there to watch 110. Alright, but I want to see if we get a bounce up there and it kind of fades. Again, watch out, it has relative strength with it. Alright, so 114. I guess you could say it would be even more than that. Let's see here. Again, like button if you're not subscribed, subscribe. If you want to donate to the stream, please donate to the stream. We'll knock out some plays all day long and make you guys some money. Alright. The only play that I've called out this week was Monday morning. Goldman Sachs. And you'd have been shitting your pants with that one. So, y'all know what it is. If y'all need anything out, because I tried to do this for free, and it's like nobody, I don't know, it feels like nobody really, just, I don't know. But anyway, 109, 110. So we'll look for a pullback in the 110. We'll see if it holds or not. But if we start out with a pop going into the day, I'm gonna tell you all right now, I will be looking for a further pullback in this name. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then 4 up and out. It could get going. It could get going. We'll see. You know, we'll see. These have been lower volume pullbacks up there, so this could be it. It could be just time for this thing to start to break out. And I've had this up here because we can get going to 120. I've said it before. We were long these days. We've been short. We've been long. You know, we're familiar with Moderna over here. All right, let's keep it moving. What's AMD doing? What's AMD doing? Sorry about that. Alright, so AMD, she's still pulling back here for us. Alright, she's still pulling back for us. You know, I was looking at AMD this morning on the back of TXN. Oh shit. 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Still having a coffee and stuff. My second cup. Alright, so ENPH also had earnings and they have recovered. So you had a $14 move expected in ENPH. Wow. Where did you close yesterday? 114. 114, so that's 124 and then 104. It's funny how that works, isn't it? It's really funny how that works. 114, $14 move would take you to a buck, right? You guys remember what I was telling you guys yesterday? What did we say? You see how it, remember when I said pull it back, like it'll do the move pre-market? Now I would look and see if you get a rejection here at like this level right here, right? And see if you pull it back to $100. I'm trying to tell y'all. No, I'm just playing. But I don't know if it's going to do that. It doesn't mean it's going to, but literally just about every single one that I've watched has done it in one way, shape, or form. Netflix, you count it. It's been doing it. So you know, even if it works 2-3 times out of 10, you should still be profitable there. So let's see what happens up here. If it holds, it gets above it. It holds. But you can see right now it is trying to reject. I'm not sure if there's any other news. That's the other part you got to watch out for. Maybe they say, wait, our accounting was wrong. You got to watch out for that little slick shit because it happens. All right, it's not their fault. It's just accidents can happen. They could say, wait, we had better than expected earnings. So you guys can see here. Look at this huge pennant, guys. Look at that. It does not get any clearer than that, guys. Like, for real. Look at that. Wow. Okay. That's wild, actually. That is wild. That's crazy, actually. It's been a while since I've seen one. Look, there, nice rejection there. Break it down. Where are we right now? 109? 109. We only got a few minutes. Alright, 109. Let's see here. Damn. Alright, so what I'm going to look for here, guys, I'm going to see if we can just continue with the weakness here. up there. You know what I would also watch for is watch for the upside here. All right, I really would, because now when you come into the day, everything is going to be oversold. So, you know, we'll see if we continue to get weakness up here. This is a major level here, 116 it looks like, kinda. Man, I'm not going to spend a bunch of time on this. I'm really not. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time on that. Okay, so boom, and look at that. You're getting a nice bounce there. What's going on with the overall markets? The markets are pulling back like I expected. That's all I watch. That's what's up. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, why is this like that? All right, we're getting ready to open up here, guys. Got 2 minutes. Dude, come on, bro. You could end up just getting up to yesterday's close here, up to like 114 again, but let's see, 112. You already passed 112. I'm not sure what. See, everything is just seems like it's changed here with this. So I'll probably end up going over with Moderna. We'll see what happens up at yesterday's close. All right, guys. It's almost time, guys. It's almost time, gang. But watch for that 112 to break on ENPH. Watch for that to break again. If it does, or 110. If 110 breaks, you know you got some room to the downside. Moderna, see if the pop does. Dude, come on. See if you get a pop up there, 114, 115 area, and you cannot get the continuation that you're looking for. You can always just look at pre-market volume. Look at the pre-market volume to the buy side, how it was a lot bigger than market hours. That tells you a lot there. So we'll see. Pullbacks in the rejections up there at 113, 114, 115, and we're gonna look for I'm gonna look for a rejection. Ouch! I'm gonna miss it because I got to do this real quick. If it does it right now, oh, that's why I didn't click the box. Good luck today, Tesla. Watch that 110. If 110 breaks, you gotta be careful too with Moderna, because let it like me personally, at least with options, this thing will get it'll get a little spready at first, and then the contracts kind of calm down. So see if it can't pop up a little bit higher. Dude, what is going on with my charts again, man? I really cannot stand this. There we go. Okay, and then give me the volume. Give me the volume. Okay. Let's go see what AMD's doing. Looking for a pullback in the overall markets. Look for a bounce and then a pullback. Look, bounce and then a pullback. Sorry, I was not looking at the markets. I wasn't looking at it. Oh my God. I should have did this prior. All right, so the SPY, I'll be looking for pullbacks at 504, 502, 505, and then resistance up at 510 today. blah, 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 blah. Please donate to the stream. Like, subscribe if you haven't done so. 1,000 subscribers. We get there. You're subscribed and you've liked this random stream. I will be doing a giveaway, and I'll probably do it with 5 people or 3 people. I'm trying to make it... it'll actually be really cool. I think you guys aren't going to expect it. Come on. Let's go. So, donation, all that stuff is in the description. I try to give this stuff away for free. So, the only play that I've called out really this week, you know, I've had a couple on my watch list, but Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs was a killer this week. We called that out Monday. Stop loss below Friday's low. All right, so AMD is going with volume. I knew it, man. She was acting shady pre-market. Damn it. What a ass. What a, you know what. Shit. We got room to 160 as well. Let me go back here. Because it did break out. I wasn't sure if it was going to break out of here or not. AMD, you can also watch for a pullback to like 150, 350. And this is why I was like wanting to see... I think it's got a little bit more to go, guys. I'm looking for 160 on AMD. All right, I'm looking for 160 on AMD. I'm going to give you exactly a rundown here. Just I can't see the live stream right yet or the comments. Come on, dude. This is probably it, actually. That's probably it. Yeah, look, there's the pop. I would love to get a 150 pullback, man. If this market can give us some volume, I would love a pullback to 150 on Tesla, guys. Or not Tesla, but AMD. All right. Tesla, I'm thinking, guys, could be a little bit flat today. I know you guys probably don't want to hear that, but it's pretty much priced in the move and a pullback here. I feel like you're gonna trade between 158 and 165. It's just my opinion. Maybe that doesn't have to happen, obviously, but it's just what I think's gonna happen. You have some nice support that it's pulling back into this area. If you notice that we leave here and we really start to get some volume going, watch out. And if Tesla really does start to get a short squeeze today, I would look for that like 172. I mean, really, you got to look for like a multiple day type of bounce, and that would be up there at 180. But for now, you know, like once, fuck. Sorry for the language. Like, you know, 165, which we're already there, which I have marked. It's a couple different levels between 174.85 and 175. So 175-ish, a little bit below that. But really, it's 180. See, that's where your resistance level is. If that's what you're looking for. Like, if you're going higher, then what are you looking for? You're looking for resistance. If you're pulling back, you're looking for support. There goes the market. I think the market's got a little bit of room to the upside, but then we should get a pullback. I think we will. I'm just saying it now. The S&Ps. Like, again, my level on there is 510. But you may not get there. I did not look at the IWM. I did not look at the Dow just yet to give us a heads up on what's going on. But you can see the Qs. I'm on the SPY, I know there. Look, the Qs are making a new high, so you want to be long tech. All right? You want to be long tech. Dude, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Come on, man. So look for a bounce in the SPY right around here to pre-market highs, and I think you can get to pre-market highs, unless it's going to continue this downtrend right now, and it just put in a lower high. Bro. I just don't want to miss anything today. All right, look, we broke 110, guys. You're looking for resistance at 110 on Moderna. Moderna, you're looking for 110 to be resistance. That dotted line right there at 109.95, 110. All right, the target on that was 108. It was like the 20-day moving average. 108 is your first support level. All right, prior resistance. It had news with C3AI, and then after 108, you're looking at 106 / the 20-day, which I'll just go right over there right now. It's just going too quick. So yeah, I think the markets are going to get a little bit more of a bounce, and then we finally get the pullback for this the sell thing. All right, let's see here. Honestly, I would like to get this thing back down to 104. That might be asking too much. So there you are. It's already got down to 108. Sorry. Fuck. Yep, just wait a minute. Let it bounce back to 110. I think you get a bounce back to 110 rejection there. Just keep your eye on the volume and everything too. It's a nice bear flag on the 1 minute. Okay, I already moved. We expect to outpace the industry and gain share and reaffirm guidance for the year. And the plan for the year is to emphasize profitability, gross margin expansion. Watch yesterday's close, right? Watch this area down here if it does hold, and you may get this. Look for a low volume bounce back. See how? Look at the volume, man. It's coming in there. So I would like to get like an opportunity back up there at like 110. How's everybody doing today? Yeah, we're gonna call. I'm gonna call it 106, 105. That 20-day moving average is where I would like to get to. You might have a little support here. You're pulling back into this pocket here at 107 or 108. That's why I was saying that's the first target was 108 on a break through 110. And then you obviously have that 20-day 106. If this breaks, then you know, all right, 106 20-day. But I'm not getting. Oh my gosh, it couldn't hold. Nice weakness there. It should still bounce. We should still get a little bit of a bounce, I would hope. Unless they're just going to be in a hurry to get rid of this thing. And in that case, because again, like I said yesterday, Moderna will trade with the SPY like in tandem. So I don't know what the SPY's doing now because I have the Qs up. Like you guys don't see it, but it's on the right hand side of me. All right, so the SPY is back at pre-market highs. So yes, yesterday, guys, I was at the hospital, and I got home a little late. Damn, just clear weakness. Oh man, that's why I mentioned right off of the bell when I said I was going to miss it, because I had to fix my 15-minute chart down here on the bottom left. That like, we needed to get on that pop right out the gates. Get that pop, take it short. That's a nice trade right there. Taking some profits right into yesterday's close. Maybe you take half the position off, and you'd probably still profitable. I don't know how the spreads were, or I don't know how the options were, but I know I said that in the beginning they can be a little tight, and it could help you if you throw out some limit orders. What's everyone else looking at? Let's go back and look at Tesla. Let's go back to let's go back here, guys. Okay, that's since Moderna's down there, I'm gonna throw Tesla here. All right, so Tesla's still just hanging out, guys. I really think Tesla's just gonna kind of be hanging out. Again, if you guys could hit the like button, donate down below. Anything helps for the stream. Hit the like button, subscribe if you're not subscribed. 1,000 subscribers, I'm doing a giveaway. I'd like to do maybe 3, 4. I'd like to. I want to maybe. I'm deciding to make like at least 3 people or 5. I don't know what yet. All right, so look, EMPH weakness, guys, just went right back up to that close yesterday, 115. And again, it was pricing in a move down to 99.50 to 100. It was pricing in a $14 move, and it closes at 113.85, and it went where? Right to a buck. So it did the move that it priced in. Keep semiconductors on watch. Oh man, come on, man. All right, let's scan the market real quick with so we can have an idea of what's doing what. Okay. All right, so let's go to Apple. Apple's got some nice Apple's, you know, bouncing to that 168 level. It's bouncing off the bell. All right, let's go MSFT. JP Morgan, Microsoft is strong, but I still feel like, damn, that's our pullback on JP Morgan. All right, you know what? I think we should get a pullback here on JP Morgan, guys. But I think fuck, I didn't want to do a half hour. Look for a bounce into like 192, maybe like initial morning high. Let this thing bounce and do what it needs to do, and stay out of the way, just like the overall markets. But if you notice that, you know, this bounce, like again, 192 to 192.50. I will look for a short opportunity up there. Maybe you get to 194. You know, maybe it gets you that far, but I don't think it does. All right, let's go look at UNH, and we'll look at Nvidia. All right, UNH healthcare looks like it's pulling back into a nice pivot high there off of the earnings. See if it holds. So why am I doing this? Because I'm getting an idea of what the markets are doing and what sectors are doing. All right, Nvidia pulling back. What's the volume look like? Okay, looks okay. Let's go to the Dow. All right, let's go to the Dow. What's old Goldman doing too, man? That was such a beast of a move, guys, on Monday. Like $2 to 1,400. Like, I don't know what that is. Anywhere from 6 to 8 to 2. You know, well, $2. It would have to go to $200 or $20 from $2. So it's like 600 to 800%, guys. In 2 days, in 2 freaking days. It's only Wednesday. I'm just pissed that I missed it because I was watching this. Somebody mentioned in chat AMC, and then I turned back around and I'm like, oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. And I completely missed Goldman Sachs. So look for a bounce back there. And I told you guys I was looking for a new high on Goldman. All right, so IWM. All right, IWM is lagging. All right, looks like the Qs are leading. So that's the sector you want to be long. Not really, though. I want you guys to be cautious. I want you to be cautious. All right, is the risk worth the reward? All right, is the risk worth the reward? I'm telling you guys, I think that this bounce gets taken back. All right, and it should come in any minute. It'll be coming in the next half hour or so, 15, 20 minutes. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but I really am honestly thinking this bounce should get taken back. I do. I think we're going to get our pullback and at least test yesterday's close. All right. I'm just trying to see where I want to take this short. Like the Qs, 430. All right. 430 area. Yeah, 430 looks like a nice area there. Oh, my stomach. 430, 433, right? That's really where you started to sell off. You bounced off of 430. You got rejected at 434, 433.75, right? And then you open up there, and it sells off again. So you got a double, triple whammy up here. Look at all this area, and it was support as well. So, you don't really have any moving averages just yet. And I'm looking to see if we can't pull it back to like the 100-day and at least to yesterday's close. Even though you kind of made this area support. My stomach hurts. Let's look at this 1 minute. Yeah, he made it support a little bit. Not much. Dude, come on. Why are my charts not saving where I want them? Moderna, just clear weakness here. Watch this double bottom. See if it's able to give you some type of bounce to get short, guys. That's what I'm watching for. And it breaks. And it breaks. Fuck. Alright, look for 106. Give it an area. It hasn't broken just yet. Alright, that's a little shake and bake. Yep, that's what we call a little shake and bake. So I'm looking for a pop. See, what sucks is that we had here, you had trade line, and then you had VWAP and that resistance up there that we broke at 110. That would have been a beautiful area to get short. So now I'm led to believe that this pocket here at 108 might hold. And let's see if it tries to go back to 110. I know it's only $2, but you know, you might try to test high a day up there at what is that, like 112, 111, 112. I think I'm counting pretty much every dollar up here, guys. 111, I'm counting 112, I'm gonna count 113, which was the high, and then 114 was the pivot high. So every dollar from 111, really 110, because 110 is the level that I, you know, is look, support, resistance, not really resistance, but it just could never hold it. Just like it did now, it couldn't hold 110. It tried to make it support one time back there, and then you got the gap down. And then it bounced into it, turned it into resistance. So that's why I'm watching 110. I think I'm going to have to take this thing soon, man. I think it'll really help us out if we get the markets behind us. Let's see.
Drones are changing the battlefield. Red Cat, a NASDAQ-listed company who supplies U.S. defense and security forces and NATO allies with drones armed with artificial intelligence to identify targets.
All right, just being patient here. Just being a little patient.
From the U.S. Department of Defense, Red Cat USA. Red Cat battlefield drones dominating the night. Stocks
Let me bring up what options I'd be looking at. They're going to be for this week. So if we're looking for that 20-day 106, that's probably right around where I'm going to be at. 242. See, the options aren't. They suck. I'll probably look for the 107s. Let's see. Delta 32. Yeah, I'll be looking for the 107s there. 107. And there we go. Low volume bounce to VWAP. Just watch. Moderna can be a little tricky. Can be a little tricky. I don't want anybody to get hurt. 93, 108, 93, 108, 93, 108. What was the last price? I'm gonna fucking miss it again.
Amelia, turn off alarm. Amelia, weather. 70 degrees and sunny today. Amelia, unlock the door.
No, we got a little bit of room. Hold on.
Why not?
Did you forget something?
My protein shake.
The future isn't scary. Not investing in it.
You know what? I think you're gonna pull back, put in a double bottom here.
One ETF. Before investing carefully,
That's what I think. I think you're gonna pull back, put in a little double bottom, and it'll just sit there and hold it. So be cautious. I really think the probability of that is kind of high.
And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspays.com to learn what your policy might be worth. For many of my
Let's
clients,
go look at Tesla. So again, the 107 puts, but I want them up at a decent area to try to break this level.
there are no fees and no obligations.
Damn. Damn, son. Where'd you find this one?
I'm Landon DePasquale, digital strategist at AmericanEagle.com.
It's a nice double top up there on Tesla.
Ecom Auctions needed an engaging web presence to boost business growth and elevate the experience of their live
Are you serious? In one day?
digital challenges like
Holy cow. So you have yet to get into that range, guys. You might get a pullback to 154. That's what I would look for. 154, 155 on Tesla. Look for a pullback into there.
Let me begin with the latest figures from Los Angeles. We were describing evidence of a new acquired immune deficiency syndrome.
The second half due to competition. That's Michael Uniform MU.
Let's get to Jim and stop trading.
every single time that we do our club meeting at 12 o'clock, we always have far more questions than we get answers. People love it. They love the questions. So we're going to take the ones that we don't get to, Jeff Markstein.
Shares of NVIDIA pulling back now, 826.41.
All right, so there we go, guys. It looks like we're still getting our chance. Watch the SPY. Look at the SPY going. Shit, these options are 75, 85 with the shit, man. That's our area. Just watch. Just watch. Just watch. Watch VWAP. Just watch. See if we can get this, the S&Ps. It might not pull back just yet. Hold up.
Reaction to Tesla's post-earnings surge. We'll talk to Bernstein's Tony Sacconaghi in a moment. Hey there, Brenda.
It's Carol.
Exactly. So which leg are we operating on?
You mean arm?
It's all connected. Asking the right question can greatly impact your future.
Are you sure you're an orthopedist?
Sagittarius. Especially when it comes to your
Actually, I'm a Sagittarius.
Are you a certified
Come on, gang. Let's go.
I'm a CFP professional.
It's above VWAP. Let it go. Let it pump. Let it pump. We gonna get these things dirt cheap. Go to 110. Try it out. See how you like it. Go to 110.
With unexpected moments of inspiration around
80, 90. Damn, so they went up. That's wild. They were just the other way around. 70, 80, I thought. Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, they are. High 70s, high 80s. I said you could get a bounce here. I did. So, what am I look for? What am I look for? I'm going to go look up 112. 111.75 for the rejection. Rejection. Okay? Micron and all that. AM Diener. Double top cutter cap. AMD getting ready to pull back, gang. I think AMD getting ready to pull back. I just don't know how much room it's going to give you. What, you're going to short it up here at 156 to 154? That's freaking $2. The risk to reward is poop. Bro, I think mRNA's going. Shit. William Shatner. I always say that.
If you're planning to retire or already there, Fisher has the answers you need, and our fees are structured so we do better when you do better.
Call for your free Fisher Retire Right Kit. Call now. 1-800-340-6251.
Shouldn't you retire the way you choose? If your portfolio is $500,000 or more, call us today.
I'm gonna. That sucks, bro. That might have been it, guys, at VWAP. Let's see, though. Let's see if this trade line holds. It didn't hold before. But there it goes. See, she's a little tricker. She's acting funny today. Let's see. See if you get a little quick pop into 108.96. 108.96. 108.96. I think 96, right? Right there. See if you get a quick pop right in there. 108.96. Nope. The volume really is pulled back, guys. So you might pull back. See if we put in a double bottom, and if we hold this level again, it might line us up for the long. The volume is pretty obvious, right? The volume's pretty obvious. It's just where's your entry, right? We're talking weekly contracts here. No, cuz. Fuck you mean updates? What are you, crazy? Alright, let's get it. Let's get it. Here it comes. She's coming. Yo, look. So they went from listen, guys. So they went from 70, we'll just say 80 cents, like 78. It was 77 to 88, right? Bid ask. Even if you just market order in, they were at like $1 something. So think about that. We barely moved. And you got about 20 cents on a dollar, right? You got about 20%. So do not, if we do take this, if we do take this, I think you're going to consolidate here, and I wonder if we're putting in a bear flag. That's what I'm going to look for. What time is it? It's 10 o'clock, gang. All right, Tesla. Still just hanging out up there. You're actually at the 20-day moving average. Why did I not see that? Why did I not Dude, no. Yo, this stuff makes me so mad, bro. Like,
So you stick with the underperform. What didn't you hear that you thought you'd like to hear?
Well, look, I think on the positive side, Bulls can say, well, there will be some new models.
it's not about the models, yo. They're so stupid. It's not about being a car company. Alright, the 20-day is right there. So I'll just put that for what it is. That is the 20-day, we'll say. Alright, so this red line is the 20-day moving average. We're more than just a car company. It's just like politics. People hear what they just hear what they want to hear, and they want to look at the thing only from their already based opinion instead of for what it is. Oh, I can say dumb shit, but remember what that guy said. Remember what that guy said. Don't, you know, he's so disrespectful.
And so the question is, will these really be new models or tweaks on existing models?
Alright, let's see here. And again, I'm talking about Tesla. You guys don't care, but it's about this guy here, on CNN, or not CNN, but CNBC. Alright, nice breakout on Tesla there. Let's see what the overall marketo's doing. Let's see where the views are, or where they're not. Where the views aren't, where the views are, and where they aren't. Where are they and where are they not? 7 motherfucking views. 7 motherfucking views. 7 views. 7 views. 7 views. 7 broke. Triggers. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I'm just playing, bro. Just playing. Just playing. Gonna upset some people. Just playing. Just playing, gang. Just playing. Alright, ENPH. 7 views. 7 views. 7 views. Alright, ENPH, mRNA. mRNA. Look for the double bottom. Volume has pooped the bed. We might end up going for a long here, even though it's up like 1,000, like 80,000%. We might end up having a relief bounce. I think tomorrow and later on today and into Friday are really going to be the days of liquidity that we need to watch for. I'm still looking for a pullback in the market. But I know how some are. They like to, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They like to just hop on over here. Yo, let me get that quick analysis, bro, and then I'm gonna be right back. Let me just go give it to the crew so I can look good. Let me look good for my little Discord, dog. I'm shouting them all out, bro. I'm calling them all out. Not really. There's no hate. I'm just kidding. I'm just on one this morning, talking shit. Or am I singing it? Alright, so again, I think we have a little bit of a bear flag here. And we're consolidating one more test of VWAP. But I think she's saying she wants to break out. And try to test the highs again. I think so. Alright, look at the SPY. She is not really doing much right now. Not really doing much. It did pull back and test that area, which is a good sign with volume. Let's do it. You want to go long in the SPY? You want to do it? Who wants to do it? Who wants to do it? Oh, the volume is dying. They're trying to suck you all in. Look. Look at that. Volume just fell off, gang. Right? Look at that. Volume fell off. It just fell off. Look at that. Look. Volume just falling off. It might come back in now. Here you go. I said, who wants to go long? Did you raise your hand? You gotta break through that level up here, 508, 507.50 on the SPY, guys. Let's see, you're holding this level there. I'm just saying, 510's the target. That's a big candle with low volume. Oh, did we just get whatchamacallit? I'm sorry, guys. My bad. I had everything turned down for a minute. I had everything turned down. My bad, gang. Or no, 10:30 it is. Yeah, 10:30. 10:30, 10:30, 10:30. So, guys, I don't know if anybody looked, but yields. What? Look at yields. They're still climbing. They're still climbing.
Also, approved repurchase of up to 5 million shares of the company's outstanding common stock that is stock listed with
Those are deterring some incremental buyers, and we're likely going to have more muted
I think this might be it. I gotta be honest.
still, we're growing 25% right
I think that might be it. You still haven't made this resistance at 4.8. I think we're going to 4.8, guys. Oh, shit. Excuse my language. I'm sorry for cussing. Cursing, cussing. Same difference, right? All right, let's look. Let's look at the liquidity. We got the data yesterday. We tried to tell them this is the SPY, gang.
substantially over this year. And at least at this point, we don't really know. We don't know what new models Tesla will bring, but invariably, I think they will be less expensive.
Oh my gosh, they have not uploaded it yet. Oh, today's Wednesday. Today's Wednesday.
It's unclear how cannibalistic
We may not get it till after hours until tomorrow.
this notion that Tesla is now off to the races and next year will be a much better year is still a question mark in my mind. So I'm currently below consensus estimates for next year, but you know we still don't know a lot, quite frankly, around the timing, price points.
I still want to try to get a 504 pullback, guys. I would still like to entertain that. I just don't know what's the catalyst, though. You know what I'm saying? What's the catalyst? We don't really have it just yet. We don't have it just yet. All right, Tesla pop.
I don't think it is. You know, this
Nice pop on Tesla.
$500 consumer product. There's really been
CGEM, Cullinan Therapeutics, to present clinical data from phase 1 studies evaluating novel anti-MICA-B antibody CLN-619 as monotherapy and in combination with checkpoint inhibitor in patients with solid tumors at ASCO. That's
over time.
Charlie Golf Echo Michael.
Years, I expect Apple to innovate on this product and to lower its price point, to improve its
So we really don't have anything, right? We don't have anything up until that 510, 565, or 509, 510, the 59, 510 area. You really don't have anything, so maybe here you go. Maybe here's your chance to get a nice little low volume bounce. Low volume bounce. I hope everyone is doing well today. What's everybody watching? Throw some tickers in the chat. What's everybody watching today? All right, so here it goes. It's popping back up. So that's second. So you could see up here, you know, that's when the selling pressure was on. So, you have a bear flag here, guys. Look. And let's see. That's where you would start to see a pullback right there up at VWAP. Let's see if it does it. Let's see. I mean, the SPY's going higher too. Like I said too, so keep that also in mind. Is unless the SPY isn't going to pull back, Moderna's going to follow. And I'm looking at the 15-minute chart there, right? With that 15 possible, if this wick or this candle can close like right around here, then you're either going to get, you know, you might get that breakdown, but You got to reject VWAP with volume here. So you're going to know quick. See, it might break out and then pull back to the jaunt. And then, you know, it's not, you still have a couple, you still have a little bit. You still have like 4 or 5 minutes, 4 minutes or so. 3 to 4 minutes. So, and look, you see how the candle got big there? That's the biggest candle for the most part you had this whole morning. You had it for a reason. Because it's kind of saying, all right, I guess that's not happening. Now traders are going to, because the risk was, and you know, I could be wrong. You know, I'm trying not to see I'm not trying to see it through one lens, I guess you could say. But, you know, when you've been doing this for a while, you kind of can see things in advance before they kind of happen. And you kind of know how to like perceive things. Dude, come on, man. I'm sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second. It's just hard the way that this chart is. Nice low volume bounce. That's a nice low volume bounce.
President Biden to deliver remarks on Ukraine aid package at 10:50 a.m. Eastern Time.
It's imperative. It's imperative we help them. Man, I don't really have anything, guys. What did AMD do? So AMD is pulling back. I didn't think the risk to reward was worth it, guys. 157 to 150. I guess if you got in up there, but, you know, looking at it down here at VWAP, it's like this bouncing the VWAP right there. 155 into 154. Like, that, the risk to reward doesn't make much sense there. You know, unless you really think you're going to get a pullback down to 150. But what's going to cause that? Because if that's going to happen, then you're going to get the SPY and crew to go back down to the area I was telling you about at 502. Right? That's the downside. 502. That's what I'm looking for. Maybe not today. But this area up there. Hell, even this area down here. I don't know. I'm just shouting shit out at this point. But I would like to see a test of this 500. 502 area. 500 has really not been made support during market hours. You know, on this run. Back here on your way down, it made, you know, it hit it, bounced, and then it made it resistance, and it pulled back off of it, and then look, you just blast through it. Get below it, turn it into resistance, and then you came with a gap and go. And here we are. So, does it start to fade here? Are we going to start fading here? Let me know in the chat. Damn, I hate being a dickhead. I really do. I hate that shit.
EMPH getting a downgrade at Jeffries to a hold with a $101 price target. That's Economic Papa Hotel. EMPH.
Bertha Coombs. Watch Myrna, dog. Like we said, that was a low volume bounce there on the 15-minute. Well, it's going to get lower and lower each as we go because of getting closer to lunch and stuff, but looks like you're headed back for 112.50, guys, on that. So, if you pull back, hold VWAP here, you might be able to take the long and see if you can get through 110. I think 110 is your level. If the SPY starts to break down, I would imagine that's going to help Moderna because mRNA will do pretty much what the SPY does. I don't know why, but it always has, and it just does. It'll follow it pretty closely. So you guys can see here this pivot low, pivot high there. Right there. There it is. See if you hold this level here. See if you reclaim it. And then we'll shoot that 9 EMA up. So let's look at the 112s. Let's see here. So they're about even from the 107 puts. I just got to be honest, man. I think, didn't I say this earlier? We were looking for a small bounce. Look for this thing to bounce and then get short up there at 112. I think you should have room to 112. You should have room to 112. All right. So I'm looking for a bounce, and then we should look. What time is it? It's 10:17. I think this thing gives you a sell trigger up here, guys. I really do. I really do. It's just setting up that way. Dude, no way did I just do that. No way did I just do that.
And Rubrik, backed by Microsoft, getting ready to go public tomorrow. What investors need to know about that IPO before getting in on the action.
Sorry, guys.
Still ahead. As Squawk on the Street is back after this break.
Drones are changing the battlefield. Red Cat, a NASDAQ-listed company who supplies U.S. defense and security forces and NATO allies.
There she goes.
Drones armed with artificial
Again, look for that. Look for it to take you up to 111 on Moderna.
recently received multi-million-dollar orders.
Look for it to take you to Moderna. Or look for it to take you to to that level. All right, see if you can't get up here to 111, 112, 111, 112. I gotta redo this. I gotta redo my chart.
It smells really good. It relieves the pain quickly, so I can continue doing what I love.
So those 112s are a buck. We just seen them at 80, like 80s. So they're up about 10%. And thing ain't even really moved. All right, let's go look at Tesla. Tesla pulling back to high a day.
That's a $300,000 an hour cash grab for McCormick's future bosses, while everyday Delawareans barely scrape by. What does McCormick have to say about these Delaware fat cat lawyers? We've always had each other's backs.
Spring cleaning is underway with Airbase Carpet and Tile Mart Flooring Supercenters.
Okay, so what I'm doing here is...
SLNH on relatively light volume, getting a pop here to the high. So
All right, so Tesla just got above the 20-day moving average. And I would take it range by range. If this 164, if that 164 level sits here and holds, look for a bounce off of 165, 164, 164.86, 164.85. See if you hold this, and then I would look for another bounce, dog. This thing's up 13, 14%. Never mind. This is the level I would look at. All right, right there. And I think it can do it. 170. That's a big level. Or that's a big move. So, but a short squeeze. Remember. Don't forget. Yo, they're short from 265. That's a lot of short, Triggers. Triggers is short. They need that come up. All right, they need to be able to get on that ride. So they got to grow a little bit. All right, and you could just get these things. You get people on top of it buying the dip. You get retail traders trying to squeeze them, and you get shorts covering. Like, you could get a nice little gamma squeeze here. You just got to be able to do, like, things have to, like, fall in place. Out of the money calls, it start breaking levels, like thinking like, oh, it's up 14%, it can't go to 18, 20, when it can, right? It can. It probably won't. But if you start getting buyers like right now, bang, buy trigger. Like, watch your time in sales, watch level 2, and just look at the size of the orders comparable to the sell and buy orders. That'll give you an inclination on, you know, look, I just seen a big one flat ripping down the screen there. Like a lot. Anything above, like anything around like 5,000 shares, I'd say 3,500 shares and up. And look, there was 3,500 there, 3,400. It's just going so fast. So there is a lot of people going short. I'm starting to see some sell orders to the downside here. Or really just sell orders.
leverage, which should take place, let's call it first half of next year,
It's just going quick.
been their target. So
Quick.
take a listen to Stanky as he described sort of their strategy when it comes to getting best
Another, yo, they just flash quick as shit.
I don't really want to play in the low calorie.
Um,
I want to make sure I'm getting my fair share of the high calorie subscribers, and that's why we're focused on share of service.
so you can see down here is they're buying the dip. They haven't really look 22,000. Did I just see 22,000 shares to the sell side? I think I did.
What we do internally is we're pretty rigorous around asking ourselves those questions.
companies also becoming a larger
Time and sales is just ripping.
8.6
I should raise the price up a little bit
I believe it was over the last year.
to just show me like orders from like 500 and above.
It's there, by the way, less than copper, another reason why
1,800 to the buy.
take a look at
So really, I'm just seeing a lot of big orders to the sell side.
positive things about the quarter there.
That doesn't mean that that there isn't any to the buy side.
And the stock reversed.
I haven't really. I've seen one or two, but I'm seeing more 12 or not 12, but I'm seeing more 2,500 sell for 3,000, 1,200 than I am buy side. So
Have been for a long time. Obviously,
there's a 25er, something 28, 25 or so. So let's see what is she gonna do.
you can see Verizon shares. I mean,
And keep the overall markets on watch. All right, so Moderna holding 110. Here you go.
oh my God, they're almost very
Here it goes. Can it do it?
percent. Here's a mirror images. The bottom
I think it should pull back a little bit,
won't own either one of them.
personally.
Where the growth has been.
Definitely not outperforming S&P over that period of time.
Nowhere near.
Did they say anything about the outage that took place in the quarter, what that meant for subscriber ads?
They were asked a lot about it, Leslie, and I'd have to consult the transcript to give you the specific answer. And there's just no way I'm going to get through all
Well,
these
I
papers
put
on my
you on the
desk.
spot. I'm sorry.
So more on that, but there was a focus in part on the call.
No, it makes sense given that
Yeah.
it was so highly publicized.
All right, Enphase, Tesla.
Morning thinking,
What's going on here?
yeah, well, I thought it was just me.
Oh shit, Boeing. I didn't even see that. Fuck.
Meantime, still to come, Gucci's parent Kering, the latest luxury retailer, to warn of a spending slowdown as the stock trades down on some tough results. As we
All right, Spy. Just pull it back, bro. Pull it back, gang.
almost gets back to 168, still on pace though for the best day in about 3 years.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. At 88 years old, we still see the world with the wonder of new eyes.
Let's look at the scale. I actually wanted to look at
And relentlessly working with you.
Damn, that is a nice rally right out the gate.
Old school new world ideas. Morgan Stanley. Home. The place where you create those special moments.
Damn. Come on, bro.
And the way you live in it. Everyday finds. We
I'm out of coffee. I got a Red Bull in the fridge.
know you're busy. We bring the show and
I'm just waiting, gang. I'm just waiting. This was a level we were looking for here to see if you can get through 110. If you don't get up there at 110, then it's a wrap. I feel like it broke it, and now that's the retest. I really do. But I think it's got a little more upside. I think you're going to test high a day. That's why I haven't gotten short yet. I think it's got a little bit more upside, guys. I'm just being honest. All right? I'm just being honest here. That's all I can be. If I can be anything, I can be honest. I can be real and I can be honest, and that's all it is. That's all I can do. So I really did also feel like, man, like what would you guys say? Like, seriously, comment in the chat. What would you say is more of a major level? This 108, just looking at this chart, if you guys can see it, 108, Or would you say like 110? Now, I know we have this resistance level, obviously a main level up there at 112. But what would you consider? Pulling back and holding this level right here at what is that? 108, which is yesterday's, pretty much yesterday's high a day, prior day's high, or 110. Or that right there, because you made it support, 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 and you have yet to make it resistance, but it could never hold. It just left that area. What happened up here at every time? Sell, sell, sell. Oh shit! I forgot about that. I was telling you guys that the 10-year was rising, so this shouldn't be surprising. It shouldn't surprise you if Bitcoin starts to pull back on low volume. Because the 10 years rallying again.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. Shares of French luxury group Kering under pressure, warning about sales ahead. Our Robert Frank has those details. Robert.
Good morning, Leslie. Kering forecasting a 40
Shit. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. What am I doing here? Sorry, guys. I just have a lot going on here. BTC USD. BTC USD. I think you get a hold at 65. And ask me why I'm singing, I don't know. I'm just being a goofball. That's all it is. Just being... I'm not going to say the R word. I really want to... Yo, well, I'm going to get a hitter this week. I'm telling y'all. Alright? I got played on my Goldman Sachs. I got played. I think that was somebody from the NASDAQ or somebody at some institution like, yo, show him AMC, bro. Throw him off Goldman Sachs real quick, because that shit about to rip to new highs, and he gonna make everybody a ton of money. Throw him off, B. Throw him off. Throw him off. Yeah, look at AMC. It's ripping, bro. Goldman Sachs ain't doing nothing just yet. And it worked. I forgot about it. I didn't forget, but look, we still got our stop loss down there at 402. Still ain't hit the stop loss. Motherfuckers up. Look, let's look. It's not at highs, and it's another day, so the 410 calls 15, 13 from $2. Haha, that's so funny. They were $2. This thing's up 800%. God, that's a trophy right there, man. I knew she was going for highs. I'm telling y'all. And JP Morgan today, I said we look for a bounce, but I think this bounce ends soon. I'm thinking the same thing for the overall market, that this bounce starts to roll over here in a little bit. I just think so. So it could change if the SPY pulls back like right now and gives you that deep pullback. Then that would change everything. That I'm looking to get long at 510. So if we pull back like right now to like 502, 504, you go back to those levels. I will get long and look for a 510. I will get long the overall markets themselves. Let's see here. And Bitcoin, it has a small area that it's pulling back to, so I wouldn't get too worried. But again, I'm not really trying to time it, but it might just end up going down here to 505 and then just sitting in this area. I don't think the SPY is going to do anything. I think this is your range. This is probably your range, guys. 505 to 507, which isn't bad. Like right now, it's probably going to just flush and break this level. It should start to pull it back right now. Right now. Right off of that 9 EMA. Look for this. Look for it. Right now. I'm telling y'all. Right now. Right now, if you ain't getting short, you should start to get a breakdown here. Should start to get a breakdown there. Get a little pop. Give them a little pump fake. Give them a little pump fake. Make them scared. Get them a little nervous. Let them know, hey, I might still go test VWAP. I might go test VWAP. Psych! Dip. Bang. Down. I'm going crazy. Going crazy. Oh, that's funny. You see how things line up like that? And then you get some data? That's funny. That's funny as hell. Watch it pop. That wouldn't surprise me. But I don't think it's going to. I think you're going to get that pullback, fill this gap. Damn, she hanging on too, though, bro. If the volume ain't there, yeah, it's going to pop. Damn, that's a setup. I always say it, too. Like, you'll notice that, like, setups like that, like how that look like, hey, let's, you know, you could probably get a pullback there. And then it looks like the entry point, like a sell trigger, which is still technically a sell trigger, right? It's still there. You haven't closed above VWAP. You have not closed above, you know, you shouldn't be stopped out of this trade. But it does it right when data comes out. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of funny. I would think you start, you know, things would really have to change to stop out of that short. Like, you'd have to start closing up here. But then even then, that's still a lower high. So, you know, your stop loss, in my opinion, where you at? 506, 34. You'd have to give it like 75 cents. Up there at like 507, 507.20 above VWAP. Like above it up there. I know I'm talking to myself, obviously, but let's get back to work here. All right, so damn it. I was just about to say we spent a lot of time up here. You're not making any progress. Look to see if we get the pullback, and it just clicked real quick right there, and pulled back. So watch your 15-minute chart and everything, because you might see if that 9 EMA acts as support, or this could be a little failed breakdown or a failed breakout. Brutal, man. What strike was I looking at? You guys remember what strike I was looking at? I'm not sure if it changed or not. The 107s, right? Yeah, 107. So the 107s. Shit. That sucks, man. I don't think you're gonna see. This thing needed to pop. It needed to be a little bit stronger of a pop, because you're probably gonna hold this level down here, guys. I think you're gonna hold it. They did not overturn Roe v. Wade. They said it's not our job, and we don't have the right as a government official to tell you what to do. So stop saying that shit, CNBC. They never overturned anything. They just simply said it is not up to us to decide what you can and cannot do as far as an abortion. It is not our decision. Listen, they overturned it. They didn't overturn it. They just said it's not up to us. We are not going to tell you what you can and can't do, as they should.
With your CNBC News
So that's
update.
bullshit.
The Supreme Court is hearing its second major abortion dispute this morning since the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
Since the overturning of Roe v. Wade. They never overturned it. Because overturning it would be making it illegal, not legal. No, they said, we will not make laws that you can and can't do things. And the states need to do it because this reason. The states need to do the same thing because the state asked the Fed for money. If a natural disaster happens, the state is the federal government. In a sense, it is still a government in and of itself. Like, the state also should not tell you or your other half what you guys can and cannot do when it comes to y'all's personal lives. And they should not be able to tell doctors that they can and cannot practice what they want to practice. If a doctor wants to practice in you know, abortions and he does it to a certain time, that's up to him. You know, yeah, there should be a little certain time, but again, there's no law. It's not there. It's not up to them. It's up to the doctor and you guys. And that's how it should be. And the state's playing these games with it is bullshit. It's bullshit.
Everything about the economy in a way. And it would have direct implications for monetary policy.
Whether you're pro-life or pro-choice, man, it's just like, I can't believe that the Fed also wouldn't say, you know, the states are also not able to tell you guys what to do because they asked us for money when it comes to natural disasters, or when it comes to a boat from Brazil that fucking hits docks and is known to be fucked up. Now we got to come in and pay for it? Shit. And states taking it away. Like, that's so ignorant. And then they're going to tell y'all Trump doesn't like or wants to ban abortions. No, he doesn't. Trump wants the government out of your lives. Like, there's just been this, since after 9/11, it's just turned into this, like, something that government wasn't meant for. Government was meant for also safety, businesses, public things. Like, it was business leaders, right? Business leaders were the ones in government. People that ran businesses, like George Washington. He ran tobacco fields. He ran a whole bunch of stuff. These were people that had businesses and created, you know, things for the workplace and shiz. Anyway, I digress. If I was elected, that's what I would do. I would do there would be 5 things on my list. There would be the first 5 things as soon as I get there. Maybe 6. And I would sign whatever, you know, when Biden says that Trump's he was Hitler for doing the little sanction things. Now he does it himself, but it's okay. You know, where they sign, I forget what it's called, but there's like 6 of them. First off, PDT rule, gone. I would at least, if I had to, I would bring it down to maybe like $1,000 to $2,000, something. That would be one. Second would be the Roe v. Wade. I would say that the states are no longer allowed to tell you what you can and can't do, and/or doctors. And if they do decide to tell y'all what to do, they cannot ask the Fed for money in disasters. That would be the second. The third would be the drug and weed, not only just for recreational reasons, but like for the business purpose. I know you got to kind of get others to sign up for it, but I would also say, you know, as far as the harder ones, you know, there's got to be like, there's got to be something done where they just, I don't care if you make a big ass building and shove them all in there. If that's what they want to do, and if they want to die, then okay. If they've given up, give them the help that they want. And if they don't want it, okay. But there's no reason why, you know, kids should have to walk around the streets of Philadelphia and Kensington. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad up there. But anyway, I don't know. That's just a couple things. And then we go over to we'd pick up the phone and call, you know, get a hold of some of the world leaders and go over to Russia and say, all right, we figuring this shit out right now, bruh. We figuring it out right now, or we gonna have problems. So what does that
tell you about kind of what to expect in the future? Are you encouraged by what you've seen from earnings?
All right, so let's see here. Let's see what happens here with Moderna. It's pulling back on low. Well, I could look at it 2 different ways. It all depends on what time frame you look at this, but the 1 minute, Oh, guys, shit, it's 11 o'clock, and no, it isn't 11 o'clock. Look, Tony Dwyer's on. Tony Dwyer.
Optimistic. And you're getting a pullback based on rates.
So what does that tell you about kind of what to expect in the future?
I like Tony Dwyer.
Are you encouraged by what you've seen from earnings so far?
I should have took this short. Man.
Earnings are pretty good, but again, so it's very interesting. When you look at last year and even the first quarter of this year, if you exclude the Magnificent Seven from the S&P operating profits, you have that's 100% of the earnings growth. You would have negative earnings. Also, if you go into the end of this year, that's going to change, where you're going to have a much better distribution of earnings. So the real bull story for the broadening out of the market comes down to two things.
Did anybody take the short?
Yeah, Carl, it's very interesting.
Nobody. Okay. Nobody. Okay. Nobody wants to like the stream? Okay. Nobody wants to like the stream? Okay. Okay. Let's look. Let's find out. Let's find out. Did anybody donate? Okay. Say hello to my little friend. Okay.
We do actually get some weakening in the employment data. That gives the Fed plenty of room after a historic run higher in rates to actually cut rates. Carl, just like 7 rate cuts at the end of December was excessive, only 1 rate cut may be.
BA Boeing Transportation Secretary Buttigieg said Boeing meeting 90-day FAA quality plan is key to getting approval to boost 737 MAX production. That's BA Boeing.
So I think we just have to continue to look for what can turn the tide in its earnings and distribution and its lower rates.
The Goldilocks of rates, 7 too high.
That's what, as we work through the middle of the year, we do actually get some weakening in the employment data. That gives the Fed plenty of room after a historic run higher in rates to actually cut rates. Carl, just like 7 rate cuts at the end of December was excessive,
I think I missed it.
only 1 rate cut may be as well. The market has gotten it wrong over the course of the last 2 years of how many rate. Remember, going into 2022, there were only going to be 3 rate hikes, meaning 75 basis points was predicted to be the high of the cycle. So I think we just have to continue to look for what can turn the tide in its earnings and distribution and its lower rates.
The Goldilocks of rates, 7 too high, 3 or 0 to 1, maybe too low, and we'll see 2 to 3 seems like consensus right now. Thank you, Tony.
My pleasure. Have a great day, guys.
Coming up this morning on Money Move.
Back to the U.S. American Resources, stock symbol AREC. Is this your dream of retirement? How about this week, Gail?
Did anybody take the short? Or is that it? Y'all came with, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got what you came for. Look, I said look for the pullback there. You should not have been stopped out.
But what about when they're not? That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's retirement survival kit.
Can't like the stream. It's all good. It's all good. I'm just getting on that, you know what? Except for a few. There's a few of y'all that I really like. You know what I'm saying? There's a few of y'all I really like.
Disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement.
All right, guys. Look for 504. 504, boys. And then we're going to look for 502.50. All right. 504. 504, boys. Give us a call. Give us a go.
Technology can't prevent accidents at work.
Yo, I had a crazy nightmare. Not a nightmare, but whatchamacallit? Alright, never mind. I'm not gonna say it because there ain't nobody here. It was a couple nights ago. Alright, let's look for a bounce here on the SPY. Look for a bounce back to 506. Look for that bounce back to 506. 506. Look for a pull. Look for a bounce back to 506 on the S&Ps. 506. TSLA, SPY, QQQ. QQQ. Qs, I'm looking for 425. Oh, that's the first level. And or the 100-day. I think that's where we're going. I do. Do. Damn, this sucks, bro.
Welcome back. The NYSE is gearing up for another big IPO. Microsoft-backed Rubrik is set to debut here tomorrow, and investor interest appears to be higher than expected. Bob Pisani.
All right, so
where the debut will take place here at the NYSE.
yeah, so here are the Qs, guys. Look for this level down here at like 5. Look for 425 on the Qs. You know, that's up to you if you want to take the short into the level. I would look for this bounce back into like 428, which you're kind of getting right now. And that, see how you had that flat? Look at that. That's a perfect level right there. Perfect setup. Shit. You guys see that? Right there. You're going to get one more shot at it right here. 427.71. You get a pop right in there. See if you can get the short. I might actually try and go for it myself too. Fuck. But that level right there. Right there. Bang. 427.74-ish. Looking for the short there. You can keep your stops tight if you want. But if you haven't... I guess I can't say because until somebody's worked with me or something, you would already know where the stop would be. Yeah. It's starting to flatten out right now. That's okay, though. That's okay. It's okay. I'm not in anything. I'm not in anything right yet. Right yet. It's going to give you a little bounce. And I want to see this bounce into 428.25-ish. See if it gets rejected, and then we get our pullback. All right, that level I'm looking for is 525. You know, I'm not sure exactly when we're going to get there, but right now I'm looking for a bounce back into 428, and I'm looking for a rejection. Don't ask me why I'm talking weird. Myrna. I fucked that trade up. Fuck that trade up, man. Went right back to 110. Came back down. Broke 108. They're at 180. Well, damn, that's a big spread. Hold up, gang. Hold up, gang. Somebody just got filled at 150. So you could have got an 80-cent entry, and you're damn near at 100% on this move. All right, I can't execute for you, but I'm gonna be honest. I thought we would have gotten another opportunity at higher day. I ain't even gonna lie. The way it looked, like short term, but it feels like we still have room here, man. Like it feels like 106 is coming. She's coming. 106. So, I'm not sure if that adds up or not. You can always do the pricing. But like what do they want for a 106? They want 89 cents. They only want 89 cents for a break even, and you still got 3 days left. 106, you're going to probably get in the money there. That still might not be too bad. It's just the volume and stuff isn't that great. I was a fan of 107s. So they're way too high now. They're up They're up around 100. They're up at like 85 to 100%. So I screwed that up. I really didn't think that. I thought I'd have another opportunity. It's just my bad. Because it faked you out. Like, it looked like see how the volume dries up right there on this little pullback? And then out of nowhere, bang. And then you get your low volume bounce. So I wasn't really paying attention to it like that on the 1 minute. Not sure if you guys can see what I'm looking at. Alright, you guys see this? You can see how low, well, like this pullback at like 1020 to 1024. Look at the volume. Look at 1020, 1022, 1021. Dude, that's under or what is that? 9,000 shares. When it usually can average 32. So very low volume there. And I guess you could say the buy side volume was even lower. You know, you are right, but what's everybody watching today? Never mind. Never mind. They're talking about Goldman again. It's all good. We were on it. Oh my god, AMD, are you serious, bro? And it's still green? Yo, we could get a big down day today in the markets, it feels like. Because we came in with such a gap up. Is the market still pulling back? It is. Fuck. Fuck. Come on, man.
Yesterday, as you know, that would force Chinese owner ByteDance to sell TikTok or even face a ban of the app in the United States. Our Emily Wilkins, NDT, with the latest. Morning, Emily.
Morning, Carl.
Still at 502.
President Biden to sign this piece of legislation into law. The Senate overwhelmingly passed that ban on TikTok last May. It's part of a larger package that included the $95 billion in foreign aid for Ukraine, Israel, and the Indo-Pacific region, plus other national security measures. So under the bill, TikTok would have 9 months. Find the buyer, divest from parent company ByteDance.
Unbelievable. I mean, I'm looking. It's fucking 3 to 2. It's 270 away. That sucks, Brand. Fuck. I can't believe this, bro. I really can't. I really can't. It's fucking bullshit, man. Like, for real. It really is. Some bullshit. I need a fucking therapist, man. It's crazy. Biden signed TikTok ban law. That's so ridiculous. I'm for rights. I'm for your rights. That other man is not for your rights. Let me just sign this right here. I think it's destroying America. I think, in my own personal opinion, that TikTok is bad for America. Let me go ahead and sign my signature right here and take it away from them. And then I'm going to stand up on stage and talk about how I'm for your rights. And you'll understand, right? And how... What was I saying? What was I saying? Oh, that's malarkey. No, what's the word he uses? It's not a. It's not a. Damn it! I almost had it. Damn it. Shit. Y'all know that word he uses. It's not hyperbole. It's not hyperbole. TikTok is bad for America. No, come on. No, I'm serious. It's not hyperbole. It's bad for America. I don't think our young kids should be scrolling on TikTok and giving their information away. Well, Joe, I don't think any of us do either. But guess what? It's not up to us. That's up to them. That's up to them if they're going to give their information and financial statements to names like... What's the broker? Chinese broker? See, I can't even think, bro. Because I don't know it really. Look, it's gonna be up here. Weeble! If you're banning TikTok, you better ban. You might as well ban Weeble at it. Because you're giving the Chinese a look into American people's finances. I think that's a little worse. If y'all use Weeble, that's cool. That's on y'all. I just want y'all to know. That's Chinese backed and owned. Just so y'all know. If you want that Xi Jinping knowing what you got going on, that's cool. You know what I mean? I don't care. I just want y'all to know what's going on. Alright, anyway. Back to the jaunt. So, yeah, I guess he did sign it into law. I guess he signed it. This is fucking crazy. They're dictating what apps y'all can and can't have. And me, myself, I don't have a TikTok. But if I did... That's crazy. That's crazy, y'all. That's crazy. And that man will stand up there and tell you how he's for rights. He's only for the rights. He's only for a few of them. And he'll hang it over their heads. He'll dangle it like it's food. Just give me that vote. Here it is. It's right here. Put me in again and I'll do it. Like, bro, you got voted the first time. You're supposed to be working for them people, dog. You're supposed to be doing that shit right now. I'll make Roe v. Wade a law of the land. Knowing damn well that motherfucker can't do anything about it. Straight line to these people. Just doing everything he can to get our vote. Fuck. I don't know. I'm just talking, guys. I'm bored. Sorry.
Traders circulating.
Alright, see if we have a little bit of support here, but traders are circulating what now? What was that? Traders circulating... What are we talking about?
On ELF, ELF said ELF hit through the larger lands on TikTok for sales very well exposed. That's from the Bank of America desk.
Okay.
On ELF, ELF.
I heard ELF and Bank of America. Not sure what they all have in common. And Bank of America. And then I heard TikTok. I don't know why Oracle, because I thought Oracle had the data in their... I wonder if this helps DJT go up for, you know, the dumbest reasons. Alright, damn, man. I missed Moderna.
Sure shipment Ukraine part right away.
Alright, so Moderna ended up breaking that level, guys. If you guys were able to get short and take it to the 20-day moving average, that's our target. So, the 20-day down there at like 106, 105, that's where we were looking to take Moderna to. I don't know. I didn't really pay attention to the price action and the volume and stuff down that was here at VWAP. I kind of thought we would get an opportunity up there at 111, 112, but nice rejection. You're still, well, it's 0.6 in the red. I'm coming, Abby. Hold on, babe. The market could just continue to pull back and back and back and not give you a bounce back. Keep that in mind. So there is that. And I'm thinking really hard about getting, you know, we're still at 505. I don't see why we can't get to 502. I like 504 and 502. 504 is the only thing that's keeping me from going short. So what I'm going to do, all right, this is my plan. Let me make sure that there's even somebody here, even one person. I'm going to look for on the S&Ps, for instance, but you may not get it. It may not give it to you. I'm going to tell you all right now. It may not give it to you. It may just continue down, 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 and you look back at 12:30, 2 o'clock, and you're down to 502, 502.50, 503. Just straight trending down. Bounce backs to, let me see here. Shit, man, my stomach. I'm coming, Abby. Just give me 1 second, so I know whether or not I'm wasting my breath or not. I would like a bounce back to 506 on the SPY. Now, if it doesn't happen here in this area, then you would look for 504 to get that bounce back. But you can see, yeah, see the volume's coming in here, and I'm looking at it on a 5-minute chart. It's trying to. So if we can just bounce back to even like the 9 EMA at like 505.65, I'll take that with a stop loss up at like a little over 506. See, it's not going to do it, guys. See what I mean? It's not going to do it. It's not going to do it. It's just going to trend lower. So, but if for some reason, by a random luck of draw, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, you know what? You could look at that 505, actually. You could look at that. 505 and 506. Alright, 506 looks a lot better because that was yesterday's high a day. That was pre-market support. It was support this morning. Let me just show you guys here. Look. I'll show you guys right here. Alright, 5-minute chart. Alright. We should start to get a bounce right here. Oh, that's Moderna. And Moderna looks a little bit like SPY. So I'm looking for a bounce back right there at the top of this thing. Come on. And you could look for 505 as well, right? Resistance, support, 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 support. Broke. Bounce it right in here. I was saying support, it wasn't. It was at 505 and 506. You guys see what I'm saying right there? You guys see this level? You guys can see right here. Look at that. See what I mean? Resistance. That was also a double top up there, triple top, whatever you want to call it. I'd call that a double top. Triple top. So that's a high a day yesterday. You made a support after hours support again. You pulled back right to it. Support again. Support, bounce, support. Break, right? Then we try to look for a bounce. Oh no, we can't get it. We get short, take it down. But I don't think you're going to get that. I think you got to look there. I think where the SPY's bouncing into right now is probably where it's coming in at.
Higher duration trades right now. So fixed income we like. Equities, like I said, they will need to consolidate for some time. and the equal weight the other parts of the market will catch up a little bit. It's encouraging to see that
Right there.
stocks are outperforming.
All right,
People are not paying
5.
attention there. Energy is outperforming, which is great, and you're beginning to see
505. 505.12. And then look, you'll also get the 9 EMA, that yellow line, bounce there, boom. All right, that's what I'm looking for. But we'll see. And then you have nothing really holding you back from 500. You don't have anything holding you back. So maybe that's just what we do. Maybe we go for the 500 puts. You know what I mean? Dude, it should, look at it just falling out of bed, guys. Fuck, I knew I should have been short, man. God, I'm so pissed. I seen it this morning. I'm like, yo, it looks like the shorts to play. And everything was telling me short, short, short. But I thought we would get a... I said this morning, look for a bounce. Get short the bounce. And apparently, I deviated from that plan. Because that's horseshit. Such horseshit. HD levels, if you got them, please. Yeah, I got you, buddy. First we'll go to, sorry for the cursing, by the way. Hope all is well today with you, Matt. You were one of the guys that I was talking about that, there's a few of y'all. Look at that rejection there. That's a really nice rejection there at 340. Right now you're sitting at the 200-day moving average. I would look for support and the gap fill at 330. 330 is probably where it's headed. And that is a gap. Like, you break 330, then you're into the gap. You have a gap here. So 330 to 326.50 is the gap. So what I can do is put a box in and give me 1 second. And I'll tell you what I'll give you an idea of what I think will happen. So that's the gap. So you just broke the 200 day. Damn, that's a nice setup, Matt. That's a really nice setup. That's prior resistance. You bounced into that 340 level and rejected it today. That's really nice. Look at that. Bang. Boop. So HD is already on its butt. So I would... It doesn't have earnings for a while, which is good. The volume is really low, even though I'm using a 4-hour. Shit. I would like to see a bounce back to 336. But I don't know. I think you see 330, Matt. I do. I think you see 330. You'll probably get a bounce here soon. And I would look to stay in this range until something breaks, whether it's 330 or 340. You got like a $10 range there. Yeah. I would look to, if the market can try to bounce, I wonder if Home Depot is going to have news. Look for some support down here at 333. Right there in that area. See if that can act as a little bit of support. And you'll get like this. Look at this ascending wedge it's putting in actually today. Really nice, dude. That's a nice setup, Matt. Look at that. See if you get a reversal here. See if you get a bounce in the market that can help Home Depot out. Because it's sitting on the 200-day moving average too. So that's what I would look for. That support there. Hopefully that helps. Right where you're at now, you got a flat bottom resistance here at this 333 level is. It's there because that's a nice support level. If you break 333, Then you would just do every dollar, in my opinion. You have support there at 332. And then you break 331, you're in the gap. Really, like 331, 33. I know that's confusing, but I look for this 333 to be support. I would. It's got a nice wedge. I would watch, though, because you could start to get in the gap, which I don't think is going to happen. But if you get a bounce from Home Depot and you reject like 335, 345, 75, 345, 75, and 345, if you bounce that area right now, right here, 345, like this area right here, if you bounce there and you reject VWAP and stuff, and you bounce on a decrease in volume on the way up and you just get a bunch of volume, you could probably break that today and look to get down to the bottom end of that gap at 330. And maybe that's what the plan is. But you have the 20-day moving, the 200-day moving average sitting right there. So I personally would look to be long here at 333, right where it's at now, and try to get a bounce into the gap at 339. Maybe you go 2, 3, 4 weeks out, and I would have a stop loss at like I would have a stop loss just below 332.47. That's how I would play this. You've gotten bounces every time you've been here, and then you got kind of jiggled out of it because it just went a little bit underneath of it, but I don't know. I know that doesn't really make sense. So that's what I think, or that's the levels I'd look at. 333. Yeah, 333, 337, and 340, and 330. Alright, so what I'm going to do real quick, guys, is I'm going to go grab a Red Bull, a water, and a couple crackers. Crackers as in with cheese and stuff. Y'all know I've been on that crackers stuff lately. Let's see here. Yes, again, guys, I'm not forcing trades. Maybe if Moderna gives us another entry point, we'll take that trade. But I'm not going to force it. I'm not forcing trades right now because I acted real stupid last week. I made a lot of money, and then I gave more than I should have back last week. And then watching AMC and missing Goldman Sachs, I've been like, damn. Like, Goldman Sachs was a really nice setup, right? And that's what I want to trade. And I want to be able to, like, show people how to spot these things and why I thought today the market, we would look for, like, a bounce and get short that bounce. You know, and I think, you know, we keep putting in new lows with an increase in volume, guys. So I would expect 502. It sucks because you may not get a bounce back. If you do get a bounce back to 505, I might try it, which is probably going to come now on the SPY. Let's look for 505. See if we can get a bounce to 505. But the thing is you might have to get short underneath of it, because as we bounce into 505, that 9 EMA is going to get pulled down into it. It's going to get pulled down below it. You know, it's going to like pull it down with it as it goes up. It's going to like, it's like it bounces, goes to grab it, and it pulls it down. That's how I picture it. You see what I'm saying right here? Bang. And see what happens. Let's see. The longer it stays here too, the steeper it'll get. And it'll just start cranking. Or flattening out. I'd have to look left. Let's see. Because it's going to start adding in all this stuff. And the more time it stays there, it's going to start adding in 504, 504.50, 504.25. Versus a little bit of price action. So it's fighting this price action and this price action here. Let's see if we can get that bounce back. Here, let me bring up a... So it's going to look different on a 5-minute. All right, with and without. Maybe that's weird. That's crazy. It doesn't. Right now, even with pre-market on and pre-market off, the 9 EMA is in the same exact spot. For the most part. For the most part. This one's a little bit, a few cents lower. But let's see if it can bounce back. Man, that's just straight weakness. It's not going to. A grind higher Monday and Tuesday. It's just a... Fuck, man. I'm really upset with myself. I gotta start getting like a voice recorder or writing these things down and just doing what my brain and what I say. Like what the thoughts that I have in my mind. It's all good though. It's all good. I actually wasn't sure today if the SPY was going to give us this type of move. I was looking for it. But once the volume came in, when the bell opened, that's when I knew. All right. Like, look at pre-market. It was trash. Like, pre-market volume was so bad. And that's also the sneakiness of the market today. And I'm like, okay, I'm looking for a pullback. But I'm like looking at this volume. Believe it or not, we had almost double the pre-market volume yesterday. If I pull this back, all right, we'll say like we'll look. We have a few here at 20,000, right? Let's pan it over. You have consistent. Let me see. It's weird. So we did have more. Okay, it came in late. It came in at 9 o'clock. That's why. That's why. Because I was posting on Twitter and starting to live stream it at 8:50. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, see here? Look, it's still 20,000 on Monday or so. So that's your average. And then yesterday was a little light.
The geopolitical tensions are something that I think has not been really priced into any of the equations across all the asset classes. And why is that? I think that people are, just haven't managed the risk like they historically would. You look at what happened.
It's not going to give it to us. Come on, man. Get a little bounce here. Just give us all a little bounce. They don't want to because they know what they're doing. They're just going to run it right down to 502, 504. I'll be right back, guys. Let me throw this on real quick. Here, what do you guys... Let's see. Bitcoin pulling back. And I also brought up the 10-year. But the dollar, it's so weird because the 10-year was bouncing, right? Was starting to bounce, which it's starting to pull back now. But you have to watch if this area gets made support. Right? See if that gets made support. Because if it does, you're looking for a bounce higher. You don't want to get to 4.8. Because it's just not good. Not good at all. So I would expect a pullback personally. 408 I think we could get to, but you don't want to get above that. Right? Which was that prior support back here. And we dropped. God, that was so loud. What was I doing? Dude! Bro, what is wrong with this dude, man? Oh, the Dixie. DXY. So you guys see here, it looks like the dollar's pulling back a little bit. It's in a range. Let's be real. It's in a range. It's just sitting here. But it does look like it's putting in a lower high here. Right? And yields are going higher. How is that? That's weird. So I'm looking for this to continue a pullback. And let's see if it does or doesn't pull back. But let's see if Bitcoin reacts to it, right? If we get this dollar to pull back a little bit, which it doesn't look like it's going to. It looks like it wants to hold this level here at 105.80. 105.8750, and it looks like it wants to try to bounce and retest 106.13. See, it looks like it's trying to make it support right now. So we'll keep an eye on yields. I'm watching the 10-year Bitcoin and see if we can kind of try to make some. We've already made some progress. Oh shit, that did not hold. Look at the volume too. Volume's not crazy, but it's nice. It's not bad. All right, let's do this. I can't let this happen. Like, see what I'm saying, guys? See what I'm saying? It's not gonna give you the pullback. It's not giving it to you. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. It's not giving us the pullback. So, yeah, like I said, you're gonna look later on, 2 o'clock. It's gonna be down to 502, 503. You're gonna be like, damn, it never pulled back. Let's look at the Dow. Going down 2, IWM. Fuck, I'm so pissed at myself, man. I knew this shit was coming. Up days on Mondays and Tuesdays, followed by a little bit of a, it just was up in that area where we needed this pullback. See if the Qs helped the SPY by getting into yesterday's close, seeing if it holds the 100-day. And that's what I was looking for, right? Was a bounce this morning and a pullback into like the 100-day. No crazy sell-off. But we might get a sell-off because they're taking profits right now. CEOs are retiring. Like, the top is in. Like, they've made a shitload of money. They're taking it. And they're taking it and going. And they'll wait for things to cool down to put this stuff back in the markets. I'm talking, like, put the money back in 6, 8, 10 months, however long it takes. Because they're not dumb. They know unemployment should start to be cranking up here soon. Should. And even if it doesn't, they're fine. They've made a lot of money, and they'll just let the market go until it gives them another reason to buy the dip. But for the most part, the big boys are selling and taking profit. Now we got to figure out where's that money going. It's going into cash, it's going into yields, Bitcoin. It's hard to say, man. But it could just go to dividend type of names. Let's look at natural gas, not natural gas, but gasoline futures. Pulling back, weirdly enough. I can't believe we called that. I mean, I can. We did all this. Gap fill incoming. Yes, it did. It went and it came. BTC. I'm going to look at Bitcoin, BTC USD, or Coinbase, I mean. Yeah, I'm just going to leave the hourly chart up and trade off of that. Let me do this. And then let's go here. I'm just going to grab a bottle of water, Red Bull out the fridge, and a cracker from my cracker, you know what. Okay, Moderna. Man, that was a really nice trade. We said watch, see if 110 breaks. Look for it to retest it, get short. I fudged that up. I just wasn't watching it. It was speaking volumes. And I did not think AMD was going to give us 150 today. I was looking for 150. I did not think that AMD was going to do that today. But it did. Unbelievable. Look, it's already turning 153 into resistance, man. I hate when I'm like right there. I'm right there for these trades and I fudge it up by not putting it on. Because part of me doesn't want to try to front run the damn move. Right? You front run the move, you pay the price. But then when you don't front run the move is when it happens. No, I'm just playing. But so that's holding Tesla back. ENPH had earnings. BA getting smoked. Coinbase. You guys let me know if there's something you guys want to look at. Nvidia, SMCI, anything. I don't care. SMCI, Nvidia. Palantir was like flat kinda this morning. Here, I'll just put up Tesla or I'll just keep Coinbase up here. Keep Coinbase right there. 3 minute, 5 minute. Go commando with confidence. What? Trigger, I'm always confident, cuz. What the fuck are you talking about? buy this. It's a little confident booster. Bro, if you don't get the out of here. I'm just playing. I'm just talking because I'm crazy hungry right now. Alright, not crazy hungry. But, I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Yeah, man, we can do that, Matt. We can do that. I would love to be able to show you something. It wouldn't be much, man. It wouldn't be much at all, buddy. Sorry, I'm not sure if you're here.
Escapes volatility, and that is actually one of the key factors of this marketplace. Look for the market as a whole to start to move in much higher correlation as volatility really starts to grip hold. That includes Bank of America, FXI, and possibly those metals to the upside. Exactly the reasoning for these three trades today.
Thank you both so much for the big three today. Always great to see you, Don Kaufman of Theotrade, and our own Ben Lichtenstein there on the charts. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight Tesla following those earnings. We'll get reaction on the EV giant's report, Elon Musk's commentary. Where is Tesla headed? Much more. We'll be right back.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. All so you can trade brilliantly.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage and insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
We've had a number of companies in conversation that have been adding to that pipeline over the last 24 months. So on one hand, it's very diverse from a wide range of industry types and also sectors, but it's going to be a pretty exciting next few months.
Tune in this week, another edition of Market Overtime. I sat down with Michael Harris, the NYSE's global head of capital markets, and we learned all about the NYSE IPO process, why companies transfer from other exchanges right here to list on the New York Stock Exchange. Catch it every day this week, 4:30 p.m., right here on the Schwab Network. In the meantime, we're focusing on some names and some earnings like Tesla, for example. Big reaction there. Joining me right now to comb through some of the numbers, Melissa Armo's with us, founder, owner of the Stock Swoosh. Thank you so much for being here, Melissa. Just before we get to specific names and companies, how do you feel about the market right now?
Well, it's interesting. I think the last time we talked was before that big sell-off we had last week, which I predicted. And I think that more selling, I hate to say it, but I think more selling is coming up for the market. So just like Tesla was sort of a surprise on the earnings last night, my take is that we're going to get another surprise earnings that's a big name out either this week or next week, that between now and the end of next week, we have another sell-off coming in the market. Because, of course, the market was up today because of Tesla. So many of these big names affect the overall market. And I think 2024 really is a year where you're going to continue to see volatility. And the reason for that is because the market is so focused on interest rates. And again, we may not get any interest rate cuts at all in 2024. And will that eventually rock the market lower at some point towards the late summer, early fall of this year? I think people are expecting 1 to 2 cuts still at this point, but inflation is still too high. So my take on the market is that we may have set the highs for the year of the market. We may not make another high for between now and the end of 2024.
All right. I want to get to some of the big stories, and that is first Tesla. So when it was implied that the lower model was off the table, you had Elon Musk come out and say that Reuters was lying again or something like that. And now after this earnings report, while you did see the misses, you did see a lot of talk about cheaper models and things like that. How do you feel about the 11.5% move today?
I think it's probably a day where we didn't trade it today at the Stock Swoosh. I think it's a day where you got to let it settle out itself. I think it was a big jump, so you must respect the gap. Just 2 days ago, the stock was in the 130s, and then it opened today over 160. So you must respect that type of move in the bullish gap that it had today. I'm not necessarily saying that you should go long, but I really don't think you should short it here. I think you need to wait and see how the news settles out on it. It was unexpected. A lot of people had a bearish bias on this stock, and then they were very surprised today with the amount of jump that it had. So you're going to see some short covering today, and then you're also going to see some people buying today, because I think this is the end for the stock, that it's never going to go any lower, that all the problems are solved. And there were several reasons why it jumped. They think they're going to have better deliveries in 2024, that there's going to be a lower price model. I still think it's very expensive. And remember, people have to buy into this idea that they're going to have an electric vehicle. And I think there's a problem with that, with convenience, with charging your cars. We don't have enough setups around the country for that. A lot of people don't want to be bothered with that as well. It's not like as convenient as going into a gas station, which there's many of anywhere you go. The one thing that I think is a takeaway from the earnings, though, is the amount of layoffs that they have coming in Texas. And that is something to watch for every single big company in the next month, because if you have continued layoffs with these very large companies, that's not good for the market overall either. That's not good for the economy. That could signal higher unemployment numbers going forward into this next several quarters in 2024, and that's going to affect the market too.
Right. Look, and Tesla's still a play on autonomy. That's still in the forecast. There was a feeling that that this time Elon Musk took this call a little more seriously than he did last time. He did talk about the development of new affordable EV models by early 2025, which some people would say is not soon enough. But it just showed, and I guess quelled some concerns, that he's been distracted or not, giving some clarity about the future. But to your point, you don't feel comfortable buying it and you don't feel comfortable shorting it. How about some other names in focus? I mean, General Motors, we got some good news there. GE Aerospace has been in focus. We've seen some up arrows there. How do those jump out at you? Do you have some names that are some good buys, or are you just sort of watching the move?
She's saying exactly.
Well, no, I mean, I think that we did, again, earnings season is a time where you can look to go long stocks. Last time we spoke, I said I didn't like anything long. There are some things now.
She's exactly right. I definitely align with her, and I listened to that Tesla conference call. Matt, yeah, I'll send you. I'll put my I'm gonna put my email address in the description, and I will, I'll talk with you. And you can email me, and we'll talk. I want to hear her real quick, but I wanted to talk about Tesla's earnings call too, which was
Yesterday,
I listened to last night.
Stocks too, but there's definitely certain
I did
stocks
not
now
get to
that
listen
I
to
think
Visas,
the ones,
though.
the three that you just mentioned, TXN, GM, and GE. That
Oh, there
could
we
be
go. We
buys
got our
for
bounce
swing
back.
trades or even calls
So-
if you wanted to do options in them to get a nice leg up or a nice move up. And the market could have a secondary move up. Between now and the next month. But again, with so many earnings coming up right now, I'll be very, very cautious because I think we're going to have another surprise. It could be Meta tonight. Meta is out tonight. Microsoft is out tomorrow night. Any one of these things could be surprises. And those are two very, very strong stocks. They've been both on a tear. And if either one of those gap down and fall and collapse or crater, the market's going to fall between now and the end of the week.
Yeah. And what was the one you said this morning that you liked? I didn't catch it.
BA, I think, is lower. BA is collapsing as we're talking right now. BA gapped up.
Misunderstood. I thought you liked it. Okay.
Oh,
All
no,
right, we'll
not
leave it there. We're gonna have a whole. We're going to have a whole panel on that later in the show. So thank you for everything. Melissa Armo, great to see you of the Stock Swoosh. Thank you. Coming up next, it's the Disruptors. George Sillis is standing by. He's going to take a look at Texas Instruments. Right now, Texas Instruments is up 6.5%. So we're seeing that reaction. He'll give us some details about the company, the earnings report, and an example trade as well. We'll be right back.
Oh my God! Come ask me. Oh man. Ugh. I'm gonna hold on, guys. Oh my gosh, these crackers are so bad. Or that one was. And none of the other ones were this bad. That's wild. Like, I don't know if they went bad? If there was just something in it or on it? Oh my God. That was awful. Alright, so I'm going to look here. I'm going to start looking for us to try and get a bounce. And see if we can't put in this. I meant to go to the daily chart.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage and insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Let's see here. If we go up, back up, we're already up there on the S&Ps.
Welcome back to
Yeah,
Trading
let's look for a
360.
bounce
I'm
here,
Nicole
guys.
Benedetti,
See if we
live
can't get a
in the New York
bounce
Stock
back to
Exchange.
like
We're looking developing stories
see if
right
we
now.
can't get a bounce
Caroline
back
Woods,
to
senior market
try and test
correspondent,
VWAP.
is here
See if we
with
can't
us
break
at the
above
Schwab Network, and
505.
We're going to be watching closely Meta, of course, which will be reporting after the bell. It's certainly it's increased its discipline. We know how serious they've been on the focus. And at the same time, you've had the news on the legislation today. So
I will let you guys know as soon as I do a play. Let me turn this up. I'm still looking. I think we're gonna have a nice. I think we're gonna have a nice little volatile day, guys.
Biden signed that bill into law that provides support to Israel and Ukraine, but we know that as part of that, it also forces Chinese TikTok parent ByteDance to sell the company. And so I was looking to see if there was any reaction from Meta shares. Certainly didn't give shares of Meta a boost today. They're under pressure heading into this report today, down a little less than 1%. Took a look at Snap, also down 3%. So not providing any boost there, but I'm
I wanna
curious
see if we get
if
506.
analysts will ask Mark Zuckerberg
All right,
on
see,
the
I can
call
already tell
about
that
any
these
potential
crackers are
impact
a
there.
lot better
Of course,
than the other.
TikTok
I don't
says
know
we
what
aren't
was
going
going on with
anywhere.
that
This is
package, bro.
unconstitutional. We know they're
Holy
going to fight
cow.
it, but TBD on that. Of course, as you mentioned, Meta is coming off this year of efficiency that proved to be very successful. Shares of Meta are up
Oh, yeah, that's a lot
140%
better.
over the past 1 year, up 40% this year alone so far. So the bar is very high, but Meta is still expected to post double-digit revenue growth. Revenue of $36.28 billion. That's the estimate. That's about 26% higher than the year ago period. EPS of $4.32. Just to put that in perspective, they posted $2.64 in earnings per share in the year ago period. They recently launched their AI chatbot known as Llama 3. I don't know if you've been getting prompted to use that. I have over the past few days. So analysts, of course, are looking for more detail on how they'll, the progress on AI and also how they're going to use AI to improve ad strategy and engagement. And of
weird.
course, they're always focused on monetizing the Reels product as well. So we'll see what they have to say there. There are some concerns heading into this from the analyst community, just on the fact that the bar is so high that there could be some growth deceleration after the first quarter because of tougher comps, kind of a lack of new drivers compared to last year, and some potential volatility around China's ad buying. That being said, analysts largely bullish heading into this report. The median price target has inched
Guys,
up
I
about
think we get
$25
506
over
again.
the past month. It's now at
I do.
$550.
I'm gonna
That's
stick
the
with
12-month
506.
target, but still implies $50 upside, or about 10% upside from current levels. So there still is a lot of optimism heading into this report, but the bar is most definitely high.
Yeah, and people were happy on the last round, right? They had a quarterly dividend, announced the $50 billion increase to the buyback. It was surprisingly good news. So it's a different quarter now. I know you'll be covering it later on at the close. So thank you for all of that, Caroline Woods. Appreciate it. Now it's time for our disruptor. George Silas is with us, senior markets correspondent, taking a look at Texas Instruments. So your thoughts on this one? It is a leader in the S&P 500 today. Some of your thoughts?
I mean, overall, yeah, you're right, Nicole. It's leading the S&P, or one of the leaders out there, after a pretty good report from an earnings standpoint. And I think,
oh my God,
if you think about Texas Instruments, it's really an embedded analog and digital signal semiconductor company. One of the things about the stock, in fact, if you look at it over the last year, it's actually been an underperformer. It's
right, now they're
going to
start
6 or
triggering
so
it.
%. I think it has to do with the fact that its exposure is, of course, in the industrial and automotive space, but it does have particular exposure
if they break this
in the
oh my
wireless
God, bro.
handsets and mobile device space. So I think that if you look at companies like Apple, for instance, and even other companies that compete with Texas Instruments, like ON Semiconductor,
I really want to make 506
there's
resistance.
been some challenges.
Sorry if
with
I'm
the,
screaming and
with the
talking
wireless
loud in the mic.
communication
Just wanted to
devices
talk
and
over
mobile
Schwab.
device markets overall, but it looks like maybe that might
gonna
be
break.
in the
And we don't
past,
have nothing
considering
stopping us to
the guidance the
502.
company provided. But
Come on,
just
man.
to give you
Bounce,
context
bounce.
as well,
I know
if
you
look
can.
at the earnings per share
I know you
numbers,
can.
they
I
came
know
in
you
at
can bounce.
$1.10,
Nope, look at the volume coming
beating
in.
the
Damn
estimates, which were $1.08, but that was still down about 35%.
I wouldn't be surprised if this
last year's
recovers
numbers
here.
at $1.85, and
you get a
sales,
bunch of people that try to
did
go
fractionally beat by about $50 million to $3.66
It's
billion.
gonna start.
But
I
those
think
numbers
these
were
sell
down
triggers are going to
16%
start.
in
Watch
sales compared to the same
level
quarter
2.
last year. So it was actually
time
a
and
pretty
sales
bad
just to see
year,
the order
at
size.
least the last couple of quarters, to say the least, for Texas Instruments. But we're
Just
seeing
ripping.
essentially the stock recover based upon the forecasted guidance the company provided. And I think there may be some pickup in this particular name based upon a recovery and of course wireless communication devices, which Texas Instruments would certainly benefit from.
Understood. So at this point, I'd like to know how you would go about an example trade today. It's at 176 and has this big move, right? And
Yeah.
so at this point, what would you recommend as an example trade, or what were you looking at as possibilities?
Sure. Yeah, you bet. Yeah, looking at the stock, it is trading nicely today, but one of the things you have to have here is context. If you go back and look at the last 3 years, the stock has been range bound in between 180 and 140.
Only
High
down
and low.
0.3%.
And so one of the things to consider here is what's going on with dividends.
really
They're
want
paying as a
506.
company
I
about
just don't think it'll give it to
$5.20
us.
a share in dividends, which is a substantial portion of
Well,
their
I think it
earnings.
will.
So therefore,
Well,
the stock
well.
doesn't necessarily make outside moves. And in fact, it's like I said, been in a 3-year trading range. So what we can do is capitalize on that dividend by buying shares. And of course, earlier today, you could have bought them for about $176, while simultaneously we
minute
could sell a
reversal
cover
candle.
call going out
Sorry, that was
today
the
with
last
23
cracker.
days to expiration,
Look at that.
selling the 180 call and enhance the yield of that dividend by earning about $2.50
So that's a sign.
share or $250 a contract in credit from that
All right,
$180
fuck it.
call
It's probably
option.
not
So
gonna give us
essentially what this does is allows us to participate if
I
the
can't
stock
believe it
does
did
inch
that.
closer towards the 180. It also lowers the cost basis of the shares to 173.5. So if the stock does breach the 180 by expiration in 23 days, that's where your max profit is. You essentially would be have your shares called away. So that's something to keep in mind. But it's a yield enhancing strategy, and it allows us to own the stock so we can participate in the dividend.
Thank you for that, George Sillis. Great to see you. Our disruptor today, Texas Instruments. Thanks, George
Give me a
Sillis.
bounce, baby.
Coming
Just
up
give me a
next, our
bounce to
360 round,
502.
all about Boeing. A
It's not
surprise
going
here.
to.
What do we need to know about this
Look at this
name
bear
right now?
flag.
The 737 MAX, the production outlook. Much more on Boeing. Our panel is ready. We'll be right back.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Look where that takes us to.
I was born on the south side
Look
of
where that
Chicago.
takes us.
It's been a long road, but
Look at
now
that.
I'm working
That's
for
funny,
Schwab.
ain't it?
I love
That's
to
funny.
help people
That's some funny shit right
understand
there.
the
I don't
world
care who
through
you
their
are.
lens and
That's funny
invest
right there.
accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're going to always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on
I
any
will be
device
patient
for
because
free.
I'm. So here's the thing, guys. Let's
Schwab
say I go
Network.
we go short right now, right?
Ethan.
Let's say it works this time. Let's say it works this time. But what are we doing? We're going short at lows. We need to be short bounces. Why do we need to be short bounces? Or long the dip? Because number one, we're going to pay less for that option or whatever, right? We're going to pay less. And then number two, we're going to have a smaller area to know that we are wrong in the direction in that time. You know, maybe we got the timing part wrong. And number three, we're going to lose less. So we're going to pay less, lose less, and excuse me, sorry, that was weird. Ugh. And know quicker, you know, if we're wrong. And I'm really trying to wait for a test of VWAP 506, 505.75 area. I don't think I'll get it, but I've been trying to hold out for it.
Correction, that's good year tire, not good tire.
Yeah, goofball, what the hell? You ain't never heard of Goodyear? He was probably just reading it off a thing. I was just messing. I would have done the same thing. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Here it goes. It's going to pull back. All right, got to make the decision. Do you want to short lows or do you you want to get short the short at the bottom, or do you want to? You know, I don't know, man. That's it's a decision you all have to make. You know, I don't see a problem with it. Going here, you got your volume, you got everything here. I just really feel like you're going. The thing is we can remain oversold. We can, you know, we really don't have much here stopping us. We just have a straight shot right down the 502.25 area. So, I want a short-term bounce so bad. I just don't think we're gonna get it. We might. I'm gonna make my decision that here in the next 10:50, I'm gonna say 15 minutes. 12 o'clock, 12:30, we get a bounce. All right, we get a little bounce just to be able to take this again. All right, so something like this. I hope. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I want to see a candle like this. I want to see if we can get a little candle that looks like this. So maybe I need to do the timing right there. This is a 2-hour chart. This is what I'm looking for. Or this candle is a tail, right? And then you get the pullback. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. 2, 3, 4.5. Come on, man. Just give me the just bounce it back. You can do it. You can do it. We got some room, guys. We got some room down at 502. It's just, you know.
SBUX, Starbucks, says this week bargaining committees for Starbucks and Workers United will meet in person to resume contract negotiations.
It's pulling back.
Sandy Bravo Uniform X-Ray, SBUX.
Oh no, I did the auto range. Damn it. Sorry guys, I don't have the chat up right now. You have to just give me a second. So if anybody's
Toby, welcome back. I know you pointed to free cash flow generation and cash on the balance sheet, but what does the guidance say about demand for the rest of the year?
Well, we think the market is a little bit oversupplied right now. We've got about, by our estimates, we've got about 600 BCF of extra gas in storage. That's a little bit higher than the 5-year average, obviously.
Yeah, we have to wait for a control improvement plan, a quality one. And I think people are waiting for some clarity on that pertaining to deliveries, which sharply slowed, as we just noted. Also, I wanted to say Calhoun reiterated the 737 MAX production has dropped now below 38 MAX jets per month. So it doesn't feel so great. The fact that they are uber focused on safety going forward, they need this plan, a control improvement plan. David, final thoughts here.
Yeah, I think the $10 billion free cash flow yield that Dave Calhoun is talking about for 2026, that's a stretch. I don't think investors really buy into that. And there's really a controversy right now about, did they make a mistake years ago when they outsourced so much of their manufacturing, the tail, the landing gear, flight controls, you name it. You know, there was a time, Nicole, when pilots used to say, if it ain't Boeing, I ain't going. I don't hear that a lot anymore.
That's a good one. Ben, final thoughts here. I mean, you cover the entire industry in these flight paths. Do you have buy ratings or other things that seem a little more promising for investors right now?
Yeah, we're focused on the credit aspect. So from a ratings perspective, certainly I think that there's a lot of overhang on Boeing. So I think talking about the supply chain, I think the faster they can wrap up the Spirit acquisition and integrate it, I think the better from a quality and performance standpoint.
Mm-hmm. Great to see you both. Really appreciate it. David Nelson of Bell Point Asset Management and Ben Sukanos, S&P Global Ratings. Thank you both for being with us here on Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petnalides. Right now, the Dow is down about 155 points. Glad you were with me here. Make sure you download the free Schwab Network app. It's available in the Apple App Store 24/7, schwabnetwork.com. I'll see you at 2 p.m. Eastern Time for the watch list. Join me then. In the meantime, keep it right here. Fast Market is next.
I'm pissed. That's funny.
Be part of the latest commodities
it's hard
action
to say, bro.
on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available.
Damn it, that threw me off. You know, I don't want to pray on nobody's downfall. I don't know. I can't even speak on it. What was I going to say? So the Dow, I forget now. I completely forget. Maybe the Red Bull will help. All right, so we are consolidating here. All right, we're consolidating a little bit, which is kind of good, but so that's what I wanted to see, right, guys? I wanted to see us get a bounce back, and I'm really looking for that bounce back because if we can get a test of VWAP, then we might be able to get our opportunity up here to take that short and hold on to it for a few days. All right, that's my goal.
It seems like every fall we talk about how Europe's winter is going to go. Do you see that continuing as we move into late 24?
So let's see here. Oh, good shit, bro. Good shit, man. Let's see here. So, you know, I said that, you know, this market could see what happens, right? This level here at 504. Once it broke and you couldn't get, and well, really, once you couldn't get up through that level, did you guys see this candle? It's 1142. I'm pretty sure it was not data. There may have been an announcement, but I don't think it was. I think that the fact that we could not regain up here and get above that level to go back to 506. They just went ahead and said, you know what? It's $1 away. We're going to do it now. We're going to sell right now. And then as it kept extending, you start to have algorithms that sense that and see that. And they just start to just flush it out. And you get this like limit down. Like they went out. And then it's just like, bang. You get all these orders and it just wipes it out. Right? And then you also got to think for all the people that were long, you know, where are their stop losses? Do they have trailed stops? And then once it hits that trailed stop, it's like, you know, it just runs through those orders. But it started to speed up. And it's not like these orders were there and then it just, bang, they triggered because you did it here. But I feel like you had more step in once it, you know, we realized, all right, we're having a really tough time to get through 505. And realizing that real time, and as I'm talking, I'm like, I wonder if, you know, anybody that's listening is picking it up that, like, you know, this is starting to be an algorithmic sell-off. Like, you could see it speeding up. And then as it sped up to the sell side, that only increased, the algorithm sell-off to trigger it even more. So it's like a self-inflicting thing that happens and can happen. Again, guys, I'm trying my best to wait for 506. That area. Even just a bounce to VWAP. And then I'll take it. I'm glad somebody did, though. I'm glad somebody did. Because that was a really nice play. It really was. I said it right off the bell that, I was really the level I was watching for is 110. To see, I'm like, let's see if we pull back to 110. And if we can crack 110, then we should have a nice little trade on our hands where you can look for that to be resistance and look for a minor pullback.
NVO, Novo Nordisk, Senate committee investigates Ozempic and Wegovy costs, according to the New York Times. Nancy Victor Oscar.
Weirdly enough, you might have another sell trigger here at like 12:30, guys. Let me see something real quick. I'm not going to call this out or anything, but I will say, nah, see, that's different. That's not really, like, see if it bounces here. See if you get a bounce here. Yeah, no. Never mind that. I take that back. AMD. So, man, that's crazy, man. So, my plan for the day was pretty much like I did not expect AMD to give us our 150 today. That was a swing trade I was looking for. And I was actually curious to see if the overall markets like popped even higher. Like you guys seen like the SPY and stuff, how we popped, then we sold off. Come on. I was hoping that would help AMD. Like we get this bounce and then sell it off. And that's what happened. I said it pre-market too. You got that bounce, short to sell off, bang. And that dotted line was actually, guys, that dotted line from this morning, before I came on, was supposed to be my short entry. That was supposed to be where I was buying puts and or shorting. So I don't know. It is what it is. So we'll see if we can get 1.6 or 506 on the SPY. ENPH. I forget what they priced in yesterday, but they went right to it. I think they were pricing in $14, and that's pretty much exactly what they did.
Meta's up 66% in 6 months. Amazon, Alphabet, 39%, 29.5% respectively. Microsoft, 24%. We can take Apple out of this conversation for now. It doesn't report this week anyway, so it's reasonably irrelevant to our conversation. But
Committee investigates Ozempic and Wegovy costs, according to the New York Times. Nancy Victor Oscar, NVO.
I haven't traded Microsoft in a while. Alright, so what can we do here? Let's throw this on. We'll go through some charts. If you guys have any tickers you guys want to go cover and go over levels and like come up with a game plan for, want to know my opinion, even questions that you may have, spam the chat with them. And we'll go over charts and whatnot, and we'll look for we'll come up with a game plan for the rest of the afternoon, and then a game plan for tomorrow on no matter what happens with Meta's earnings.
I don't want to say much higher probability on Meta. Microsoft, you always have the enterprise spend, and whether there's a weight, and also the spend, the CapEx spend, which they can well absorb in AI, et cetera. But I think they should. Of course, a lot of that will be based on cloud, and we've seen a recent acceleration of cloud growth, and that's critically important to Microsoft. And then we get to Google and Amazon. We won't talk about those now, but without a doubt, they're critically important to the market because they've been the backbone of the market. We used to have those conversations, can the market move up without Apple? And my view is always yes. Can the market move up without these mega cap companies, the group of them? I'd say no, because there's such a large percentage of the S&P, so math pure alone.
Maybe it's better that Meta's the first one of the group in terms of...
Without a doubt.
If you're bullish and, you're expecting big things from the big caps, that this thing hasn't really disappointed any time lately, and the expectation is ever since they got fit, like Gerstner told them to do, this stock's been an absolute juggernaut.
Right, but here's what I'd say. If you take a look at, there's not a lot of confidence in the market now. Dave's got a few more hours to trade, but you take a look at Meta today. I mean, the stock peaked at 508. The reversal now to where it is, so it's trading now at 487. That intraday volatility, and we're talking about percentage points that obviously are small relative to the gains and relative to the share price, but nonetheless, it shows that not everybody's so sanguine about the report today that's going to come out.
Well,
I think that's good.
Okay, I can go with that. I mean, if you look at where these stocks are off of their most recent highs, it's not like they're ramping into the numbers, which would be a little bit of a different story. So, Meta's down 7.5% since April 8th. Not that long ago, okay? The stocks come in a bit. So maybe that takes a little bit of the pressure off. I don't know.
Yeah, but, as I said that, and, just to finish that thought, it's really dictated, I think, by quants, number one, because you can see the correlation, which is virtually one-to-one, between rates, yields on the 10-year, and how the stock trades. So, and that's tech overall, that's the market overall. So I'd say that it's sort of, there's no noise here, right, in terms of the company. I haven't heard any analysts say they're going to miss, predicted. I haven't heard any analysts do anything over the last month but raise their price target without any fundamental reason to do so.
No, but one of the key things is, can you maintain the level of growth that the company has now reset to, particularly from a sales standpoint? Julia Boorstin certainly watching that as she waits for this report, like the rest of us in overtime. And that is the big question, right? Continuing this revenue growth.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Scott. After Meta blew past expectations last quarter, it is expected to continue to accelerate its revenue growth now to 26% in the quarter, and that's anticipated to be a 96% growth in earnings per share. Now, Meta is expected to benefit from tailwinds from Reels, from the advantage of its AI tools driving results for advertisers, as well as a solid digital ad market, as well as some early revenue coming from messaging. But Meta shares are up about 132% in the past 12 months. They're up about 40% year to date. So analysts are starting to note that expectations are very high. JP Morgan writing, quote, first quarter ad checks were solid and Meta is emerging as an AI leader among ad names, but comps are getting tougher through 2024. Now, AI will certainly be top of mind on today's earnings call after Meta's AI assistant rolled out just last week. And we will also be listening to see if there's any commentary or any answers to questions on the impact of a potential TikTok ban that might drive up Meta's user engagement. Scott?
All right, Julie, I appreciate that. We'll obviously see you in overtime waiting for this. Joe, you own it. Clearly, worst year ever in 22, best year ever in 23. Let's see what happens now in 24.
Let's see what happens this evening. And as I said with my initial remarks, this could be the near-term catalyst for the market. I agree with you. I like that Meta bats lead off here. That's a good thing. But it could be a scenario similar to Netflix, where the expectations are exceedingly high. There's some sort of surprise contained within the earnings or delivered in the earnings conference thereafter, and the stock doesn't respond accordingly to really strong earnings. And what does that mean to the market? That means we delay advancing further when we kind of sit in a little bit of this consolidation area. Does it change what Meta is? No, absolutely not. Last quarter, they delivered a $50 billion buyback. They introduced a dividend. This is a company that is gaining market share on social media. X is in decline. Snap, clearly from a valuation standpoint and certainly from a revenue standpoint, is not an alternative in social media to Meta. So with Reels, with Instagram, with WhatsApp, they're gaining market share. They're in a prime position. They focused on cost efficiency. The business is going to be good for the duration of 24. Could they stumble tonight? Yes. And if they do, the market stumbles with it.
Who Weiss has more pressure on it this week outside of, let's just take Meta out of it, because you're going to get Alphabet and Microsoft tomorrow. Who's got more pressure on it? I know what's happened of late in terms of the narrative around Alphabet, stumble after stumble related to AI rollouts, whatever. The stock, though, has done well. It's outpaced Microsoft over the last 12 months, despite all of that noise in the marketplace.
Yeah, and actually it was a great buying opportunity to take advantage of when we had all the noise about the launch of AI. I'd say, look, it's still clearly on Alphabet is where the pressure is, because that's where I think the daggers are lining up, because those that said, hey, I'm going to sell it because they botched the rollout, they're not going to be competitive in AI, they've got to prove them wrong. So I think it's clearly them. Microsoft is not without pressure, though, because they're viewed with OpenAI partnership as the leader in AI. I view them as the leader in AI. So they've got to show at least a nice uptake there. But if you do come back to Meta, Meta's got the easiest view, and nothing's easy, but the easiest road to AI impacting their business because it's instantaneous. Unlike Microsoft, who has to go through the enterprise buying cycle, right? There is no enterprise buying cycle with consumers. There is on the ad side, but it's the easiest pathway to showing the impact of AI, and they are an innovator taking advantage of it.
Bryn, you own Microsoft also, right? And Jefferies today says the bar has been lowered. They point to the fact that shares are flat since the last print, and the multiple is also compressed by some 6%. Therefore, the bar is lowered. Do you buy that?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I think that they're expected to have, 16% revenue growth, 15% earnings growth. I think Satya and Amy Hood are the best, combo as CEO, CFO. Also think about this. They are a lead investor on Rubrik. They were a lead investor on OpenAI. This is a huge company that's investing in some of the most exciting startups out there. We know we're going to hear about Copilot, whether it's the Copilot app on your phone or whether it's Copilot within the enterprise of Outlook. I think that over the next few years, as an owner of a company, everyone's going to have that Copilot on their employees' desktops because it just creates so much efficiency. And so I think between Satya and Amy, the exciting about Azure and the Copilot, I think it's going to be another solid read, and Microsoft continues to be a top name to own by investors.
Here's a good one for you. I'm going to ask everybody the same question, too. You guys buyers on dips if these companies, the stocks go down this week? Because that's a central question right now to, whether there's going to be enough support around the names that have pulled back, of late in the last week or so. As the stocks have come in, dip buyers are going to save the day. They've done it the last couple of days. They've certainly picked up a number of these names, NVIDIA included. Let's just say Meta goes down. Are you buying that dip?
Meta goes down, would buy the dip. Alphabet goes down, would buy the dip. Microsoft goes down, would buy the dip.
What about you, Weiss?
First of all, they're all my biggest positions, those three.
Yeah.
If they went down substantially, I'd upsize for a trade. But since I'm full in those positions, not looking to add exposure, I mean, they're pretty significant. If I didn't have a full position in it, I absolutely would buy the dip, particularly on Meta and Google, because I believe that they're cheap relative to the market, relative to their growth rate. I'd say Microsoft's fairly valued at this level, but nonetheless.
Well, it's fairly valued. I mean, the multiples come in. We said.
Yeah, it has. But I love them all as a point, right? And if I weren't full, I'd buy the dip.
Statistically, Microsoft really matters. Let's not pretend it doesn't. It's a $3 trillion company. It's the largest company in the S&P 500. No, I know you didn't say that. It's the largest company in the S&P 500.
Yeah.
And if the second largest Apple is going to stumble like we think, well, we better get something good from Microsoft.
Yeah, no, I think people would agree with that. Bryn, I'll get you the same question, this idea of buying the dip. If you have an opportunity to add to these positions on pullbacks, would you do it?
Yeah, well, I mean, like Steve, I own a ton of tech, right? Like tech and energy definitely are my two biggest holdings. So yes, theoretically, I would buy the dip. I think it's a very, very, very unlikely Microsoft even has a dip. Google, on the other hand, I don't own it, but I wouldn't buy it. I think with Google, I still don't like the leadership scenario. Who runs this company? Is it Sundar or is it Sergey and Larry? When these other companies, it's very, very clear who the visionary is, who the leader is, how they're executing. I still think with Google, that top level structure is very unappealing to me because I think that leads to an inability to make really important decisions. And I think one of the most important times within these technology companies.
But the stock performance would suggest otherwise, though, right? As we said, this goes towards the narrative not necessarily matching up with the fundamental performance of a stock, right? I mean, year to date, Alphabet's up 13%. Over the last year, it's up 50%. So where's the real problem, I guess is what I'm getting at. That's sort of a broader question to everybody, not you, but those who want to criticize Alphabet, even like the Gerstners of the world, right? He criticized it, he sold it, and then he saw the stock pull back, and then he bought it.
Yeah, sure. And obviously, when the information changes, we have the right to change our mind. When I'm underwriting an individual company, if I'm not going to buy one of my ETFs and I'm going to go into and buy an individual company, it comes down to the leadership, right? And so that's why I don't own Google. Is like I don't know who runs this company, and so I can tell you Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Tim Cook, Satya and Amy. I can tell you exactly who's running it and what they're doing. You can't say that with Google, and so for me, with my strategy, that eliminates it from my portfolio.
So let's talk Tesla, Bryn. I'll start with you. We made it our chart of the day, obviously on the back of earnings. It is higher. It's not like the earnings report was great. It was far from it. But this idea of what Musk talked about the production of affordable new EVs by early 25 is what has jump-started this stock today. So you'll take the leader of this company at his word, I suspect. The market seems to be.
Yeah, well, I mean, you and I talked about this on Closing Bell yesterday, and I said the sentiment and the bearishness on this stock, right? Not the company, on the stock, was just so loud it was deafening. And I said if I were short the stock, which clearly I'm long, I would not be short this name going into the earnings print. And if they even do less worse, I think the stock was going to pop. And that's exactly what happened. And I thought it was a very good earnings call. Elon was like the adult in the room. To me, it was like quintessential Elon. He had like good analogies about elevators and horses and flip phones. And to me, what I wanted to hear is, I don't want to hear about robotaxi. He talks about the cyber cab, but they're able to build the cheaper car on the same manufacturing line. And I'm going to say use the same chassis. I don't even know if EVs have a chassis. This is my word. Use the same theoretical chassis for the $20,000 model as they would do for these cyber cabs. And you got an inference that that was going to be the case. And so I think you want to have the short-term case in line of the growth within the current business, along with the future excitement around the innovation. And so I think that's what made the stock pop. And now we're going to start finding a floor in this name. And we'll see if other investors start to come into the name as the stock itself, which was broken, will now find a floor. And then I think move higher with this refocus on building out cars that are affordable for everybody.
Because, I mean, you were worried about, the shift in strategy, if you want to call it that, suggestions, and maybe even some from the company itself, that it was a robo-taxi type future rather than a lower priced vehicle, as they've been continuously cutting prices and losing some market share in markets like China. So you'll take Musk at his word. It's not so much, because some would suggest, well, given the history, it's like, okay, maybe we should pay attention to what they do, not what they say, because we've been burned before. You know what I mean?
Well, so I think you're 100% right, and that's where my irritation would have been on this robotaxi, now call it a cyber cab. But when they're saying that on the same chassis, on the same manufacturing line, on the same manufacturing line that they already have, they're going to be able to build these cheaper cars. That makes sense, right? I mean, one of the things that is like under talked about is the manufacturing marvel that they are able to pull off at Tesla as a company. And if they can take the design of the cyber cab, but put it in actually a $25,000 car, and listen, don't forget, the other big automakers are pulling back on EVs. And so if we're gonna end up having more EVs longer term, Tesla will continue to be in pole position. I do think with China, once again, you have to have an expanding user base, because I know their market share will shrink, but you need to have just more Chinese buyers in general buying EVs. And I think Tesla will get their fair share outside of BYD and some of the other names.
I mean, Weiss or Bryn sort of hit it on the head. I mean, the stock was poised for a bounce, right? It's been getting killed.
Yeah. No, she had a brilliant call going into the quarter. Expectations could not have been lower, as evidenced by what the shares have done over the last, since the beginning of the year. I did cover half the position going into the quarter. Don't ask me why I didn't cover the other half. The setup was as good a one as you could possibly want. It's also possible that if I weren't short, I would have bought it, because the odds are the stock would have lifted. But to me, the fundamental story really hasn't changed. It's as if Elon sat in the room with the CFO and said, "What can we say that's going to hit everybody's hot button, put their fears aside, and have those announcements not really take place, the productivity of those announcements, for a few quarters or a few years or a decade, and let them hang on to the dream." So you've gone from Fax, which is a company that had negative free cash flow this quarter. They're seeing their market share erode in China. China, continues to be, and Bryn highlights this. In fairness to her, last night I saw her comments. Great comments, great spot. China remains a risk at 20%, where the government doesn't want foreign players, no matter what the historical relationship.
I mean, look, we let's be fair. We've seen this movie before. It's going to be up to investors at this point to decide what they want to do, what they want to believe, what they're willing to wait for, where they think the focus is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So I think there's a danger in relying on his credibility. It was just a few weeks ago that he thought the cyber cab now were going to drive it. And he tweeted out August 8th, whatever date was, robotaxis. Number one, taxis for a decade, and they're finding it very difficult. The states are not willing yet, so that's years away, and we don't even know if it'll be a profitable business.
But I mean, he has had an incredible to prove the naysayers, the haters,
without a doubt,
the short seller. I mean, everybody wrong, because this stock over a longer period of time has obviously done.
Look, the guy of all time, right? All time. I don't have to restate my bear case on it. In fact, I've got a very small position. I covered more after the opening, and I'll figure out what to do with the rest. It's unlikely I'll stay there, because at this point it's a nuisance. And I think that the tide's turned from a sentiment standpoint. You won't see numbers come out again for a while.
So let's give the last word to you, because now I feel like you're in a really interesting position here. Okay. The rebalance is coming up. I'm not going to press you to say anything that you can't for compliance reasons, but a stock that before yesterday looked broken, to say the least, and had theoretically lost all of its momentum, gets a 10% lift today, and maybe in the process of jump-starting that momentum again. That remains to be seen. You're going to have to make a decision on the rebalance before you have the thesis played out that, okay, maybe momentum's back. So take me through the thought process on what you're able to say and what you're comfortable talking about.
Okay, so the stock right now is 27% below its 200-day moving average. So the momentum is still clearly negative on the stock.
For sure. One day doesn't a massive reversal make.
Well,
let's make that point.
It's down 42% year to date, so that's a lot of price damage.
Okay.
I like what Bryn has outlined, and I think Bryn would agree with the following statement. I don't think Bryn's looking for a big move in the stock in the near term. I think Bryn is looking over the course of time for this stock to recover. And candidly, if you were to ask me personally how I feel after last night's earnings, just in terms of what's my disposition towards Tesla, I would say I'm extremely neutral. I think that someone who's short is going to be disappointed because they did enough to buffer the downside potential. And I think someone who's long, okay, they lifted the stock. There's still a lot of technical damage, and the free cash flow was remarkably negative. And that's a big story there. So I think in the near term, I would characterize this as extremely neutral. In terms of what will occur on Tuesday, we'll see what the rules do.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, you've been able to make money being short this stock.
Without question.
But you just can't overstay your welcome.
Great point.
People who have overstayed their welcome have been run over and then backed up over.
Yeah, shorts are always a trade anyway. You just can't have ego about it, and that ego led me to keep half the position into earnings.
I just stepped outside for a minute.
All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Weiss has bought more of a big name within the
So you
the
can
NASDAQ
see we're
universe,
sitting
and we're
here
going to get to that coming up.
for a
We've got
minute.
the earnings
If we
set
do
up.
not
We've
make
got
any
stocks on
progress,
the
we're
move.
probably
We got
going
a
to
lot
make
to
our
get to.
next
We'll do
leg
it next.
down, which is probably soon.
Are you
Q's
following the
have the
Halftime
100
Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast.
So, targeting the 100-day moving average. I wrote all this stuff down this morning. 100-day support, 100-day as our support level. This 423, 100-day. Resistance, 428, 430. Where did we go to? 429.78. But 430 was the level I was looking for. So it's pretty crazy, but I don't think we're going to get it, but I really wanted to see if we could get 506, guys. Just doesn't seem like we're going to.
That's Papa Echo November.
I will say this: the longer we sit here under this level, the chances of that are really grim. So the SPY right now is only 0.35% down. We could still have a percent type of day in front of Meta earnings and Microsoft earnings and stuff recognize that there's still maybe some room left in whatever you're trading, right? This could be our consolidation. I would like to try and get a VWAP test. I just don't think it's going to happen, Oh, this is Tesla. Come on. All right, so this is what I drew for us on a 2-hour candle or whatever it was, an hourly. I was wanting to see if we could get a pop here and try to get back up here to VWAP. Volume's just not there, man. Volume just is not there.
Story that's all the stock would trade on. What was sub growth? So it blew out the quarter. And if you recall back to when Apple stopped reporting some metrics on iPhones, it did nothing to it. As a matter of fact, it upped in bad quarters. So I think it's still the winner. I still think it's great stock. Growth this year versus last, in terms of revenue, in terms of earnings, will be pretty strong. These analysts did the stock growth for everybody. Again, like Meta, jumping over themselves to increase the price target without any fundamental reason to do so. I hope we don't see a replay in the Meta report. I don't think we will. But yeah.
Just give me 1 second.
NFLX, Netflix, Steve Weiss buys more Netflix. November 5, Charles Lima X-ray.
High today. They beat, they raised their guide. You've been talking about the stock for a while. You own it, obviously.
Yeah, the stock's doubled since I bought it in November. And as I've said the last...
All right, there we go. It's still a low volume. But it's hope. There's hope. There's hope we get this bounce, guys. I'm telling you guys, I will. If I don't know where, I feel like part of me is thinking I should start to try to take this at 504.50, kind of see how we react if we get there for the short side. But I do want to have some access to the downside because I think I think, in my opinion, we could see a little downside here, in the next couple days. All right. So I'm gonna trade like it. I'm gonna at least have exposure, and then maybe I'll back it up. Right? I'll back it up with. I gotta delete that candle because it's fucking with me. So you guys seen it there? I drew that candle there. We'll see if it even comes to fruition. But you know, maybe we also look for like a 500. What is it going for right now? What is a 500 going for? That's a $1.30 for the SPY, bro. That's not bad, gang. That's not bad. That's not bad. What's today? Today is 4. So 80 versus another week. You're paying 40.
So Weiss is going to get his phone, and we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we've got Greenlight's new letter. David Einhorn just releasing his quarterly letter to shareholders. We've got our hands on it. We'll bring you the details next.
I might go ahead and take this. Fuck. It already went. Damn it. Huh. Of course. Shit. That sucks. Dun, 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 dun. So volume is actually kind of low today, kind of, for the most part. Let's look for that bounce, dog. I'm going for it. I'm going for it. Fudge that. Fudge it. I'm going for a bounce, guys. I'm looking for a bounce. Alright, I'm going to look for a bounce here. On the next pullback, I'm going to look for a bounce. And then I'm going to get short the bounce. Alright, once I take profits on the long. That's my plan. Alright. So I'm just letting y'all know right now. I'm going to look for that little pullback. We get ourselves a little 502 area. Then I'm going to go ahead and I am going to take profits for a little long. I'm going to take that long. 502.50, something like that. 502.50, yeah. Yep. And then I'm gonna take profits on the long. Or at least I'm hoping to try to do this. I'm gonna get long, and then I'm gonna hopefully be able to. I'm gonna try and take profits on it, and then flip short again. We'll see how it all works out. We'll see how the transaction transpires. I was thinking of some ideas for some shirts that I would make like right here at the house, you know, just to kind of get like, just to generate and raise money to be able to get the stream to where I would like to get it, which is a real studio, you know, and be able to bring other people on, like that are just already on the live stream. Like I really want to get that going. I shouldn't have said it out loud, but. Alright, why do I have YouTube up? Well, that was fast. Apple cuts Vision Pro production due to low demand. That news was yesterday.
40% of the population are living in areas with unhealthy air pollution levels. That's according to the American Lung Association. The organization's report found that Americans had more, quote, very unhealthy or, quote, hazardous air quality days than at any other point in the survey's history, and cited the effects of climate change, such as increasing wildfires, for the findings. And Democratic Congressman Donald Payne Jr. has died. The New Jersey Democrat was hospitalized earlier this month after he suffered a heart attack. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy said in a statement that Payne embodied the very best of public service. Congressman Payne was 65 years old. Scott, back over to you.
Kate, appreciate it. Kate Rogers. The news alert, Greenlight Capital just releasing its quarterly shareholder letter. The ticker has it and is with us at Post 9. So what is David Einhorn writing to his investors?
In my hand, a lot of new picks this quarter, actually, and some comments on the markets as well. So we'll get to those first. He kind of reiterated the sentiment he shared with you in an interview recently where he says the stock market is fundamentally broken. He talks about there are so many investors out there that don't care about valuation, namely passive index funds, can't figure out valuation. He says most retail investors who have no formal valuation training and those who choose not to care about valuation. He's referring here to various technical strategies, quant strategies, and any trading strategy with short-term holding periods. And he says the result is a very small proportion of trading volume today is based on strategies that try to identify which stocks are undervalued in order to buy them for an intermediate or a long-term investment period. However, he says that from their perspective, this is essentially an opportunity because it allows them to invest in areas that they see opportunity that are what he calls ridiculously cheap. So as for the picks, this is a very interesting trade. They said they had a strong quarter in macro, which added 3.1% net of fees and expenses, and largely it's based on this. He says early in the quarter they established this new large position by selling December 2024 SOFR futures. That's because he said that at the time the market expected the Fed to cut short-term rates between 1.5% and 1.75% this year. However, as we now know, that has shifted, and it shifted in a way that benefited his trade. He still believes this was unlikely and expressed their view directly by selling SOFR futures. However, they've trimmed the position to take some profits in the meantime. Gold also a significant contributor, he said.
Oh, nice, UConn. Rang the bell today. That's cool. Or at least the coach did.
Medium-sized position in Penn Gaming with a play there. They also established a position in HP Inc. With this belief that the AI revolution can also help kind of this technology upgrade cycle. Rubian Sciences, that was a small long position, and a small position in Class A shares of Liberty Global as well. And a medium-sized macro position to benefit from higher copper prices, which is another kind of interesting macro play. Additionally, in terms of portfolio management, they decided to sell immediately after that New York Community Bancorp result was announced at the end of January. I believe you guys also talked about that in your interview.
He told me about that as well as gold. But as you're highlighting, these are a lot of new and interesting positions. Just back to, this just underscores the point that he was trying to make all along about value investing and what he does here at the top of the letter again. Not that value investing is dead, because he suggested it's a great time to be a value investor because there just aren't that many of them anymore, because the value investing industry, not value investing, the industry is dead as a result of passive investing, proliferation of...
Gosh, I love it.
Yeah, Morgan, yes. Very good. Tasty.
Is it good? Not really.
Not terrible.
Not terrible. Okay.
It's crunchy.
Yum.
Sorry, guys. Just take a little break. We'll see what happens, man. I mean, like I said, I'm just going to wait here for an opportunity. See if we can't get a little bounce back. If we get a bounce back, doesn't look like that's the case, but we should. I'm gonna try and take a long. I'm just trying to be a little patient. Now, this long is only to be for, I don't know, VWAP right? I'm looking to just, because I really feel like, let me make sure. Yep. So I'm going to look to try and get to VWAP 505. I'd like to try to get to my target of 506. Is it doing it now? Looks like now might be an entry, but I'm not sure. I think it would be not so smart to fight the trend, but again, I think here in just a little while, even if it's at 502, whatever, right? Oh shoot, I was looking at the yeah, I'm gonna go look for a bounce, and then I'm gonna look for a bounce, and then I'm gonna try to get short. And when I get short, I'm gonna get these for tomorrow or Friday. Your put wall should be around 500, and I'm sure that could be where we're headed. Got a nice level here, guys. Look at this. I'll show you. Got a nice level here, but you got a nice level here at 502.50, but you got an even better one at 500. Resistance. Boom, right? Support. Resistance. Break above it. You didn't really do anything with it. And see if we can't pull back to that level right there. Especially if we break that level. But again, I'm not... Oh, look. See, if we could get a bounce back now, this looks good. This looks good. All right, we already... Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I need a bounce back now, guys. I need a bounce back now. What the heck? Come on. It doesn't mean it's going to, but I'm looking for that. That's how I'm going to trade this market right now. Get a position to the upside for like an hour or two or however long. And then the real trade, I want to look for another pullback to like 502.50, unless we're going to get it right now and it takes it from me, because I did not get short this morning, even though I expected a pullback. I was watching Moderna. Wasn't really, I mean, I was keeping an eye on the overall markets, but I didn't really make the decision to try to trade them until a little bit ago, when I noticed that nothing was really working out. I mean, it was working out. Like Moderna short, break 110. We were looking to see if we could break 110, and we did. You got the retest of it right there, 110. Bang. I don't know. That's all. I'm trying to think if nobody was here, and then they just like pop up, like, try to just fill you know what my plans are, what the ideas are.
On the S&P is really getting worn out. That spot on the field. We first hit it in the first couple of weeks of February. It was kind of where you launched in later February. It served as some support along the way. I know it was some people's target for the October rally to get to and end. So I find it kind of interesting.
Bro, what just happened there?
And seeing if there's a decisive move. Obviously, we were oversold enough to bounce as we did. I don't think you got the kind of washout that says it's going to be one of the self-sustaining V bottoms that we just go back to the highs, and
so I is showing you that it's not necessarily sure of whether to believe the longer-term trend or the fact that it's now trapped under its own 50-day moving average and have expectations gotten too high. So I understand the back and forth. 50-50 on the S&P is really getting worn out, that spot on the field. We first hit it in the first couple of weeks of February. It was kind of where you launched in later February. It served as some support along the way. I know it was some people's target for the October rally to get to and end. So I find it kind of interesting that we're sort of sort of waiting here and seeing if there's a decisive move. Obviously, we were oversold enough to bounce as we did. I don't think you got the kind of washout that says it's going to be one of these self-sustaining V bottoms that we just go back to the highs. And, you know, it's pretty healthy to just kind of kick around here.
Sure. Maybe that test, though, comes, I mean, you know, over the next 48 hours.
Could
right?
happen
I mean,
pretty fast.
It's
yeah.
not out of the realm of possibilities that you're
that was our
reminded why
stop
we got
loss
here in
Monday.
the first
That's
place
so
over the next
wild.
48.
No, exactly. And,
Our
you know,
stop
that
loss
has
was down
happened in
there,
past quarters
like,
where it's just like the most profitable
below
companies in the
402,
history of the
below
world
Friday's low.
tell you how they're doing.
Yeah.
And
Like-
sometimes it can dictate the narrative. Is it the healthiest thing that NVIDIA has an average daily move of like 2.5%
wild.
the last couple of weeks? You know, if
What a
it's a
killer
$40 billion
trade, man.
swing in market value every day for no reason, probably not, but that's what we have. Third biggest stock in the world.
All right. I'll see you on closing bell. I'll take it to the final bell today. All right, we're tracking the trades next. We do have one member of the investment committee. It's Kevin Simpson. He's got several more moves, and he's going to join us next to tell you exactly what they are.
All right, so here goes the SPY, trying to make new lows. It's just grinding lower, guys. Just sell trigger today. What I might do is while it's doing this and I'm waiting for it to set up, I may just like go online and look at like homes and stuff like that. See if we can't find some deals. And get something done today.
Eight.
All right, welcome back. Kevin Simpson joins us now, Capital Wealth Planning. He's always active in the market, and you are once again. That's why we love having you. You bought JP Morgan. You bought more of it. We talked about the financials earlier a little bit. Tell me why.
I thought JP Morgan's numbers were really solid. I know that the market was expecting something else and it sold off, but it gave us an opportunity to get into a stock that we consider to be best of breed, 10% cheaper. And that's also indicative of the broader market sell-off that we saw last week. So you talked to the team earlier about buying the dips within mega tech. But I think there's lots of other opportunities here during earnings season to take advantage of pullbacks. To us, JP Morgan was one of those opportunities.
Okay. Stocks obviously had a huge run. I know it's down lately, but longer period of time, it's been one of the better performers. You bought TJX, right? That's a new position for you?
Yeah, it's a brand new position, Scott. This is a name that did incredibly well post-COVID, and they settled out. The earnings and the revenues leveled off for a few years. Looks like they're on a trajectory back up to the upside. Incredible balance sheet, $4 billion of free cash flow over the past 12 months. We love that. Dividend yield is 1.6%, so not the highest dividend, but they've been increasing that at a clip of about 11% over the past 5 years. We love dividend growth, and it's got a little bit of a benefit potential for a strong consumer in an up economy. And if the consumer does step down a little bit, and we heard that with Amazon, they benefit as an off-brand marketer. And if there's any, like, Peter Lynch in me in terms of just driving past, the parking lot at Home Goods is always full, and that has to mean something.
Yeah, I mean, Diamond yesterday, right, talking about how, in his words, unbelievable the economy is. And even if you go into a recession, the consumer is still in a good spot. All right. Lastly, you trimmed Chevron. It got called away. It's part of the strategy of how you do, what you do in terms of covered calls, things like that. So give us a little clue here.
Yeah, now we always could have rolled the option up, Scott, but we did allow half the position to get called. We've owned it forever. But we still have ConocoPhillips, we still have Marathon Petroleum, both of which we like a little bit better. This was a half a position that was called away. We still own 3% in Chevron. They report earnings on Friday. It's going to be a big testament to what we think about them moving forward, because very candidly, the last quarter, the earnings were a disappointment to us, and it was reflected in the stock price. Now, they've been a beneficiary of all of the horrific acts that have been taking place in the Middle East. The price of oil going from $70 at the end of last year up to $85 gave us an opportunity to trim something that we became a little overweight in, not because of a conviction, but just because energy's performed so well over the past 5 months. So it's not a criticism of Chevron. We still own it, but it never hurts to take profits. And I think if you get strength in these markets, you trim a little bit, you write covered calls. If you get pullbacks, you add to quality. We're going to see volatility for the rest of the year. And I think if you're active and just with nuanced trading, you can exit 2024 with really, really good returns.
Appreciate the update, Kev. Thank you. Kevin Simpson, Capital Wealth. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right. Got your earnings set up straight ahead. Don't go anywhere.
Now.
All right, welcome back. It's not just Meta today. We do have other companies reporting, Joe, and many of them are in the Joe T. United Rentals today after the bell. ServiceNow today after the bell. Lam Research today after the bell.
United Rentals, we want to know that federal and private projects are still there. The growth of them over the last year has significantly benefited URI. Also, the equipment rental rates, they've got pricing power there. You want to see them remaining high. Case of ServiceNow, options implying a 5% move. Where are we on corporate IT spending? I think ServiceNow is going to be able to overcome any deceleration there. What's important to understand is what's the margin effect on the spend that they currently have as it relates to generative AI. And then Lam Research, look, we heard from KLA Corp already. Each of these stocks, semi-equipment names, they've pulled back a little bit in the last few days. Not very much in KLL's earnings report to indicate that you're going to get a lift. Let's hope we get some better news from Lam Research that the significant sales decline of 2023 is beginning to reverse itself and the memory chip market's coming back.
It's still up 13.5% year to date.
Best of breed semi-equipment.
All right. We will step away. We'll come back with finals next. All right, let's talk about some more stocks that are in the news. Important today. Chipotle, that reports too. That's yours.
That's a company that just does not disappoint. They have pricing power. They raise prices. People keep paying for them. They've won the hearts, the minds, and the bellies of Gen Z.
And yours.
And mine.
Visa, they had earnings, right, Bryn?
Yep. Yeah, we had a beat on revenues and earnings. We all know that the toll road of the financial ecosystem. What I like about the stock going into the summer is 57% of their revenues are international, and people are going to do lots of swiping at the Paris Olympics. On top of that, Visa and MasterCard were recent adds to the XLF, and it's almost an 8% holding. So as people go back into financials, from a flow of funds, Visa will be a beneficiary.
All right. Let me remind you, too, that Brian Niccol back to Chipotle, the CEO, is going to be in overtime tonight for a live interview. You don't want to miss that. Before that, closing bell. Of course, I'll see you at 3 o'clock Eastern with Adam Parker, Anastasia Amoroso. Doug Clinton is with us, also Goldman's Elizabeth Burton. So I hope you'll join me as we take you through this final stretch. Brandon, why don't you give me a final trade?
Uranium. We have a structural supply shortage here. The stock has been basing, or the ETF has been basing in the 50s. I think it's a good entry point over the mid and long term.
Okay. Steve Weiss?
Meta, in for a penny, in for a pound. I think that they're going to beat the quarter and show themselves well.
Going to be exciting. Joe T.
Goldman Sachs made that new all-time high that I was expecting. I still think there's plenty more upside ahead.
All right. So we're still in the red across the board, but we're going to have a really interesting finish as we take you right up to that Meta release, tell you exactly what to watch for. You hear from shareholders as well. I'll see you at 3 o'clock. The exchange is now.
We'll be there with you, Scott. Thank you very much. Welcome to the exchange, folks. I'm Tyler Mathisen, in today for Kelly Evans. Here's what we got on the docket for you. The bull market has room to run, and the recent volatility has presented great opportunity. That is according to one of our guests today, and he's here with what makes him so optimistic and the 3 names he likes right now. Plus, Boeing's loss may have been smaller than expected, but it was an ugly quarter. We've got the latest on earnings, on the CEO search, and how quality control issues are being handled at that big manufacturer. And 3 more names on deck to report, including a big one, Meta. They were just talking about it there. We've got the story, the action, the trade into the print, but we begin with today's markets and Dom Chu, who has the numbers. Hi, Dom.
All right, so Ty, today's bull run, at least today's bull run, trying to kind of build on the last couple of days, is losing some steam steadily throughout the course of the late morning into the early afternoon session. The S&P 500 is only down 0.25%. It's only 12 points to the downside. We're currently at 5,058 for the trade, so down 12, but at the highs earlier today, we were up roughly 19 points and down 23 at the lows of the session. So we've been kind of losing a little bit of steam throughout the course of the day. The Dow Industrial is down about 1/3%, 117 points to the downside, 38,384. The NASDAQ Composite just about flat, so outperforming so far, only down about 10 points. But again, it was solidly higher earlier in the session. The Composite Index at 15,686. Some of the earnings headliners today that we've been talking about include some big upside movers. We'll start on the travel and leisure side. Hilton Worldwide up about 4.5% right now. A good quarter for them. Better than expected earnings and revenues. They raised their guidance for the full year. So Hilton Worldwide doing some at least beneficiary work for the travel and leisure sector, up 4.5%. Another one to watch is the single best performer in the S&P 500. And it's all about fun and games. Hasbro shares up about 10% or so. A beat for profits, a beat for revenues there as well. So Hasbro, thanks in part to better inventory management, better digital game sales. Remember, this is the parent company of brands like Transformers, G.I. Joe, and Dungeons & Dragons. Watch Hasbro. And then the second biggest stock in the S&P 500, but probably the bigger influence these days. Tesla shares up about 10% right now, $159 and change per share. It would actually missed results on both profits and revenues, but a lot of optimism about the possibility of a more affordable vehicle model coming at the later part of this year or early 2025. Tesla shares a big focus here. Ty, I'll send things back over to you.
All right, Dom, thank you very much. It is a big week for the economy with PCE on Friday, the gross domestic product tomorrow. And critical to that GDP report will be a number that isn't even technically part of that report. It's the productivity number. And it has ignited a debate among Fed officials and economists about whether or not the data signal a boom or just a blip. And our senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman, has the latest on that. A debate with the Fed and economists. You got to love to see the fur fly.
Right. Well, there are members of each side within each group, right? You got your Fed folks who are optimists and pessimists, and some of your economists as well. The growth in productivity, Tyler, is often the biggest part of how the economy grows. And there's a critical debate underway about whether we're seeing a post-pandemic noise in the data, or is it a real boom? Here's the data for the 5 years before the pandemic. Productivity grew at a trend like 1.4%. From the beginning of the pandemic through the first quarter of last year, it dropped to 1.3. You had a massive surge at the beginning of the pandemic. It was followed by a really worrying decline. But it's come back big. The past 3 quarters have seen an off-the-charts number average of 3.7%. Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee, he laid out last week how critical it is for the Fed to get this right.
That's fundamentally going to change everything about the economy in a way. And it would have direct implications for monetary policy. It would put us back in an environment that would very much be like the late 90s, where you could have faster wage growth without inflation, you could have faster GDP growth.
Okay, but there are skeptics out there who say this is all post-pandemic noise in the data, that you have work from home, but these hours are being mismeasured. And of course, it's too soon to tell because productivity is really best measured over scales like 5 years or even 10 years. The optimists say, work from home could be a source of greater efficiency with better matching of productive employees with their jobs, companies learning to do more with less from the pandemic, and higher growth and inflation forcing them to higher productivity measures. Fed Chair Jay Powell, he's been in the camp of, a little bit skeptical, wanted to see more data. But on Squawk Box this morning, former chair of the White House Council of Economic Advisors, Jason Furman, he summed up what you could consider to be the middle ground.
What we're seeing in the data is just noise and post-pandemic gyrations. What we're seeing when we read about what's happening in AI, the developments in company, the developments in the technology, I think that's real. It's just not in the data yet.
Okay, to preempt the question here, for the Fed, it means higher productivity could mean lower for longer. It's like adding factories and workers without really having to add either. Getting there, though, can mean more demand for capital to invest in those things that create the more productivity. So short term, that could mean higher rates until the productivity begins to take hold.
First, I love when economists talk about gyrations. It just gets me going. But let me ask you, just from a dumb point of view, what is productivity? How do you measure it?
Yeah.
And then what influences or changes it for better and worse?
Okay, so productivity is...
All right, so we did get that bounce we were looking for, guys. We got the bounce we were looking for, and now I am still planning on getting my, I'm still planning on getting a little short here. Here's the thing, is you got to understand, Meta's earnings can go both ways. All right, that's the outlier of everything right now is earnings and how these guidance is going. Meta's at all-time highs. At least we're working with that. So the risk is to the downside, not upside like Tesla was. And I said that yesterday. I said don't be disappointed if this thing gaps up or so. And my actual guess was that it was would be right around in the same area when the earnings call came out. But it was already, pretty badly hit. And, the longer I think that it sits here, it is underneath the VWAP. I want to know where the point is where you do start to get some nibblers. It's probably down here on Tesla at 155. When you start seeing some buyers step in, and they've been buying today for the most part. So Meta's at highs, so the risk, in my opinion, would be to the downside. That's where the real risk is. Or I should say, really, the risk would be to the upside, right? Why would I say the risk is to the upside? Because if it's already at highs. It's like, how much further will it go? Do you think they're really going to exceed expectations and guidance and give you another run that it's given you? Not really. And same with Tesla. I said that the risk would be thinking that it would be to the downside. Well, the risk would be to the downside, yes. I mean, I guess you could say it both ways, but I would say it as in going, trying to go short on their earnings. Not that anybody would, because but I think that would be more riskier than trying to buy some calls or whatever, even though we're not doing it because volatility with it being priced in. You would have came in with an upside move on a gap up and you went short, you're down. So that was the risk. And then same with Meta. Meta, I haven't looked at Meta. Meta has been pulling back the past few days. It is in a downtrend, right? I guess the past week or so, really. I actually went long, last Thursday, was right here, the 5 to 510, and we called that, and we got 512 out of it. That was a trade that we gave out here. So let's see if we can bounce like right now. Like you're seeing Meta start to, you know, get above, see if it can't hold 490 or 491, whatever you want to call it. And see if we can't get a test of VWAP. I think this level, you might get Meta to consolidate right here in this range between 490 and 496 possibly. Pretty much, you know, right in this range, depending on what the market does. Maybe it consolidates and then you get further downside. It's hard to say. But you are below the 50-day. You got some volume coming in there, so came in with a nice gap up today off of that news with TikTok and stuff, I suppose. You have a massive gap here on the daily chart, which I'm curious if that takes you to the 200-day moving average, which it's looking like it's coming close. So 399, that's 400. What's Meta pricing in? A $40 move right now. And we are at 490. So it's looking like it's going to go back down to like 450. Anything below 450 is not priced in right now. So you would get paid if you got short and you do end up with this thing down at the 100-day. You wouldn't get paid that much because you're paying up for the move, right? You're paying up $40. So if you get 41, you got your break even, kinda, depending on what price you pay and at where you get in. But as far as options are concerned, you know, your break even is 450. So, you know, anything past that, which would be the 100-day, that's 433. That's actually a nice move if you can get this thing down to the 100-day moving average. So we'll see what all happens here. I appreciate all of you guys. If you guys could take the time to hit the like button. What's up, Trump? Let's go, baby. How you doing, bro? As Meta has 4%, Microsoft 9% in the NASDAQ, Tesla, boom. Yeah, man. I know, man. I'm excited. So my plan was to get long here, and I stepped outside for a minute. I had a feeling that was going to do it, but I am looking for a test of VWAP. Like, I'm just worried that if I do not, well, here's the thing. Let's analyze this. So this is a little bit lower of volume on this pullback. So we might be able to get 506 entry. Our put wall should be around 500 for even the weeklies, right? So I am still, like, I can't take this long now. I could get a few cents, but it's not worth the risk, because what if, you know, there's always headline risk, right? We can do all the technical analysis that we can, and we can pretty much say what it's, for the most part, what it's going to do, or what we think it's going to do, and what I thought it was going to do is doing it right now. And my plan was to try and get this long here. Whenever it showed it to us, we made this level, and I said I wanted to get a run back to VWAP, and we got it. So I want to see if we can get 506. I do. I really want to see if the SPY can get back to 506 area, to try and regather itself up there. And maybe you see a close today around 505 or so, right around this area. So, you know, I was thinking about, let's go look, like, even like right now, like tomorrow's. Now I was kind of doing some math. Like right now, right? They're 50 cents instead of 80 cents for tomorrow. All right. Fridays, they were like a buck something. $1.30 they were. So now they're down at $1 now. So that's a 30% decrease on those options. Now you can see the volume on the buy side kind of just fell out of bed here. It's 114. We are coming into it. This day is flying by today, man. Today is flying by. Man, I should have, like I said this morning on the game plan, if anybody was here, you guys heard me. I said, off the bell, I'm looking for a pop higher, look to get short that pop, and I never did. I was watching Moderna for that break of 110, and we got that. I just didn't really. It kind of got me with this crack above VWAP. I didn't really pay attention to the analysis, like as far as like really digging in deep, but it showed us that volume just fell out of bed, and you got the increase in volume through VWAP, and you got that follow through, and it was paying 20-30 cents, like every 75 cents to 50 cents. It was actually pretty crazy. Spreads are a little wide. You have to, like with Moderna, I usually limit order on my options. Sometimes it all depends. Like, I'll look to try and limit order in. It can be tough. Sometimes I'll market order in depending on where I'm getting my entry. But then I will definitely, I like to market order out. Or limit order out. Limit order out. You know, and especially in the morning. Because Moderna, the way Moderna has been, like, it's traded, you know, we'll throw out, like, a high limit order for, like, a put. Like, the last time, right? We got, you know, it was a while ago, but I was going in that week, and I'm like, guys, I want 100%. As long as the market gives it to me and I can find it, I'm gonna get me 100%er this week. And then I had to wait all the way up until Thursday. Got into Moderna. Friday morning, I threw out my limit order in, and I remember we got in at 16 cents, and I said, guys, I'm putting a limit order out, 55 cents, 56 cents it was. You know, bang, got my fill on a drop. And we completed the mission there. A little upset because my 15-minute chart this morning, and I said it, that I was not going to be able to get this trade because I felt like, you know, I said the pop. You see that tail? I said, there's the pop. And I was trying to fix this 15-minute chart, and I'm like, guys, I'm not going to get it because you need to be getting into it right, you know, right then when I was saying it on that pop. And sorry, the door's shut because I had the window. It's kind of nice here, so I had the window open and it just slammed shut. And then it just fell out of bed. That was a beautiful move there. But it's all good. It's only Wednesday. I told myself this week after the dumb shit I did last week, just putting on unnecessary risk because I mean, like, before last week, the past 2 weeks, literally, even this week, the analysis has been spot on. I'm upset that I did not take Goldman Sachs. That's the biggest trade of the week, man. I mean, you could have got those 110 calls at like $2, $2.20, and they went all the way up to 15, 1600. They're probably still there now. Yeah, 12, 11 now. I think you saw maybe 18, 17. No, I don't think I don't know. I'd have to look. But a big trade. That's a huge. It was 800% trade if you would have held on to it the following day and kept a piece on. Big trade. Never hit the stop loss. Just beautiful analysis, right? Friday, the low of Friday. You break Friday's low. That's where our stop loss was. We said look for that pullback right into that, right around the close. It was like 506, 504. It was an area. Had to get in on the drop down to get long. You could have waited and got the test of 508, and you just blast off. Just blast off. And I said that I expected Goldman Sachs to go test highs and make a new high, and she did. And she did. So that there kind of helps build the confidence back up off of the stupid shit I did last week, that I'm seeing the market correctly. And even now, I said I was looking for some calls to get back to VWAP, a trade that would have lasted a half hour to an hour, depending on, you know, what all happened. Now, the question is, do I take it at 505 or do I try to wait and get it up at 506? We've seen earlier today that we can break VWAP and break it both ways, to the upside and downside. So VWAP isn't really an indicator you want to look at for support and resistance. Today, it did make it resistance the last time it was there, so we'll see what happens. We're running up into it right now. We'll see what the volume does, see if you get some volume in here. And what I would say to do, if you guys are thinking about this, look at the rest of the market. Go look at healthcare, like look at UNH, JP Morgan, Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, see what they're doing, see where they're at, and if they look like they're at resistance, looking like they're going to break down, then chances are 505 does not break, which we can go do it right now. We can do it right now. This pullback, I said also this morning, would have been a really good long on JP Morgan. That wasn't like a top idea, but when we looked at it, I'm like, yo, this drop down into this 190 level was a nice long, and that could have paid you this morning too. So JP Morgan's going back, testing yesterday's high, previous high a day. I would watch 192, see what happens. It's still got a little bit of volume. We are going to get, I am still waiting for this. I am wanting to watch this data here because I think this is going to help move, it could move yields. I mean, it'll be market moving for sure, but where's it at? Right here. I think it comes out later on this afternoon after the market closes and or tomorrow. I forget when this data comes out. But this is pretty much going to help with financial conditions, which should start to get raised. Wednesday. So I guess after the market's closed. Unless you sign up to Fred, I don't know. Unless you have a membership there, maybe you get it. Or like right when it comes out, I don't know. So I assume it's going to come out after hours. Maybe I could do some updated April 18th. 3:35 p.m. Okay, so around 3:35 p.m. Oh shit. Central. So yeah, the market will be closed when this comes out. So this will come out after the market's closed, I guess, at 4:35, 5 minutes after the market closes. We'll get this, and if you see another drop in this, we should help see another drop in the markets. Depending on the drop. If it's just a little bit, then it's not really going to matter much, but you can see here a nice little double top. And we've been using this for the past year, and that's what you've seen, this huge strong rally. Same thing with the markets, right? This is all liquidity from the Fed. And now that bank term lending program's over with, it should start to dwindle. So there's that. So that's what I'm still watching. If the market does start to pull back in the down and whatnot, I know there's relative strength with Goldman Sachs, but I will watch this area here. If we do break under 420, then I think we can get back to 415, 414.50, which would also give us like a $5 move there, which could be nice. If you take it the position size really small, you need the volume. You want to get the continuation. If it doesn't give us the continuation, then it's not going to pay like I think. But if we can get in these and we get, have like a day to 2 days expiration, even if you want to go out next week, don't expect a ton of money out of it. But if we get some follow through with the markets and this thing does start to pull back and we get a weekly option, whether it's tomorrow, later on today, we could get a nice little payday. I don't want to get into it today and then hold it overnight. I'd rather try to catch the pop during the day and then get the actual move, right? If I'm only got 2 days till expiration, buy at the money, close to the money, make sure my entries are correct, and not just that, got to make sure that you're going to get the continuation. It's just not going to sit sideways on you, because that's also an option. Got a minor level there at 418, which would be a take profit area. Maybe we can try and test high a day and try to throw it on up there at 324. But this thing is strong. I want to be long, not short. I just think maybe you get another opportunity at 415, 414, and then look, keep it in the back of your pocket. If the markets climb higher, look at Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs is one of the only ones that had really good had good earnings and had a gap up on earnings, right? It pulled back the day after, but it still just pulled back to test that level that it needed to test back here, which is, I think, the 50-day moving average or so. I don't think I'll be able to go back far enough. So, yeah, there you go. You guys can see that gap up, and what's it do? It just slowly pulls back, holds the 50-day moving average. That's when the markets were pulling back too, though. So it got drugged down with the markets, and then bang. All right, sideways, sideways. There we go. Bang. That's when we called it out too, because I seen it consolidating. I'm like, okay, I think it's time. So the timing on this was freaking perfect. And the reason I brought this up, and the banks and specifically Goldman Sachs, the reason I was watching it, because if you looked at JP Morgan and all the other banks, Thursday they stopped going down. Right? Friday the market's down and banks were going higher. IWM was green, Dow was green, SPY and Qs were red. So I said, okay, so then I locate myself to the part of the market that is making that shift. So then if we do get the continuation, I'm in it. If it doesn't last, then hey, I just go over to tech and say, you know what? We're going to just continue to ride it down. But that's why this was on my radar Monday, and that's why this was a call out. Just stop loss. I mean, look, and the risk to reward was worth it. Right? We were looking for 420. We were getting in. Even if we got in at 407, right? Even if we got in up here at the 20-day. It's still from 407 to 42, you know, you're talking $10 to 417, and we want 420, right? And you got it. So the risk to reward there is the reason why it made sense. And you got down to 406, 404. That was the entry to get long, and then, you know, we put in a new high. That happened. So that's going to help me. And I think coming in this week, saying let's watch what the market does after this call out on Goldman Sachs Monday morning, I was like, let's just see what happens. Let's see what kind of news we get. So we have earnings, we have a little bit of data, PCE, all this fun stuff, and let's just see and pick our spots instead of doing stupid shit after we have 2 good weeks. You know, just because we earn the right to take the risk doesn't mean we have to. It's just still got to be there. We got to protect our money. That is first. And I did not do that last week. I was sloppy. It's not like we didn't have green trades either, though. It was just unnecessary, whether it be scalps or, you know, just trying to catch bounce backs or moves. Like, it's not worth it. We want the move. We want to get paid. So this is a nice hold up here. We'll just keep an eye out in case the markets do decide to pull back. So let's go back to the SPY and whatnot. We'll keep an eye out for Tesla as well. Tesla's making a nice little bounce back. So what we'll do is we'll go over here. Let's look at, so Enphase is still down. Enphase gave us the move back down to where we thought. This was a plan of ours. I still think you might get a little more room. But it was understanding what they were pricing in versus where it opens up at and the move that it makes. Like Enphase, right? I told you guys, look to get down to $100. Even if it does it in the after hours, if we gap up, or not gap up, but you come in at like 110, look for the pullback back down to where the market was pricing it in at, which would have been $100. And you got 118, and it's back down there. So Moderna still on watch. We'll see where she's at. I did not, and AMD was another call out. So it was Moderna, AMD. I had Tesla on watch, and the overall markets. And I was looking for a 150. I did not know it was going to do it today. I really didn't. I really did not. I was a little upset I didn't take this double top on AMD. So it's all good. It's all good. I'm finishing this week out strong. I'm going to finish it out strong. All right, so it looks like you might be getting another test here of Moderna. I'm going to look at Moderna real quick and AMD and see if we can't get something going here. And I want to start seeing if we can get a little pullback off of VWAP. And I want to try and get Moderna back down to 106, 105 area. All right, give me 2 minutes. I'm going to scan through these real quick, and then we'll get going for 2 o'clock and getting into the afternoon, guys. If you guys have questions, hit the like button. Questions, tickers you guys want to cover, throw it in the chat.
People and professionals,
anything,
but because the leadership is still sort of in a mix there. And so ask us that later. We'll have a better answer, I think.
I don't mean to embarrass you, Mr. Munoz, but if they called, would you take the call about the CEO job?
To come, in my opinion.
Well, thank you. I'll stay off that pattern for now. There's enough speculation going around with so many different people. So, no, listen, it's a great company.
Understand. Mr. Oscar Munoz, thank you. Jeff Gazzetti, thank you as well. Appreciate your time today. All right, we will hear from two airline CEOs tomorrow. American Airlines President Robert Isom will join Squawk Box in an exclusive at 7:20 Eastern. Southwest Bob Jordan joins Squawk on the Street at 9:30 a.m. You'll see both of them. Don't miss them. That's tomorrow on CNBC. And still ahead, IBM, Caterpillar, and Meta getting ready to report. We've got the key things to watch and how to position into the print. Plus, AI in healthcare. We'll speak to the CEO of one company that is leveraging the technology to simplify and streamline, it says right here, the healthcare billing process. I want to see how they're going to do that.
Let's see.
He'll tell us how. Ahead.
I don't want to go to Canada's website, but I will if I have to, because this could be market moving. No, what? Bro. I don't really want to click on their website and stuff. We might have to wait a couple minutes to see. You could just watch the market, and the market will kind of tell you how they're taking it. I think, you know, they're going to do the same as our Fed. Europe has already reiterated that, you know, outside of everything that everybody's talking about and what you may hear, they're going to be cutting. They're worried about the lag effect. They do not want to destroy the economy. All right, so here we go. I'll watch the SPY. So you are getting a nice bounce up here with a little bit of volume. I mean, this thing could just continue. You just hit the 100-day. We bounced. We pulled back. You know, again, the real level I wanted to test, and we technically didn't test it yet, is 502 and or 500. I still would like to see some buyers come in down there at 500. Let's see here.
Welcome back to The Exchange. I'm Bertha Coombs with your CNBC News update. Ukraine has started to use long-range missiles secretly provided by the U.S. to hit areas held by Russia, according to a New York Times report citing senior U.S. officials. The Army tactical missile systems, called the ATACMs, were used to bombard Russian airfields in Crimea last week. President Biden had approved the delivery of the missiles early last month in a $300 million package, and the U.S. will provide more in the new aid package the president signed just today. Meantime, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the U.S. will be sending new military assistance to Ukraine. In a statement, the State Department noted the $1 billion package would provide munitions and equipment for Ukraine to use immediately on the battlefield. The announcement comes after President Biden signed the National Security Supplemental Package today. And more than a quarter of U.S. adults over 50 years old say they don't expect to ever be able to retire. According to an AARP survey, for many, it's just a financial issue. They cited everyday expenses like housing costs, including rent and mortgage payments, as the biggest reasons why they're unable to save. Tyler, 1 in 5 have nothing saved for retirement. That's just a really scary proposition.
Depressing, shocking. Thanks, Bertha. All right, coming up, Meta shares nearly flat ahead of its earnings after the bell today. Can the company deliver on AI and ads? We will dig into that next. And do not miss the 2024 CNBC stock draft featuring WWE superstar Charlotte Flair, NBA champ Kenny Smith, and more. That's tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern on Power Lunch. It's going to be fun. You don't want to miss it.
Let's see if you get a pullback, and if you try to get this market higher. See if you do pull back the VWAP on like an hourly, 30 minute, whatever. You got a little bit. I think you got enough room to get to the highs, high a day, pre-market highs. I think you do. I think you got enough room to get up to 507.50. So I'm gonna be patient with this. You know, I think we pull back like soon and try to hold VWAP. Would like to try and hold VWAP. She just cranking, boy. Damn.
All right, welcome back to the Exchange, everybody. Another member of the Mag 7 set to report this afternoon. You've heard the name before. We've got the action, the story, and the trade
see if you get a pullback
on Meta
off of that
platforms.
level right
That's
there.
one. Plus Caterpillar and IBM. New Street's Delano
little
Sapporo
bit
is here
above
with our
it,
trades. Let's
but
start off with IBM. The shares, Delano, up nearly
still wanna see if
33% in
we
the
get a
past 6
pullback
months.
right there.
Stiefel flagging the software growth there, Red Hat bookings, and its consulting business as some of the key factors. You, sir, are a big blue believer.
I am a big blue believer, Tyler. Thanks for having me. So a lot of things with IBM's strength is the interconnectedness of their offerings. And I think that's a big reason why their customers are so sticky, and you have those inch up in the switching costs. So I like what IBM is doing. I think they performed, somewhat well with the execution part of it. But if you look at their balance sheet is somewhat strong. They have areas where they can grow, especially in the consulting side of the business. So I like what they're doing. I'd be a buyer here.
Been a long while since I've looked at IBM stats and seen it up 46% over the past year. Let's move on to Caterpillar, up 60% over the past year. Bank of America includes a potential rebound in China demand and lower copper prices as potential growth catalysts. You like B of A, you also like Cat's balance sheet.
I do like Cat's balance sheet. So they have a strong balance sheet. They're in a position where we're in a high inflationary environment to still do well.
See what the prices
if you look
are
at what's been happening domestically and abroad, there's infrastructure spending still happening, and that benefits Caterpillar.
30 cents,
I think a little bit of why the shares have performed so well, especially if you look how they've done over the past 6 months. So I still like it here. I think we're still going to fare economically better than expected, even better than I expected. And so I think the shares will do well. We've seen commodity prices fluctuate here, but they're actually starting to even out. And I think that benefits Caterpillar.
All right, let's move on to Meta. That's one that a lot of people have their eye on for this afternoon. The second best performing mag name with shares up more than 130% over the past year. Ad revenue growth and expense management. Those are two things in focus. What are you looking for this afternoon, Delano?
Continue growth on the top and bottom line for Meta. The stocks really outshine, as you mentioned, for the Mag 7. I think there's still more room to grow. They've done a great job.
All right, guys, so there's a play
changing their advertising tools. And it seems like customers are adding, really liking what they've done because you're seeing the advertising revenue come back.
And let these things just go to zero. If it pays you, don't let a green trade turn red. I'm not saying it's going to pay you, but the risk to reward, in my opinion, is worth it. Even if you get a pullback to VWAP, you should get a little something. Don't go crazy with size. Keep it small. I'm keeping it small. If you do it, I'm just letting y'all know, just to cover my own butt. You know, you will lose money. You could lose money. So these things were, I think, $1. Or no, they were like 80 cents, and they're already down to where they're at. You are getting. So we'll see. We'll give it a little bit. Stop loss is it's going to have to be up to you, but I think if you get above 506, I don't even want to wait $1 for this though. Like, I don't want to give it that much room. I don't want to just, I might be getting in it early. I feel like I'm getting it early, but then again, well, let's see. We did recover the majority of that down move. It's just like, if you don't take it here because you think we're going to get a higher price, what if we don't and then it's down here? Then you're like, okay, then I have to pay up for it. So let's put it on. We lose a little bit. Maybe you lose, I don't know. That's the thing, Just I guess my stop loss. See, the thing is, if my stop loss is at 506.46, then you're going right into, like, you know what I mean, the selling pressure. So you did get a little bit of increase in volume here. I'm not saying that this is the way to go, because we could go up here and fill this gap, and you could see the market back up here to 510. It wouldn't be nothing for this market to go green, and it only has to go green to like 0.6%, right? 0.6% on this down move, and you could be at 510. Maybe look at doing it both ways. If we get a pullback here, see if you can put it on it like VWAP in case we solidify 505 as support, right? 505 support. Maybe look for a long and hedge yourself, right? That's an option. That is certainly an option. And you still have to understand that we have earnings tonight that might, put a little, it's hard to say. Again, it's just, I just feel like I wanted to get short the bounce. I may be doing it at the wrong time, but I'm just going to go with my gut. And I think I might be a little early on this play. I feel like I'm a little early on it. So, yeah, that's all. That's all I'm going to say. All right, go small. Go small enough that if you lose it all, it's not going to hurt you. I don't care if you got to buy 2 of them, 1 of them, whatever you're comfortable with. Don't trade it. How about that? Don't trade it. This volume's, pretty nice, so to the buy side. So you might be I might be a little early.
All right, still
here.
ahead. Speaking of TikTok, we'll get what's next for its key algorithm. The Exchange will be right back.
And when I stop out of this, I'll let you guys know. I'm gonna protect it because I'm not gonna I'm not just gonna let this thing go to zero. But I'm not sure what to do. It's hard, you gotta. We have earnings, so I at least want to have something on. I got a little bit of time. I feel like, I don't know. Look, now it's going to hold, and you could get a major pop here. Look, this could be a buy trigger. Bam! And this thing just rip higher. Now you're above that level. You could use this part to stop out a little bit, but then, it fails to hold. Where were sellers? Sellers were really up here at the 507 level, so. You see, it's so far out of the money that you're going to, it's going to cost you a little bit. The deltas are going to be a little bit more than most can handle, but the risk to reward is there because even if we get back down to 404, 504, that's a nice trade. You might get damn near over 100%, but you're going to risk 50%. So. I kind of want to put this on for tomorrow, and if we do get a pullback, I will look to put on a small hedge in case of, that 510 test, because I still think we're aiming for the 50 and or the 20 day, which are coming up. So we'll see what happens. See what happens. Here it goes. It'll probably pop. Bang! It'll just get an extension right now. See if it does. If it doesn't, that'll make me feel a little bit better. I need to be watching actually I need to be watching these orders too though.
$317. President Biden wasted no time. He has signed the bill that bans TikTok unless the Chinese parent company ByteDance sells it within about a year's time.
There because it's
the sale would require figuring out how to break off a key technology that differentiates the app, the algorithm. Deirdre Bosa digs into that for today's Tech Check. Hi, Dee.
All right, that's
it. Hey, Ty, and that algorithm is really all that matters. TikTok's algorithm, it is a black box, but it is also the most important thing about the app. Now, without it, any potential buyer is buying something with a lot less value. Many have tried to get at the source code, and while some have revealed its strategy, its broad strategy, and its impact, especially on minority groups and teens, none have been successful at uncovering the actual detailed workings.
But I want them to stay up on it. What time is it? It's 1:47. We've got a few minutes before 2 o'clock.
Confidential as proprietary information. What we do know, though, is that it uses a combination of machine learning techniques and user behavior analysis to optimize content delivery. Now, the New York Times in 2021, they got a hold of an internal document called TikTok Algo 101. That was in 2021 that outlined 4 main goals. They were user value, long-term user value, creator value, and platform value. TikTok, which did confirm the doc's authenticity, said it was written to explain to non-technical employees how the algorithm works. So, in other words, no source code. And that is a big part of how TikTok has remained on top. And you can see here, continues to keep users engaged better than copycat apps like YouTube Shorts and Instagram's Reels.
I should probably take this. I feel like I should take it off.
So it's the algorithm that who owns that? ByteDance owns that?
Sorry, I keep forgetting that that's on. Yeah, I feel like I'm really early. I need to just take. Fuck, it's not going to pull back just yet. I don't think. I feel like it's not going to pull back just yet. Hold on. Let me go ahead and go to a 15-minute chart.
TDOC, Teladoc getting another pop here.
See, we don't have nothing really stopping us to get up to 510.
United Health, Optum, ending virtual care. Positive for Teladoc, that Bank of America.
Yeah, let's go. I'm going to look at a 510 also. Let's see if I can get something here. I'm really early on this, guys. I'm really early on it. I want to save it. You know, I don't want to just stop out because this is something I'd like to hold until tomorrow. But, you know. I should probably take it off there. But I'm going to wait a minute. So I have to ask myself, what am I going to do? You know, what am I going to do? Am I just going to hang on to this and just lose money, or do I wait to get it higher at the end of the day? Because we could have a, you know, we could have a shot up to 510 today. I'm not ignoring that. And that's a quick move, and these things will be worthless. You know, if I don't, you know, get out right around where I got in, you know. Yeah. I'll let you guys know what I do. Again, try to manage your own if you're new and don't know what to do. If you break above this level, I would just stop out and, you know, or get out of it right now because it's only a loss. Not, you know, it would be a very small loss. You know, I don't know what you guys are paying for options and stuff. I don't know if you guys pay commissions or like small commissions, and I don't know what I don't really know what your prices are. So, again, the objective to this is to, again, options, if something happens, these options, you know, very well could triple. But that's why I said go small. See, yeah, that I should have took it off there when I had a chance for 32. Because I'm not ignoring a 510 test today, guys. Like, for real. I'm just trying to see if we can get back down just a little bit. Like, to, like, a little bit of a pullback, something. Like, let's look at like a low a day test and VWAP. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying?
Welcome back to the exchange, everybody. Shares of Humana falling despite strong earnings after the company pulled its guidance for 2025, citing Medicare price hikes. The insurer had previously warned increasing medical costs would impact results this year and beyond. But on a call with analysts today, Humana said costs weren't running.
Yeah, she's not. She's just bullish. They buying. Bye. It's still got a little room to go higher. I think we're going to go a little higher. I'm going to just say that. I think we could even get up to like pre-market highs, guys. It's going to go higher. I knew I should have took it off and tried to get it back going up there because this rally really wasn't as strong as I thought it was. As I thought it was going to be. But I'll let you guys know what I do.
Of Humana,
I'm just trying to talk you guys through the trade. I don't know if anybody
earnings
took
after
it or
the company
didn't take
pulled
it,
its guidance for 2025,
or is trying to get long.
citing Medicare price hikes. The insurer had previously warned increasing medical costs would impact results this year and beyond.
It would be nothing for us.
On a call with analysts today, Humana.
It would be nothing for us to get back to 510 today. Let's see.
On the flip side, won't the insurers similarly use artificial intelligence
I'm gonna use actually 15-minute.
Well, for starters, I'm sorry that you're having the experience you're having and going through what you're going through. So, all my best to you. But yeah, you'd think it would be that simple, but it's not. So, I think that the short answer is yes. AI can absolutely help, and I think we're
Sorry, it's not how I wanted it. Go right here. Right there. I know it might be tough for you guys to see it, but
being denied or claims are being kicked back to me. And
yeah,
then
there's
on
just
the flip
no,
side, won't the insurers similarly use artificial
that's
intelligence
showing up, so.
to stay one step ahead
roll with the
of
punches.
dummies like me?
It can show up at any time too, though. So
for starters,
I just think
I'm
I'm a
sorry
little
that you're
early,
having the
guys.
experience you're having and going through what you're
A
going
little
through.
early.
So, all my best
Whatever,
to
thank
you.
you.
But yeah, you'd think it would be that simple, but it's not. So, I think that the short answer is yes. AI can absolutely help, and I think where it starts is understanding and really driving
Nice little bull
transparency
flag
into
there.
what is covered, when, and why, which sounds like it's table stakes, but we've all bought health plans
Nice
and
wedge.
clicked on that more information tab, and we got more pages and less information. But I think the fundamental thing we found is that there are 540 million different combinations of codes that your provider needs to be able to bill appropriately to get you paid and to get your explanation of benefits on point. And that is a computer challenge, not a person challenge, and that's what we do.
But
So
yeah,
how-
that's a
how
mean
does
reversal
AI,
back. So it's kind of
alleviate
setting
or
up bullish.
ameliorate those,
Sorry if I'm talking
those
loud. I'm just trying
problems?
to talk
And
over
am
the
I,
thing.
as a customer,
What
or
are 5
is the
tenths?
insurance person in my physician's
Just
office
to collect on
going
today.
to speak to
See,
an artificial
double.
intelligence source
That's crazy.
to explain what they need, and is that source going to be able to understand it?
So the short answer is we operate behind the scenes. So what we do with artificial intelligence is we take in all of the data that your provider is sending out and all of the data that your insurance company is sending back to essentially
crazy. These were
construct transparently what should transpire with that claim
Should've
or with
grabbed
that
those
encounter.
for
So
Friday.
you, as the patient, just get the care that you need and get a
I
clear
wanted a
explanation.
low risk, high reward with this. Even if I can get paid with the test back to VWAP or so, that would be cool. If I take a break even, I take a break even. Again, it's hard to time this stuff, but I do want to try and get a hold of a pullback and get something out of it. It's not going to be much, and then maybe see what the calls look like at VWAP and have this thing on it both ways, but at different times, and be able to like take them. I think if you do get a decent, man, this thing's gonna pop. I don't know, but it should pay just like when I called out, I forget what it was last week, Nvidia. So Nvidia Friday, we were short Nvidia. Okay, I called out short Nvidia Friday was my top idea. So we could play these both ways, and you should get paid as long as it gives you that direction we're looking for, and it did. You'd have made a lot of money if you traded Nvidia with us Friday. We were short. Then after it was 10:30, 11, we were like, let's put it on both ways.
System unnecessarily complicated. They may reject claims for whatever reason, on the hope that I will do what a lot of people do, and that is just say, oh, well, what the hell, I'll pay it anyway. Am I right about that or wrong?
I can't speak to the motivations, but I can speak to the complication of getting that done. And for an individual like me or you to fight somebody like Humana or United, that's a pretty daunting task. And, I think the different gates that you might put up, like a prior authorization, they are infrequently fought, less than 10% of the time. They're frequently won, more than 80% of the time. So to me, that is an area
when you're a little
for change
early.
and something that, we need to do something about.
Mike Desjardins, we thank you. Anomaly CEO, I think we'll have you back again. Appreciate it, Mike.
Thank you very much. Absolutely.
You bet.
Really appreciate being here.
That does it for the Exchange. Power Lunch is next. Contessa Brewer is over the next studio. I'll join her after this break.
The future isn't scary. Not investing in it is. You're so dramatic, Amelia. 100 innovative companies, one ETF. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at Invesco.com.
Each year, 6 million pet
dogs in the U.S. are diagnosed with cancer. Globally, the number is much higher. Now, VolitionRx, an NYSE company, stocks in MoveNRx, has commercialized a groundbreaking early detection cancer test for dogs. VolitionRx recently announced Antech, the largest global pet care company in the world, is now selling their test. Global distributors now include IDEXX and Fuji. $23 million in licensing and milestone payments. VolitionRx, VNRX.
And deep breath in. Did you know that people everywhere are recommending GoodRx?
My doctor told me about GoodRx to help us save money on our meds.
And my daughter told me about it. I take a lot of prescriptions. GoodRx helps me keep up. My neighbor showed me the app. It's helped me save on my kids' allergy pills.
Americans everywhere are sharing the savings.
I'm dropping off a prescription.
Another good reason to check GoodRx.
Our pharmacy has been in business for nearly 100 years. My wife and I have run it for the last 30. American technology is making us more efficient and customer friendly. We use online tools to fill prescriptions, process insurance claims, and make deliveries. But some in Washington want to undermine the technology tools we rely on. The misguided agenda will empower our foreign adversaries and hurt small businesses like ours. Our leaders need to strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Power Lunch alongside contestant brewer. I'm Tyler Mathisen. Glad you could join us. The big story today is earnings. So many major companies reporting results, and we've got reporters breaking down the results we've got, previewing the ones yet to come, and our trader will offer his take on 3 names making moves.
Oh, buckle up. We are now just 24 hours away from one of our favorite days of the year. The CNBC stock draft, a great lineup of guests this year. Our color commentator, Tim Seymour, will join us with some names to watch. But first, let's get a check on the markets right now. As you can see, we're in the green, but the Dow barely hanging on there. S&P 500 is up by 0.14%, and the NASDAQ composite up by 1/3%.
Technology.
Small moves here for the major.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Power Lunch alongside contestant brewer. I'm Tyler Mathisen. Glad you could join us. The big story today is earnings. So many major companies reporting results, and we've got reporters breaking down the results we've got, previewing the ones yet to come, and our trader will offer his take on 3 names making moves.
Oh, buckle up. We are now just 24 hours away from one of our favorite days of the year, the CNBC stock draft, a great lineup of guests this year. Our color commentator, Tim Seymour, will join us with some names to watch. But first, let's get a check on the markets right now. As you can see, we're in the green, but the Dow barely hanging on there. S&P 500 is up by 0.14%, and the NASDAQ composite up by 1/3%. Small moves here for the major averages, but we're seeing some big names in individual stocks, with Tesla jumping more than 10%. You have, it's up almost 12% now. This is really Elon Musk's vision for the future of the company, and we have more on that coming up.
And speaking of Texas, Texas Instruments jumping on its results, taking the chip sector with it. Hasbro jumping, even though revenue fell there. That's because margins improved, and as a result, so did profitability. Hilton gaining on improved results and a raised outlook, but Masco down, lower revenue there, worst day in a year and a half. Well, 2 big earnings on the docket for Phil LeBeau. They would be Boeing and Tesla. Let's start with Boeing. Phil, you're in Washington for an interview that you had with the CEO, Dave Calhoun. Take it away, Phil.
Tyler, you know, when you look at Boeing shares, the main question on Wall Street is they're building a bottom. How much worse can things get? Many on Wall Street believe they can't get worse, and they point to the first quarter as an example of that. Look, it was still a terrible quarter. They lost a lot of money. The loss was less than expected, but they still lost a lot of money. Yet within that, there are some things that Boeing bulls, and I'm not really sure people would call themselves bulls at this point, but Boeing enthusiasts could point to and say, look, free cash flow in the first quarter, the loss was smaller than expected. They are making progress on the FAA review, and the Spirit fuselage issues, they appear to be declining. We talked about that with Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun this morning. Here's what he had to say.
It's more about whether it's a low or not. It is wildly sporadic because, again, we're trying to sync up our supply chain. This will begin to steady as we get through the second quarter, and then it will be all about how many perfect fuselages do we get from Spirit. That will be the constraint, and that will be the opportunity. I'm confident we'll get there.
And that raises the question, is this the low for monthly production of 737 MAXs, which the company is not releasing where they're at, but it's definitely not at 38 per month. It's well below that. But the belief on Wall Street is at some point they start to make progress, and perhaps that starts here in the second quarter. Also, they're keeping their free cash flow guide in terms of their guidance to hit $10 billion annually in free cash flow by the end of 26. Those are the reasons why, if there is enthusiasm, much enthusiasm for shares of Boeing stabilizing at this level, Tyler, that's the reason why.
All right, and Phil, there is clearly enthusiasm for Tesla. The stock soaring today, and
sure,
this is often the case when we're talking about Elon Musk and Tesla. It's not really about the quarterly numbers, it's the storyline about what's to come.
Oh, he told a good story. He told one that Tesla bulls are rallying behind, and they should, because if you believe that Tesla can take where they are right now and improve, look at what he told people during the conference call yesterday. First and foremost, they need to do something in terms of volume, improving over the next couple of years. He said we got more affordable models coming. Never mind, he didn't tell us exactly what the affordable models will be. Are they brand new models, or are they simply tweaks on current models? More models coming that are affordable, that pushed the stock higher. He also talked about robotaxi optimism, and then 2024 deliveries. While they're not going to be growing as fast as they did in 23 at 38%, they are expected to go higher. And last year they delivered 1.81 million. The estimate right now is for 1.9 million. And Elon Musk was asked point blank, will you hit at least 1.81? He said, yes, we expect to at least grow deliveries in 2024. As you take a look at shares of Tesla, keep in mind that the revenues were down 9% in the first quarter. That is the biggest year-over-year decline in revenue for Tesla since 2012. So
what's up, Wiz?
The story is one that people embraced after hours, guys.
All right, Phil, thanks for setting it up for us. Analysts appear to have some mixed feelings about Tesla's first quarter results. Guess that's
How you been, buddy?
CNBC Pro highlighting some of the calls on the street in an article published today. B of A thinks Tesla's results are the start of a big turnaround. Analyst John Murphy raised his rating to a buy from neutral. Price target 220 implies a more than 50% upside from yesterday's close.
506.
Morgan Stanley's Adam Jonas also relatively bullish with an overweight rating. Still other analysts not ready to ride with Tesla. Bernstein's Tony Sacconaghi reiterated his underperform rating and remains skeptical about the company's shift toward autonomy and robotaxi. And the analyst at UBS, remaining on the sidelines, reiterating his neutral rating, lowered his price target on Tesla, saying Tesla took the ultimate bear case off the table as there is a new, lower-cost product coming. Joining us now to talk about Tesla and Musk, CNBC contributor Tim Higgins, reporter with the Wall Street Journal, the man who literally wrote the book on Musk and Tesla. It is called Power Play. Welcome, Tim. How do you see, I mean, it seems like
take a piece off
Musk
here, guys.
Sort of steadied the ship a little bit in his conference call. Do you agree?
Nice little job there.
Yeah, it was a classic performance by Elon Musk. Showed up to play, if you will.
I still think I'm early.
Giving relief to those
if
supporters
I'm not early,
out there
I'm not
that he's
early.
Still,
I just
still in charge, still looking to the future,
right.
Still has his hand on the wheel.
Looking for this
of course,
level here.
As some of these analysts point out, there's still concerns about the core business, still concerns about where things are going. But if you are a true believer, if you are a fan of Tesla,
I am looking for a pop, so you
Elon
might get
Musk's
another
vision for the
opportunity.
future,
So there's 10 cents
there's a lot
on,
to be excited about.
30.
What if he doesn't reach agreement over his big fat pay package with Tesla and he walks away? How much does that hurt Tesla?
On
absolutely, and that was one of the questions top of mind for people yesterday, and he was asked about that. On one hand, he says, hey, listen, Tesla is on a path to creating driverless cars with or without him. The momentum is there. It might not happen as quickly without him, but he thinks it's going in that direction. The bigger question, and the question that super fans have, is what can Tesla become beyond that? And he has laid a future that would have human robots called Optimus and other these kind of the future, the exciting future that he predicts. And he's saying without him, he's not so sure that Tesla can do that. And so
what
really
you been up to, bro?
The last minute push, the last time he's really going to be able to talk to shareholders before they get a chance to reapprove his package that was struck down by a Delaware judge earlier this year. That mega huge financial package, essentially kind of lobbying for that, and also a little bit of a...
Sorry, guys. 5 10s. What time is it? 49 cents now. So they went down 10 cents. Shit.
you bring up this interesting question. In a lot of ways, these calls seem to rely a lot about his tone and the fact that he sounds happy or sad, and not to be reductionist here, but if he's not optimistic about the future, in the past we've seen.
I think I'm gonna wait a minute. I don't think I'm gonna try and do this, because now I feel like the risk isn't worth the reward, even though I'm a little early. What I'll do is I'm just gonna wait and see if we do get a bounce. I'll watch these calls, the 5-10 calls for tomorrow, and I'll see what they pay, see if I can't get in. Like, there you go, right? Those 500s, now you could have taken profit up there at like 38, 39 cents, 40 cents, whatever. You probably even got them cheaper depending on what broker you have. So you would have got more or less, depending on who you use. I want to see if I can get another. I think we can get a bounce, guys. I still think a bounce may be imminent. The fact that I'm a little early. So if I get a dip buy, I will be upset if we do pull back to test 504. But I had to take the objective, the target, and we hit the target. At least because I'm a little early, right? Again, I'm noticing that I'm a little early, and you know, I don't know. I think I'm just going to relax and wait, and see if you do get up here, because you don't have nothing stopping you, and you could just run. So yeah, I'm watching for 510. I am. I'm watching for 510. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. If we can't, you know. Trading's not perfect. I just feel like, I just feel like we could get another. See that? Let me see here. Shit. We might have more downside. We might just start to make 506 now resistance. If we get the high a day, I'll get back in them. How about that? If we get in the high a day, I'll get it. I'm gonna take the other half off here. Let's see if I can't get it. Man, it's tough. Yeah, let's just hold on to this. See if we can't get another little shot back down to VWAP, and I'll just take it off if I get a few cents on it. You know what? I'm gonna take it off. Let's see here. Yeah, there we go. Let's see if we can get a little pullback here. Another little one. Yeah, I'm gonna take this off here, guys. So I'm out of this. Even if it falls and flushes. Yeah, I'm out of here. I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait. I'm out of that. I'm out of those puts. Let me make sure I comment just so somebody knows. But I gave everyone the plan here. And my plan now is to see if I can't get in at a higher price. I want to try to get in at a higher price. Maybe it doesn't give it to me. Maybe we start going down now. Maybe we crack VWAP. We crack VWAP and we crack 505. Okay, cool. You know what I mean? Then I can just pay up, possibly. Damn, they're already back at 40 or 36 cents, 35 cents. It's all good. I'm not, it's not really a setup. I don't know. That, like, understanding what the trade is. The trade is just trading the chart, and that's what that is. And wanting to have exposure to the downside, because I think we go further down. I just feel like I was a little early. And if I wasn't a little early and I just ruined it, it is, it is what it is. here was my plan. The plan was to get long here. I stepped outside and I come out and we're already up here. So I can't just get long in front of VWAP. So this trade, back to VWAP, was to pay for this trade. To help loosen up the, you know, the risk, right? Take profit on the upside, you know, get paid, and then take the short. And that way I have insurance. And then I also take a piece off when it gives me a run. Then I just sit on it for the night. And I've gotten everything paid for. I've got the worst case paid for. You guys know what I'm saying? So, watch this area. This area here could be a little area. I think you still get another... Nah, man. It might be time. Might be time. I don't know, man. I think you guys are going to get faked out if you try to short. Maybe you get a test back down to here, but down to 404.50, 404.47. But I really think unless you get an increase in volume, of course you're going to get follow through. God damn it. See, I didn't know if the algorithms were going to come back in or not. They were just sitting there with low volume. Whatever. I got paid. I can't. The reason I was iffy, not iffy, you know, the plan was to get long again and then have a lot of these puts pretty much paid for free. Right? Get the move, take some off, and then like take whether it be a quarter depending on what the call is paid. Take a quarter to like a half, like, you know, out of 20 contracts, maybe take 8 off, right? Just under half. You know, again, depending on what this would have gotten us. So, since I didn't do this, it makes this a little bit rougher. I want to see this bounce back. I want to see what happens here. I'm really curious. I'm really curious what happens right here. Sorry, guys. I'll let you guys know if I hop back in. I'm getting hungry. I haven't really ate yet today except one pack of cheese crackers. What do your guys... Let me know what your guys' thoughts are. What do you guys think? You guys think we test high a day again? Or put in a lower high? Or let's just say this. You guys think we get back above VWAP and get back to 506? What are your guys' thoughts?
Dreams do come true. Xfinity gives you reliable Wi-Fi with wall-to-wall coverage on all your devices, even when everyone is online.
Maybe we'll even get married one day. I wonder what I'll be doing. Probably still living here with Mom and Dad.
Fast, reliable speeds, right where you need them. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi with Xfinity.
Wow.
Powerline shares of Boeing moving lower. Moody's is downgrading Boeing's
Damn it.
unsecured debt rating to Baa3. That is the lowest investment grade. Boeing and junk, maybe? Wow. Moody's says its rating outlook on Boeing is negative.
Stocks are mixed, though, after a mostly positive start today as higher rates appear to be offsetting relatively strong earnings. Some big names here include Meta and IBM, set to report after the bell. Our next guest is watching some key consumer names and expects earnings to grow outside of the biggest tech companies as the year progresses. Jim Tierney is CIO of U.S. Concentrated Wealth at AB. It's good to see you, Jim. Okay, so we've already seen sort of a broadening of the...
I think there's more left on this.
Do you think that continues?
Like,
Absolutely. We're seeing two things. Certainly a broadening, but a heck of a lot of dispersion within sectors.
Shit. I hate when I do that. Because I'm trying to hurry up. Yeah, I think you're going to get more downside here, guys. See if we can get a quick pop. Come on. See if we can get a quick pop and then a pullback.
The pent-up savings is finally going away, particularly among the lower and middle class. I think that's going to create some difficulties and different dynamics than we've seen the last couple of years.
Where are you looking for opportunities if you think that the middle buyer, that middle consumer, is looking for better bargains?
So there are two ways. One,
there she goes.
The providers that are winning, the brands that are winning.
Just give me 1 second, guys. Or girls, you know. I'm having a Reese's for lunch. At least for right now, until the market closes and earnings come out. Because I don't want to walk away and miss the opportunity like this long we're looking for. Yeah, so let's see if we can get a bounce back. I don't know if we will. It's like, I think the market's in a tough position right now. And I said we could probably close around 505, like right up in this area here. And kind of feels like we might. But I'm going to tell you right now, if we start to break up here and above, you could see us just like boom, 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 plow higher. So I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know why I draw Fibonacci's. I know what they're used for. I can just like kind of see like roughly what the pullback is. Or the bounce back, whichever you want to call it. I don't really need it. I mean, it's nice to use to be exact, but doesn't it feel like it wants to sit here? Just like, look, the volume just died. If I had to guess, maybe you get, because you're already at the 505 test. Alright, so we could look at it two different ways. We could say that was a failed attempt back above yesterday's high a day. Another failed attempt, right? We could read it that way. So I think it's all still going to depend on earnings, and we could get it to sit right around this area, like I said, where we close. So just be careful. I am out of those puts. You had a real nice shot. I don't know what they were here, 47, 45 cents. Again, the reason I got rid of it, and I went back over this, and I don't know if you guys heard it or not, like the whole plan was to get long at the low a day. Right? I stepped outside at lunchtime. We got it. We in fact did get it. And this move was to help pay for, you know, that move was supposed to help pay for that. You know what I mean? So it becomes a little more riskier when I'm just depending on the one move. If I catch the move, you know, then I caught that move, then it would have made it easier to, you know, I've got profits on this. I take, you know, just under half off, over a little over a quarter on the downside, just to take some off and just let the rest. By then I should have it paid for the most part. Both positions would have been paid for plus profit. Now, I don't know about plus profit, but at worst, I would have been looking at, like, at least, even if it would have, the other half would have went to zero on these puts, you know, I could have at least been, like, a small profit or break even, but the reward would have been, you know, in case of tonight, we do end up at 5, then I'm in the money, and I still have time for 30 cents, like, you can't beat it, you know. But to really do that, I needed to get that long at lunchtime, and I ended up walking outside to get some sun and just walk outside for a minute, but
numbers will align with the underlying
Let's
demand
see what
side.
happens.
So that's on the supply side. But the demand side, even though they are going to start to match up in the second half of the year, the demand side is harder to predict because it's so tied to interest rates. And now with, who knows what the Fed's going to do. And so that is a big wild card. However, they said things in Europe are looking better. So cautiously optimistic is sort of the what Wall Street analysts are saying here, but clearly the stock down 5% and now down about 50%.
So they work through this this inventory issue, but when they come back to a more normalized sales pace, it seemed as though their estimates were still below.
That's right. So the more normalized sales pace is about 400 million revenue, and that is well below the more than 700 million revenue they were earning they were reporting just a year ago. And so while it is starting to go, it's going to now be a kind of level playing field in terms of the supply and the demand side matching. It is well below, simply because when rates were so low, it was easy to sign up for solar, but that's no longer the case.
All right, Pippa, thank
you. You know what state doesn't care about?
Good to have you.
Just wants to
Let's get right to Kate Rogers now for a CNBC News update. Hello, Kate.
So crazy.
Hi, Contessa. Arizona lawmakers are expected to vote on an attempt to repeal a controversial abortion ban today for the third time in 3 weeks. The state Supreme Court allowed the near total ban from 1864 to be upheld earlier this month. GOP representatives in Arizona's state house, where the party holds a narrow majority, have so far prevented a repeal
like I said,
of the law
I'm not making anything political, but I love how Biden tries to make it seem like that Trump wants to ban this, that, the third. No, he wants less government to tell us what to do and not to do. Like the choices that we make in life. It's not up to them. It's not.
Security concerns. And U.S. agriculture officials announced a requirement today for dairy cattle moving between states to be tested for bird flu. The direction from the USDA came a day after the agency said it found bird flu virus particles in some samples of pasteurized milk.
They shouldn't be able to give
Officials
it to
say
you
the milk
or
supply
take
is
it.
safe based on the information currently available. Contessa?
The problem with that is if a gay couple is married and they retire and one of them dies and the other one has bills to pay, you got to go through a whole bunch of stuff because the state or the government didn't want to give them the right of their own choosing to live their life how they so choose to. You're not a violent person. That's the only time it matters is when violence is involved. For the most part. You guys know what I'm saying. But that's all. And like giving it to you and taking it away. Not to you or me, but like to just people in general. They shouldn't give it or take it. It should be, if you have a pastor or you have someone that can marry you, sure, here you go.
I wanted a sustainable option, and that made Timber Tech the obvious choice for me. I love the indoor-outdoor living. I mean, to be honest, the decks have made it even better. I'm so happy with it.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. Indeed Instant.
Well, it looks like if I would have just held on strong, but I really thought that we were going to get a second opportunity at getting back into them at a cheaper price. And we still might. Alright. So if anybody is still in those, nice job. Way to hold it. And if you don't take them off there at that 9 EMA on the daily chart, I don't know what you're doing. Maybe you do get a test, like I said, 502, 502.50, 502.30. Let me see. Yeah, no, 502. 502 is the target. I really feel like we need to test this close here. Or opening price, whatever you want to call it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Friday's open, yeah. Friday's opening price. And it's a gap fill, man. See what I mean? The risk to reward was so worth it. We could be in the money by the end of the day. But the volume isn't there yet. You guys see what I mean? Why I think that I was a little early with it? Let's go. Let's do it. I think now we need to do it. Oh, see now it becomes a little riskier. Just like TikTok, another example.
Ivan Serini is CEO of Fairfoot Security. He's a cybersecurity expert. It's great to talk to you today. I think it's Farouk, right?
I'll try.
Welcome back to Power
Feels
Lunch.
like they don't
TikTok
wanna
is a
pay.
big step closer to getting banned in the U.S. because President Biden actually signed into law a bill that requires TikTok's Chinese parent company, ByteDance, to sell TikTok within 9 months or be banned here in the United States. TikTok responded with a statement saying, quote, "This unconstitutional law is a TikTok ban, and we will challenge it in court." The company's CEO also posted a video saying that TikTok will prevail. Our next guest testified before Congress supporting the TikTok ban. Ivan Serini is CEO of Fairfoot Security. He's a cybersecurity expert. It's great to talk to you today. I think it's Farouk, right? The Farouk
Then
Security.
say the people that work for the state or public
Ivan, let
office
me
can't
just
have it on
ask
their
you
phones, and they don't.
For
It's
Congress,
already a ban.
what did you tell them about TikTok that you thought was concerning enough to deserve a ban?
The thing is like, you can't just say TikTok, because what about Weibo? What about all the other apps that are from China?
We presented and we identified is the fact that TikTok has a lot of information on people who never even used TikTok in their lives. And they didn't even suspect that TikTok would be collecting their information.
How do they get it?
Yes, it's one of the most common ways is through something called pixels, tracking pixels on that we all come across and touch on websites that we use every day, like when you're booking a doctor's appointment or buying something online or banking online.
Wait, okay, so you're saying that TikTok is getting information about us, even if we've never downloaded TikTok, if we never use TikTok, if we never go on the platform and scroll other people's videos?
That is correct. And that was one of the findings that really startled a lot of people, that amount of data collected on people who never even used TikTok in their life.
So then what's to stop TikTok from continuing to do that if the app is banned, cannot be downloaded, cannot be updated,
And they
or
already
is
have
somehow
the
disabled
information.
on phones? If you don't even have to have TikTok on your phone to be subject to data theft by TikTok, what's a ban? How's a ban going to fix that?
That's a very big question. So, by the way, something that can really help solve this broader problem, not just the TikTok problem, but a data collection by adversarial companies and countries, is something that is called the proposed act that will ban transferring Americans' data to companies that are controlled by adversarial states like China and Russia and Iran. So that could actually ban and prevent this overall problem that we face when our data is being collected.
Okay, and then what if you have ByteDance saying, okay, it's valuable enough, this U.S. business, that we don't want to see it banned, or presuming, I'm presuming that a court lets this law stand. But should that be the case, if they divest of TikTok, does it solve the problem?
It's definitely a step in the right direction when it comes to TikTok only. So yes, once, let's presumably the divesting happens and there's a new control over the company. So what this means, first of all, is the data is still going to be collected, but it's going to be collected and sent to, call it, mothership that is in America, not in China. So it has to follow American rules, not what the Communist Party says. And after that, putting the controls, security controls, governance controls in place to make sure that all of the data is safely stored. There's no backdoors. All the kind of digital gremlins are removed, and all of the doors, back doors, windows.
I know a lot of people
shut
don't
and
know
everything
this,
is secure.
but there's a lot of this stuff that happens with markets too. Like everybody in the market, they only want people to sign up for penny stock, stuff like that, because they collect data. They're data collectors.
Repeatedly that they have never, not once, shared any user data with
They want
Chinese
names,
government
emails,
officials.
all that good stuff.
How do we know whether we can believe them at all on that? How do we know? How would we ever know?
Ooh, that's a very big question. So first thing is by Chinese law, cybersecurity law, any company that that is under their jurisdiction, in this case, ByteDance would be under jurisdiction, has to disclose any information or any data that they have, and they have to disclose it to the authorities.
If the authorities ask. If the authorities ask.
That is correct. And there have been reports already by journalists that have been confirmed that TikTok, information collected by TikTok was used to spying them, including geolocation and tracking some of the journalists.
Do you see problems beyond TikTok with other social media platforms and the way data is collected and disseminated?
Absolutely. There is a lot of data that is being collected, and it's not just TikTok and not just big tech from China or other countries. It is a broadly data collection, kind of a bit of a Wild West in a way. And so what I personally believe is that companies that collect data need to have very clear rules to follow, firstly, and secondly, be held accountable.
Let's see.
Just like, for example, executives have.
Let's see if we can get a rejection up here, guys. See if the volume starts to fall out on the buy side, but increase on the sell side up here. See what happens here.
The rules.
Make sure you look at like the 5-minute 9 EMA and know where that's at.
Ivan Serini, thank you.
Baby,
we're less than 24 hours away from this year's CNBC stock. Forget the NFL draft. The real thing is here tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. Coming up, we will speak with draft analyst Tim Seymour about strategy, the stocks that are in play, and much more. We're back in 2.
Sorry, I don't know if it was on or not. Let's watch here. Watch this area up here, guys.
The big day is almost here, if you can believe it or not. A 2024 CNBC stock draft will kick off tomorrow precisely at 2 p.m. Eastern Time in this studio and in Studio A as well. This year's draft time, Nathan's hot dog eating contest winner and world champion Joey Chestnut. That qualifies him to pick stocks, ladies and gentlemen, right there. Actor and comedian Drewski with more than 7 million followers on Instagram. The Washington Commanders' new prized running back, Austin Eckler. Former Tennessee Titans running back, Heisman Trophy winner, I believe, Eddie George. Fitness personality Jillian Michaels. The mentalist Oz Perlman. MTV's Catfish host Nev Schulman. And Inside the NBA co-host Kenny the Jet Smith, WNBA MVP Breanna Stewart of the New York Liberty. That is the lineup.
Wow.
And now for a quick preview of tomorrow's events and the names on the board, the stock draft board, is commentator, the Mel Kiper of the stock draft, Tim Seymour.
Hey, Tyler, how are you? This is exciting. I mean, you can feel it. It's palpable. It's one of the great events in sports and markets that brings them both to you. And I'm excited to be a part of it.
So what we do here is we give the contestants, a list of how many stocks from which they can choose. It's not all 2,000. How many is it?
No, it's a list of 50 or so stocks. Clearly, it's across a broad swath of the economy and the market. But it's interesting. It does seem like this year's draft is going to be dominated, much like the NFL draft will, by quarterbacks, the sexy part of the market, which is chips. I mean, whether it's NVIDIA or AMD, it does seem like every year is a slightly different tone. And I expect it to be, alive and well today.
What typically do is they pick if they hit a home run. You kind of have to have that. The game theory says when you're getting two choices, I guess it's two choices or three, is it, Tim?
Yeah, it's two. It's two, and you're right. I mean, game theory is on some. As a former retired athlete that has moved into the booth, it was about finding the most bombed out stocks or companies that I thought could have some. It's almost so bad they're good, like a Boeing, which is down almost 40%. Free cash flow dying, except for this is a company that ultimately I think will have 8 to 10% in free cash flow yields in 25. And there's exciting picks in there, and I think every team really is in a win now mode, which means you go for the names, the two names that are going to give you the best combined performance against the other teams. And it's a really important combination of fundamentals meet technicals, meet momentum, meets. Frankly, you got to stay as smart as the pack. The ladies dominated last year. Looks like Karen Finerman is the #1 overall pick this year. So it's exciting.
In my world, this would just be begging for sort of at the very least squares where you could bet on which team was going to come out on top. But why not place your bets early in the season? You could even parlay it and say who's going to come with an over/under kind of thing. We're not licensed for that, but maybe we could be. I don't know in the future, Tim.
Well,
go ahead.
I was going to say if I would do some side bets with you for sure. Although I think we have to be careful being banned from CNBC forever. Apparently, this is something you got to watch out for. It's exciting, and again, it is about everyone's going to have a slightly different approach to how they're picking these stocks, and this is a group of teams that are athletes that are from the entertainment world. You've got Oz Perlman, who really probably has seen already the winners ahead of time. I mean, it's a really fun event that actually is rooted in a whole lot of reality of where this market is right now.
You made the point earlier. You look at a Boeing, which is so down, it's painful to watch. I remember last year thinking that one of the participants, I forget was an NBA player, an NFL player, I thought one of the participants made a brilliant move in picking Peloton. I was so wrong. I was just dead wrong. If you had the first pick, who would your quarterback from USC be? If you had the first pick.
Right. There's no obvious Caleb Williams here, but as someone that likes to buy the names that have had a little bit of a tough run, I mean, even a United Healthcare, which to me is really a five-tool athlete. I mean, this is a company that I think is a growth company, though, that's pulled back a lot. If they hadn't rallied 15% off those numbers last week, I might have said this was a no-brainer. I like Boeing here. I think you have to consider Bitcoin. You have to consider the dynamics that have had gold and Bitcoin moving over the last 6 to 9 months. If you like gold, you probably like Bitcoin more in that context. To say that the mega cap tech stocks are to be counted out is crazy, because if you think about the move that NVIDIA had last year when Charles Leclerc picked this for victory. NVIDIA had already had a big run, and yet it had an even bigger run up its sleeve. So I think the mega cap tech stocks are not to be counted out. If we're in an environment where people are worried about growth, and we've seen even some rotation in the market over the last couple of days from value back into defensive growth, I think you're going to see some of those names. They're going to be obvious picks, right? They're going to be names that people want to own because they're names that people want to own.
Well, Apple has been so unpopular recently, and the shares have just taken such a leg lower that maybe that provides some opportunity, and we haven't heard that. NVIDIA has been hogging all of the oxygen in the air around here, so we'll see.
We'll see you tomorrow, Tim.
Exciting.
It should be great. Should be great.
Coming up, Texas Instruments higher on a big Q1 beat and a rosy forecast for second quarter, lifting other chip stocks along with it. We'll trade it ahead in free stock lunch. That's next.
Oh, rat, oh, rat, oh, rat, oh, rat. I don't know why I always say that. I said it once, I said it twice, and I got it stuck in my head. Why am I here? Oh, that's crazy, bro. You see, if they were worried about solving wars instead of continuing them and start solving them, you wouldn't have to do things like this. But he don't care about y'all. He don't care about me. He don't care. Just give us the money.
It's been 7 quarters since Texas Instruments actually.
That is funny.
Higher forward growth rate in their quarterly sales.
50% off.
Well, it's time for today's three stock lunch. Today we have a
So
few earnings-related movers. Here with our
so
trades,
sick.
Gary Castellini, President and Chief Investment Officer with CastleArk Management.
This
Up
is the
first,
thing.
Gary, we have Texas Instruments. The shares.
He doesn't want to
moving
solve
higher.
the
chip
war.
maker-
You guys see what's going on? They did the $600 thing, you know, they called the rich tax when it used to be $10,000 because they need money, and it's ridiculous. All the other things that they are making, they're finding different areas to collect money to pay for this fucking war. Thank God we only have a few months away. I hope to God people do the right thing and stop worrying about Trump himself as a person and think about the administration and what they'll do. Even he said it. He said it yesterday.
I get calls from governors and mayors saying, what can we do to get you here?
Oh.
What can we do to get you here?
And?
You know, it's amazing how well they treat. The only place I get treated like crap is Washington, D.C. And who somehow has become anti-business. Like, how did that happen?
Right.
America, is like the anti-business kind of headquarters now, and so I get calls.
Public restroom in San Francisco's Noe Valley. So why are we talking about it? It's worth $1.7 million. You heard that right. It cost the city about $300 grand after 2 companies donated materials and installation.
Then you
but
gotta
still,
dig it
it's
up,
$1 million
pay
toilet.
the workers.
And it sparked major backlash, even
It looked like a
prompting
jail
Governor
cell.
Newsom to pause some state funding.
got the old
He
jail
later
cell
released money
toilet.
back
That's
to the
funny.
city after officials promised to build more public restrooms. The project put a spotlight on how difficult and expensive it can be to build in the city. There's a new public restroom in San Francisco's Noe Valley.
Surpassed what these guys have been able to accomplish. They have a great demographic. They have upgraded menu. They have been beating, and this is a 20% top line growth business. We're very impressed with it. But all that said, when you throw on top of it this massive share cut that they're going to do that will bring the stock back down to a regular person's buying, kind of like their menu. All those things are in the stock today, and I worry that they might not today be as enthusiastic against those expectations. So my feeling is hold
What the hell is wrong with this dude?
what they say the trends are in the second half of the year, and then decide if you want to own a business that's trading at over 40 times.
What the hell is this crackhead ass motherfucker doing, bro? He's like, yeah, I'm just here. Not sure what's wrong with my dad, but
Power Lunch on your favorite streaming service. We will be right back.
oh no shit. That sucks. That stuff can be crazy. I was watching the one in Canada. Oh, it's in India. Oh god, that sucks.
We've been navigating change for 125 years, always looking forward, anticipating risks, and trusted to manage over $1 trillion in assets worldwide.
Okay, that's probably.
And what would you say is the main goal with tonight's protest?
I think the goal is just showing our support for Palestine and demanding that NYU stops. I honestly don't know all of what NYU's doing.
Is there something that NYU's doing?
I really don't know. I'm pretty sure they're... Do you know what NYU's doing? About what? About Israel. Why are we protesting here?
Palestine
will be free! I wish I was more educated. I'm not either.
It is just
I
trolling.
came from Columbia. I was there up at Columbia and we came down. They said NYU students needed our support. So I came down. I heard there's...
They're just not doing nothing, bro. Since when has ever a group of people getting together, except for when African Americans did it and they succeeded? I think that's the only time it actually worked. They did it right. I'm just talking the talk. Alright, let's see here. So Tesla.
Our tracing screens are made out of an ultra-fine stainless steel mesh, which is virtually invisible. Less dirt buildup, more fresh air circulation, and a better view.
Oh, that's what I wanted to do.
How much does the glass matter? The glass in the window makes a huge difference. Our high-performance, low-core smart sunglass is infused with silver oxide. It's engineered to help keep the cold air outside in the winter and keep the warm air outside in the summer. It also blocks 95% of the harmful UV rays that fade your furniture and your apartment floors.
Well, that's impressive, Michael. Thank you. And right now, Renewal by Anderson has a great offer for homeowners.
Before April 30th, buy one window, patio door, or entry door, and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Plus, save an extra $30 on every window and door you buy with no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 1 year. This offer ends April 30th. For a free appointment with Renewal by Anderson, call 1-800-918-0808. That's 1-800-918-0808.
All right, watch Goldman Sachs here if it cannot break out to a new high. Let me see this.
Unsurprisingly, 4 of the top 5 are in California. The top 5 least affordable metro areas are San Jose, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Long Beach, and San Diego in the Golden State, followed by Honolulu, Hawaii, and then Oxnard, California, Seattle, Boston, New York, New Jersey, where we are, and Bridgeport, Connecticut, rounding out the top 10.
This is the interesting thing. To afford a house in San Jose, you'd have to make $468,000 a year. Yeah, that's crazy. Well,
All right, I think I might
It says
try
right here we only have 90 minutes left in the show, but I know better. We have 90 seconds left in the show, so let's get with it. A recent Credit News study tallied America's least affordable metro areas for the middle class, and perhaps unsurprisingly, 4 of the top 5 are in California. The top 5 least affordable metro areas are San Jose, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Long Beach, and San Diego in the Golden State, followed by Honolulu, Hawaii.
This looks like a short,
Oxnard,
guys.
California, Seattle,
I'm gonna just
Boston,
be honest with
New
you.
York, New Jersey, where we are, and Bridgeport, Connecticut, rounding out the top 10.
This is the interesting thing. To afford a house in San Jose, you'd have to
Baby,
make
I know.
$468,000
Average
a
house is
year.
like $1.4 million or something like
That's
that.
crazy. Well, speaking of affordability, millions of American workers could soon become eligible for overtime pay. The White House just finalized a rule raising the minimum salary threshold to qualify to 40 hours a week in a work week. To start in July, people earning just a little less than $44,000 a year would become eligible. So good news for them. For the employers,
pay
probably
boost
fighting
for
that.
those folks.
Right.
Thanks so much for watching Power Lunch. Be sure to tune in for the stock draft tomorrow right here at 2.
Ty, thanks so much. Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or break hour begins with the countdown to Meta's earnings report. It is the first of the big names to deliver Q1 results. Big question, can they deliver enough to keep the stock surging? We'll ask our experts in this final stretch, including shareholder Doug Clinton, coming up in just a little bit. In the meantime, your scorecard with 60 minutes to go and regulation looks like that. Major averages really unable to get much going for most of the day-to-day. Interest rates have ticked a bit higher. Maybe that's capping things. Maybe we're just waiting and seeing now for Meta and the others that are in the day.
I have a Barron's
sector
catalog.
action pretty split too.
Catalogs here on the
Defensives
right-hand
leading the way
side.
today. That gives you an idea of the kind of day it's been.
She lays on the Barron's catalogs and then looks out the window and stuff. And I got her a big thing that she actually sleeps, not in sleep, but she lays in front of the window and gets sun and watches birds and stuff. But she was wanting to jump up on the desk, so here you go. We're getting a little pullback here on Goldman Sachs again. This stock is really strong. For anybody that's just tuning in, we called this out for the long on Monday. It says relative strength with it. This was our stop loss. This was a beautiful, huge trade for anybody that took it. Like, you know, all I can do is present them to you, and you know, so what I'm getting at is this is strong, so we don't really want to try to just short strength. Like, that's fighting the trend, and that's how people just consistently lose money by doing stupid shit, doing stupid stuff. So I don't know. So I'm gonna stay away from that for right now. Let's go look at let's go pull up Tesla and stuff like that. TSLA.
And you can dream of combinations coming. I think what freaked people out a little bit was just, oh, there was some commentary, but maybe we need to hike one more time. And that, I think, was a little bit surprising to some people. But when I look at earnings season so far, and we have, as you know, a couple hundred companies coming here in the next 10 sessions. So there's still
starting in an hour, right?
An hour,
with Meta.
Yeah. I mean, NVIDIA's May 22nd. Everyone has that memorized and circled, so there won't be any missing that. But I do think that when we look at what's happened so far, pricing's been pretty good. I haven't seen major misses from any important companies in terms of the revenue outlook. And I think the earnings trajectory looks intact. And as we talked about for months now, margins are still pretty good for a lot of companies. So I think that bull story of cyclical, structural, and AI on margins is still well in place. And so, sure, financial conditions get tight and made me freaked out for a couple weeks, but I still think that bull story is in the lead.
The idea of no cuts or later cuts, maybe one cut, if we get any cuts, right?
Right.
You say, quote, no action is the bull case.
Yeah.
I don't hear too many people saying that.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, I hear that.
I'd like to do a no Fed May if I could.
You.
Yeah.
I hear, okay, well, the economy's so strong. Wait, we don't need rate cuts, but you suggest no cuts is the actual bull case.
Yeah, I sometimes think that the dream of the accommodation is better than the reality, right? Because if we actually get to the reality, it probably means we have some deteriorating data that's a little bit surprising to the downside versus where everyone's head is today. If it's, hey, things are pretty good, but they're slowly eroding, but unemployment still looks kind of low, and inflation might have a little bit of a cyclical uptick before it comes down. We need to make sure people believe we're going to get it down to 2 eventually someday. So, yeah, we're going to be accommodated, but we're data dependent. We're data dependent, that thing they always say. That might be a juicier scenario for equities than things are eroding and they're getting bad, the consumer's slowing, and whatever would be the precursor for people thinking there's going to be, a serial set of cuts coming. So I just kind of meant sometimes the pause
so we
can
took
be
a
good.
short.
Yeah.
What do you think's most important this week? Microsoft Alphabet or PC?
We took a short up here on the SPY. I'm out of that.
Important.
I told you guys why I was out.
I'm not letting you take these.
I'm not afraid to be wrong, as I am all the time. I think that corporate earnings could create more volatility if they go the wrong way. I think the PCE, it's like,
just
look,
listening
we kind
to
of know where we are,
Adam
I
Parker
feel like.
here.
He's
actually a semiconductor
CPI,
guy, or was.
The last few CPIs, I think
Semiconductor
we're kind of wondering
analyst.
where we are.
But I don't think we're going to get I would be surprised if the data were incrementally hawkish such that people thought, oh, now we're going to hike for sure. I mean, if that happens, sure, I guess there's a little bit of risk to that, but I don't think that's the base case or something I would pre-position for. I think more likely you want to hear that the fundamental trajectory of the AI story is intact, there's new product, all that kind of stuff. The thing that would make the market go down, in my opinion, would be Meta telling NVIDIA that they're good they're good for a quarter or two. Then I think we'd get, the earth would stop rotating. I think that's not very likely. I think they're going to continue to invest.
I mean, they've already sort of come in on the drunken sailor idea of just spending and spending and spending and spending, right? They've had this year of efficiency. But to circle it back to Meta,
these guys, I don't know which one and when, or maybe all of them, they need to invest in power. I'm still kind of hearing every day that Sam Altman comment about, we need power to fund this thing. I wouldn't be surprised if you get some sort of collective investment in power. I think that's the gating factor for a lot of these companies. So we'll see if that's something that comes out of the news this week.
You've maintained for a while now to stay overweight on mega cap tech. It already has a sizable place, as we all know, in the S&P. You want to be overweight that. You still hold that position today, given what's happened of late, right? I mean, you look at the pullback in these stocks. Obviously they had a massive run from the low in October, but they've struggled, pretty good lately. Yeah. And you've got a number of stocks that are well off of their recent highs.
Our view is that they're mostly risk management stocks, not alpha. Remember, you don't know anything that nobody else does. They're not very idiosyncratic. If the market goes up and growth beats value, they basically go up. And I can't really replicate them with other names. So I've kind of told people, own it like at least the market weight, this group. Most people have been underweight and underperformed because of it. Don't let them help you or hurt you, and then pick your shots elsewhere. I still generally feel that way. I don't think the market is going to go up and these guys are going to go down.
Well, I mean, it's been rotating lately.
A little bit.
You don't believe in that longer term?
No, I don't think that can be a sustainable trade. I think things rip, they go up a ton, you try to collect some profits, and rates get a little hawkish, sure. But if you're looking out 6, 12 months, this back to the companies is going to grow their net income dollars a ton. And how do you want to manage a portfolio of equities and say, I always think this way. What if somebody says to you, one of your investors, hey man, I've read in the paper about this AI thing. Am I getting any of that in the fund that I gave you my money? And you're going to be like, nah, I didn't give you any of that because they're too expensive. No, you're just an idiot, right?
You think there are any of those people left who haven't invested their clients' money in AI-related
I think that people
plays?
are underweight and have been materially.
You think they still are?
I think some people are, or they romanticize that they're going to get it down 20, 30% and nail it for the next the next trade higher. I don't believe that's likely. Like you said, am I smart enough to know exactly when NVIDIA is peaking? I would love to know 3 to 6 months before demand.
I mean, it went from 900 plus to 750.
Right.
And then it's had a nice rally over the last couple
sessions,
days.
yeah.
Today not included.
But like the question is like, is it going to be a linear path to 2,000? No. But is it going to be there in the next 3 to 5 years? Of course it is. So how nimble are you going to be at trading? I think you want at least market exposure to the Mag 7, and I take my shots elsewhere. I don't expect the earnings season is going to be skewed to the negative.
You've already painted NVIDIA as the most important data point of the whole season.
For sure.
And you still hold that view?
For sure. I don't think
that's a month away.
Yeah, it's a month away. I don't think there's any other stock that could bring the whole stock market down 10% in 3 sessions. If they tell you they're close to meeting demand and there's a pocket coming, the stock market will go down a lot, and the NASDAQ in particular. I don't think that's very likely. I wouldn't pre-position for it. I think that'll happen at some point in the next 3 or 4 quarters. But I think all the data points point to it still being in pretty good shape at the current moment. The gross margin forecasts are going up the next couple of quarters, and you want to own semis where the gross margins are going up. It's that simple. So I like the risk reward, and that's kind of the point you made up front, which is if the stocks are down, I don't think their fundamentals change. Yeah, I like them a little bit more now than I did at the beginning of the month.
All right, let's
bring
all
else equal. Yeah.
Okay, let's bring in Anastasia Amoroso of iCapital and Samir Samad of Wells Fargo Investment Institute. It's great to have you both with us. Samir, I want to come to you first because as I read your notes, you're not nearly as bullish as Adam Parker. Why?
Like,
I think
in all honesty, they've tapped into the hardest market that there is. Just the automotive market. It's just, it's difficult. It's difficult to build. Stay profitable. Keep just keeping those margins good. They got the hard one out the way. If they could just go and make computers and phones, like, I don't know why they're so worried about robots. Listen, they know more than I do. They have a vision for the future. I get it. And I listened to the earnings call, and I kind of get it. But they're hoping to make a lot of money off of just licensing their smart cars, self-driveless, all the stuff that comes with it. And it's not going to be for a really long time, 4 to 5 years, with other companies if they started now. I think they need to just, it's just my personal opinion that if they have the money, go and make software, like you said, Apple's software company. Try to make some software, make some phones and computers, and try to tap into another industry. That is growth. You know what I mean? And I still think it's early. You know what I'm saying? That's like owning Ford or GM, but a potential to have the X factor, as in Elon, and it's not really even just Elon, but his team, right? The people that he attracts, that can make phones, like cars, phones, computers, and software applications, whatever, I think that could really probably that would really do the stock in, especially if they nailed it. Make something cool, because then you're you got to think about sales and the amount. How many people are going to get $30,000? Are they able to get 30 grand from? I'm just using a random number. And then versus everybody who has an iPhone, and if they can do it and do it right, now you're talking about grabbing everybody at a, I don't know, 7 to as far as phones, maybe $1,200, $1,000 for a phone, and then anywhere on the computers from $6 to $2,500, $5 grand, depending on the type of computer, maybe 10 grand. If you really want to, have a boss one, 20 grand, I don't know. So it's having the cars and other things too would really set the stock up for, for some upside. If if someone hasn't been made a millionaire and they start to come out with that type of news, and you aren't one of those people that were able to buy Tesla at a good price, and you just weren't you weren't involved with the next millionaires that came with Tesla, that would be your get out of jail scotch-free card, because I think that stock is just would explode, especially if they, even with robots and phones and cars and laptops and computers and AI, right? It would be the ultimate stock, right? Hell, he could come out with like a little Netflix of some sort. Maybe he buys out a company, just calls it Tesla, you know what I'm saying, and has a streaming platform. What's stopping him from being an Amazon? So, I don't know. I doubt they'll ever do stuff like that, but we'll see. I know it is funny. I still think in the long haul, this is an opportunity to own Ford, GM, or one of those big car manufacturers in the first 10 years that they started. You know what I'm saying? It was like 2010 or so. So the first 15 years of the company being in business. And you have a chance to own that, and who's to say what it's going to be when you're older. So, I don't know how some of you guys are, but even just holding it for 30, 40 years, if you have that time left. 50 years, you definitely might not have to worry about retirement too much. I can't believe I just hate that these people say this. 47% capital gains.
They would be. That's why they're not working. I don't necessarily think small caps, which are loaded with regional banks with a period of higher rates, are the greatest litmus test for how either the economy or the stock market is doing, to be quite honest.
I mean, historically, no asset class has been more economically sensitive to the U.S. economy.
So you're judging, you're not going to get more bullish on the market until the Russell 2000 starts going up?
Well, so we've been favorable on large have actually done really well because they're getting the alpha from large caps outperforming and small caps underperforming. So really, we've kind of had our cake and eaten it too. I think what I'm saying is, if you look at smalls relative to large, I think that's a really good indicator of how the overall economy is doing.
I mean, I think there's a few other indicators to look at when it comes to the economy. And Scott, one of the things that I'm really encouraged by, for example, is the real-time consumer spending. And by the way, going into the Meta earnings later today, if you look at the digital advertising checks, for example, they're very strong because you've got consumer that's out there spending, you've got business confidence that is recovering, you've got the global manufacturing momentum that's picking up. And I think that is benefiting the large caps because, Scott, you kind of pointed it out. How can you do well as a small cap when you have debt to EBITDA leverage that is well higher than it is for large caps? And by the way, you have a floating rate exposure on some of that debt. So I think we can see this divergence that actually continues. But to the other point that Samir made, let's say it is 6% upside to the 5,400 for the S&P. Maybe that's not as attractive. But first of all, that's a base case of if the Fed doesn't cut rates. If the Fed does cut rates, which I don't rule out for this year yet, that I think that gives you that extra mile for the S&P. And then the second point is we like to pick our spots within the S&P. And I think there's plenty of beta and plenty of outperformance potentially that you can find there. I would look to semiconductor as one of those areas.
Look, Rich Clarida, former Fed vice chair, yesterday told me on this program he still expects a cut, at least. Yeah. Maybe one or two. Right. Yeah, they pushed off. Maybe we don't need them right now, but the Fed wants to cut.
Yeah, I mean, two things I was thinking there were, one, look, I guess with Samir, I would agree that if you're and you're not, but if you're massively bullish on the equities, then I would expect small caps to outperform in the up tape. I think it challenges them outperforming in a down tape, so we probably would agree on that. Look, what I do for a living, what I do for a living is talk to institutional investors. I'm lucky enough that I talk to, lots of people who have made, hundreds of millions of dollars personally, billions investing all the time. I don't remember any of them ever using the phrase ERP with me. So, like, guys who pick stocks for a living and hold them for 6, 9, 12 months don't care about it.
Oh, sorry, guys. I didn't know the sound was off. My bad.
Asset allocation framework to sort of think about things over a multi-year horizon, then sure, it doesn't look that attractive. I don't think it has any predictive value from now to the end of the year, so I don't think it's fair to say there's 6-7% upside.
All right, so what did we say? Man, that's crazy, man.
7-8% from here to year end, and then compare it to bonds.
So it looks like we are going to close right around this area. Like I said, 505 to 506. Surprisingly, I didn't. Nothing's for certain. If I had to say where we were closing, that was it, right around that area.
Whatever. Samir, you can respond. You can respond to that.
Well, I mean, it's not so much that. I mean,
Man,
I think
I don't
it
feel like
makes
sitting
more
here for
sense to
another
maybe
half
talk a little
hour
bit
to
about
wait
the
on
areas that we
Meta
have favored,
earnings,
right? So we
man.
like industrials, we like materials, we
on.
like energy, right?
Why
All
aren't
of
you
those
connecting?
outperform
Come
year to date.
on.
If anything, in some instances, they've actually done better than growth. So I do agree that if you can pick your spots, this is I wouldn't say we're necessarily bearish. You know, I think cautious is different from bearish.
No, but you said you've been cautious for some time. I'm trying to. You use those words. We've been cautious for some time. That's exactly what you told me. I'm trying to understand what that means for where you've been invested, where you think we're going from here.
So we've gone from 52.50, right? We had almost a 5% pullback, almost 6% pullback, right? So that's right to be cautious, right? Right? And so the areas that have done well during that time are actually kind of shorter-term fixed income. We like that. We like commodities; those have done really well. Some of the sectors, right? Industrials, energy, materials, they've all done well. So I guess in some ways, I would argue caution at the index level, right? The index is going to have a very difficult time, in my mind, really setting new highs until probably after the election.
Anastasia, you want the last word here?
Well, I think as we move closer to the election, we can certainly see some volatility, and that's what, when you look at the VIX curve, that's what it's implying. But one thing that we do know from investing around the elections, you want to stay invested leading up to it and especially after it. So I tend to look on the opportunity side of the spectrum, and to me, some of these pullbacks that we had right now, you buy those gradually.
One thing I'm worried about maybe changing my mind on is, we've been recommending energy.
Change your mind already?
No, in the last 9 months, not during this program. No, it's just, we've been recommending energy.
Yeah, you have.
And it's
before it started working and before many others.
Yeah, it was wrong and it looked okay. And now I'm sort of like, I think it should have been up more. Demand's been weaker than I would have thought. And I'm starting to worry that the multiple just continues to erode even as the cash flows look relatively attractive. And I think what the market's discounting now a little bit is that Trump's going to win. I mean, just looking at data, I'm not giving it personal.
But it's also a cyclical straight.
Yeah, both. And I'm saying if Trump's going to win, I think you're going to get a lot more CapEx that comes out, or that'll be the perception. And so maybe they just can't act well until after the election. So I'm a little bit worried about that relative to where my head was 3-6 months ago. Yeah.
I look up. 20 minutes have gone by. That means we had a good conversation, guys. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
I appreciate you being here very much. Anastasia,
yeah,
thank you.
Nice to meet you. Take care.
All right, let's send it over to Christina Partsinevelos now for a look at the stocks moving into the close. Christina.
Thank you, Scott. Well, after several rounds of job cuts last year and a streak of disappointing earnings, it looks like cost-cutting measures may finally be turning things around at Hasbro. The toy maker beat street estimates for the first quarter today and reaffirmed its fiscal 2024 outlook, and that's why shares are up almost 12% right now. On the downside, though, shares of freight carrier Old Dominion are sliding after posting a mixed bag of results. Earnings were in line with expectations, revenues fell slightly behind. Comments from the CEO did sound a little more optimistic, saying the company improved financially despite, quote, continued softness in the domestic economy. Those shares down 11%. Scott?
Christina, we'll see you soon. Just getting started here, Post 9 up next, the countdown to Meta. The tech giant seeing serious gains this year. That stock's up nearly 40%. We do have shareholder Doug Clinton from Deepwater Asset Management standing by right off the set, ready to take a seat. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC. Oh, here we go. Big tech earnings kicking off in less than an hour. Meta reporting its first quarter results today. Meta shareholder Doug Clinton of Deepwater Asset Management with me here at Post 9. It's good to see you.
Likewise.
How you feeling going into this?
I feel okay.
Yeah.
I think expectations are higher, I think, this quarter than last. If we remember, last quarter, Meta was up 20% after they reported. It was incredible. I mean, they did everything right. Dividend, buyback, guidance was great. I think that we're not going to see the same magnitude of stock move after the market. 20% is a pretty high bar. But I think investors are optimistic going in, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a more muted reaction.
How much, I mean, the magnitude of the beat. Forget about the magnitude of the stock move, because one, let's not put the cart before the horse, right? Can they keep up the pace, right? They're coming off the best quarterly sales growth in 2 years.
Right.
Can they keep up that sort of revenue growth?
I think they can keep up a pace. I mean, 26% is the bogey for this quarter for ad revenue growth. I think they can exceed that, but I wouldn't expect to see as big of a guide up as we saw last quarter. I think what they need to do, though, is show that solid, stable ad revenue base. We saw last week with Taiwan Semi, people care about the core business. It's not all about AI. But I do think AI is the other ingredient going into tonight. People want to hear more about Llama 3, which they just launched last week, and they want to hear more about Meta AI.
So if they can't keep up the same pace that they've kept up, most recently, given the fact that the stock's been up a lot, what do you think the reaction is going to be on the backside if it's a beat and a good one, just not a blow you out of the water one?
I think the stock ends up being okay, because if you look at Meta, they're still only trading around 24, 25 times forward earnings. That's kind of within their range over the last 10 years. And it's in the ballpark of Google, it's in the ballpark of Apple. It kind of puts them in line with some of their peers in the Mag 6. So I think they're in a good place. The wild card, again, for them is they've got some really different AI things that they're doing, particularly on the open source model side, and I think that creates optionality.
Margins are good. The multiple has expanded. Now, multiples have come in a little bit lately, obviously, in the upset. But in order to keep the multiple expanding, you have to keep up the growth. And at the same time, you got to make sure you don't spend too much on AI and all of these other things that, look, let's be honest. I mean, this company was really criticized for spending like crazy in the past. So they've had this year of efficiency. Can they handle that trade-off? Can they keep the growth rate up and keep the spend down?
I think they can. I actually think they have much more leeway now, ironically, now that they've gone through their year of efficiency than they had 18 months ago when the stock bottomed in October of 22. I think investors trust Mark Zuckerberg. He has regained a reputation with them for being frugal, driving innovation at the company, and spending on the right things, including $10 billion on H100 chips.
Okay, so let's look forward to tomorrow then, right? Because it's Alphabet's a big position for you as well.
It is.
Are you as optimistic there as you are with Meta?
A little bit more cautious on Google, but here's the funny thing about Google. You look over the last month, there's only one Mag 7 stock that is up over the last month. It's Google. And I think the story with that is a month ago, investors had totally written off Google. They gave up on it. We had the Gemini issues.
A lot longer back than a month ago.
It was ugly.
We've been basically, for the last year, the noise around that company is that it's lost.
Yes.
Not only lost the AI race, but it's just lost.
Right. Internally, I think the good news, though, is it feels like we're starting to see just a little bit of them coming back to sanity, coming back to reality, and maybe a Meta-like year of efficiency. We saw yesterday.
Did he just say it's the only one that's up on a month basis? Like this month, or 24? I'll go from last month. Let's see. Sometimes you just gotta make sure that the stuff is true. Yep. Looks like he is correcto way. You, my friend, are correct. It's up way. All right, he's right. He is right. In the Indian Ocean. Yo, Hamas, if you listening right now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to fuck you up. I'm gonna say it right now. Oh, never mind. It's not the Indian Ocean. Never mind. Never mind. You're not around the way. I'm just letting you know. If you was around the way, just let me know. Let me know.
With a year from now time horizon?
Well, for one, part of the reason they said that is I think investors are already on one side of the fence with respect to that, and I think they're looking for a little bit of confirmation bias either way. So thinking a year from now, if you think that rates are potentially higher, do you want to be locking in short-term rates? Do you want to be locking in fixed rate at this point, or do you think you have more bandwidth? I mean, short-term rates are attractive here, right? But that would change your opinion on whether it's important to do it right now or whether you have some leeway to think about some other sorts of things.
Do you actually think that rates could be higher a year from now than they are today?
I'm not saying that rates will be higher a week from now, but when you're managing assets, you want to think about the risks, right, to the upside. They could be the same level they are now, but I think what you're asking in the rate cut question is, are rates going to be lower a year from now?
I think most people would think that they would be because we're eventually going to get cuts, plural.
We are eventually getting cuts, right? And Goldman Sachs would agree with that message 100%.
Sure.
But is it now? Is it a year from now? Like that's what I'm saying. Like what really matters is where do you think we are a year from now, not necessarily where do you think we are, at the end of July.
No, but I mean, between now, let's say, and the end of the year, do I want to be in small cap stocks? Do I want to be in cyclical stocks? Do I not, relative to where rates are today, not so much where they're going to be a year from now? I've got to make some investment decisions that are going to carry me over the next few months, and maybe the landscape's a little bit different than I thought it was going to be, both from an economic standpoint and a rate cut standpoint.
Right. Well, on the small caps, which everyone's sort of talking about these days, and we're super constructive on them, we think that if there are rates cuts coming, that'll be a tailwind for small caps. In general, we think there's a lot of tailwinds for small caps, though. So do you have to wait on whether or not there's a rate cut in July? Probably not. There's other reasons why you should be looking at small caps right now. I think a big concern for investors continues to be, actually this is interesting, on our internal website, concentration was actually not in a top keyword search until this quarter. It wasn't last quarter, and now folks are worried about it, which I would have thought maybe they would have been worried about it in the last 2 quarters. So they're looking for diversification everywhere they can sort of get.
It's so interesting that you say you want to be overweight small caps. I mean, it is a good debate right now. The market action, I mean, the price action in the Russell would suggest that you don't, because anytime rates go up, the Russell's going down, and vice versa, obviously. So how would you contend with that?
Right. Well, in some parts, the Russell suffers from somewhat of a benchmark issue. Not everything in the Russell is maybe something that you want to buy. There are certainly, you want to pick your spots, and I believe that Goldman's been clear on that we think that this is a market you want to be active in. And by the way, not just in the U.S. We think like ex-U.S. is an opportunity as well. But there's a lot of tailwinds behind that. And, we're all exposed. Most institutional investors have to be exposed to the U.S. equity markets. So they're just looking for other ways they can gain that exposure when they've already experienced so much frustration this year. Like, think about if you were in active management this year. How frustrated would you be with large cap active management, right? It's been tough. So I think they're looking for what else is there? Is there an alternative to this? Is there an alternative to what we're in now?
So let's take the large cap thing for a moment, and we got Meta obviously reporting tonight, and in the subsequent days we're going to have other big ones too. How do you feel about mega cap tech right now?
I think there's been a good story behind it. I think the bigger issue for me this week is I think I've said every time I've been on here that investors don't care about these short-term things. I actually think this time, like it or not, there's probably some caring. It's been such a big story. But again, I go back to the confirmation bias. People already know how they feel about what they think is going to happen for the growth outlook. And this week, these earnings are either going to confirm that or they're going to keep looking for other data points. We've already seen strength in the economic data that the U.S. is on a good path. Now we're looking for it in confirmation from corporates.
I'm not letting you out of here before we talk about Everest, because I've never met anybody, and I've never had anybody on either of my programs who climbed Everest, which you just did.
Well, let me be honest, I climbed to Everest Base Camp, so
okay.
I'm not certain.
I'm still giving you the gold medal for that. Just
thank you.
Give me an idea what that experience was like.
It was great. I went alone. It's not always a vacation if your family's with you, so I got some good solo time. But I think it helps me reset. It helps me relax. Hopefully that's not too much of an insight into my personality, but it was epic, and I'm very grateful for the time to do it, and lots of small steps to go a long way.
Yeah. Challenge and success in doing that. Elizabeth Burton of Goldman here at Post 9. All right, up next, we're tracking the biggest movers into the close. Christina Partsinevelos is back with that. Christina.
Another acquisition looming in the software space. And leisure travel still booming, and that's helping shares of one hotel chain. Can you guess? Those stock movers next.
Oil.com.
Exactly 15 from the bell. Let's get back to Christina now for the stocks she is watching. Christina.
Bad weather didn't stop travelers from booking hotels at Hilton Properties. The company beat estimates even though renovations, weather, and unfavorable holiday shifts weighed on performance, this according to the CEO. The chain is so confident the travel boom will continue. It's raising its full-year guidance, and that's why shares are 4% higher. Software firm HashiCorp continuing to move higher today on a Bloomberg report that IBM is looking to buy the cloud software provider for $35 a share. Expect to hear more about this company on IBM's earnings call, which is out after the bell. The consulting business, though, that's a big segment for IBM, will be a major factor considering IBM's competitor Accenture lowered its revenue growth guidance very recently. You can see shares of IBM barely up 1%. The other company, Hashi, up over almost 8%. Scott.
All right, Christina, thank you very much. Christina Partsinevelos still ahead, serving up gains. Chipotle reporting results in OT as well. Will recent price hikes hurt the stock, or is there more upside ahead? We will discuss coming up.
Deck.
All right, coming up next, your big earnings setup. Meta, IBM, Chipotle among the big names reporting in OT. We tell you what to watch out for when we take you inside the market zone next. closing bell market zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day. Plus Julia Boorstin on what to expect from Meta when it reports in overtime. Chipotle also out in the next hour, and Kate Rogers is watching that for us. All right, Mike Santoli. We're like loitering now. We're just like waiting around, right? We need to have some activity here.
So we know that some of the most important cells in the market spreadsheet are going to be filled in, and more even after today. Meta, before its last earnings report, which is less than 3 months ago, was a $400 stock. Races to 510. It's pulled back 7% from there. So it's hard to say the bar is really low, but it represents, 2% or so of S&P earnings, much more of that of the growth. So yes, it does matter. I don't think it's all that matters, but I think the market welcomes the opportunity to fixate on the earnings story. Atlanta Fed GDP finished out, final estimate is 2.7% first quarter annualized growth, real growth. You got 2.7% PCE maybe coming on Friday. That's 5.5% nominal growth at an annual rate. Seems like we should make our numbers on earnings, not just for that reason, but for others. So I think that we're comfortable there. Yields are, they're on the radar. You can't kind of get away from the fact that they're near the highs. I don't think it's a huge threat, but you're aware of what's happened before with these yield-driven sell-offs.
You're almost speaking to what I feel is, sort of underlying this market a little bit of late, and that's a rotation.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
You're almost opening the door and saying it's okay relative to the growth that you just talked about to go into these other areas, and we're not so heavily reliant on the Metas, Microsofts, and Alphabets that we otherwise might have been.
Not so heavily reliant, but also people just feel like they have enough exposure there, even if they don't do anything else. NVIDIA's really acting erratically. I know that's what it does, but it's just kind of bouncing all over the place in this kind of correction mode that it's been in for a little while. But banks up another 0.5% today. To your point, that is, this kind of messy rotation ongoing.
All right, Julia Boorstin, Meta. What should we expect?
Well, Meta shares are up 40% year to date, and revenue at the company is expected to continue to accelerate its growth rate. The top line is projected to jump by 26%. I think that's the number one key number to watch. A 96% growth in earnings per share. Now, all of that growth is expected to come from tailwinds, from Reels, from AI driving results for advertisers, a solid digital ad market, as well as perhaps some early revenue from the messaging business. Now, analysts are very overwhelmingly bullish. 86% have a buy or overweight rating on the stock. 11% have a hold. So we'll have to see if Meta says anything about more benefits to come from AI or how it could benefit from a TikTok ban. Back over to you.
All right, Julia, we'll see you in OT. I mean, Mike, you can't possibly keep up the sales growth pace. The question is, how much do you have to?
Exactly. And as this year goes on, it's going to be interesting because growth is stepping down from monstrously high rates. 70% EPS growth last year for Meta. It's supposed to be 35 this year. 2025 is supposed to be 15% growth. So it's a matter of what you pay for that. I mean, you're less than 25 times next year's earnings. It's not like a super expensive stock if you're talking about reliable mid-teens or at least double-digit growth. But you have to see if they give you a little bit of a window on their clarity on those growth rates.
Yeah, I mean, Chipotle doesn't really, Kate Rogers, need to play second fiddle. I mean, the stock's done quite well. It's, I think, a highly owned name. What do we expect there?
So, Scott, analysts are looking for EPS of $11.68 on revenues of $2.67 billion for the quarter. Same-store sales are expected to increase 5.2%. That metric will really be key for analysts, as well as any commentary around consumer sentiment and pricing power, which Chipotle has really maintained here, even in the face of some pullback from lower-end consumers at some of its competitors. Another thing we're going to be looking out for, traffic growth. Chipotle saw traffic increase by more than 7% last quarter. That bucks an industry trend of falling traffic in this competitive environment. So far this year, you mentioned Chipotle is among the best performers in the restaurant sector. It's up nearly 30%, and CEO Brian Niccol will join us exclusively before the analyst call in overtime, so tune in for much more on the quarter. Back over to you.
All right, we'll see you in a little bit. Kate Rogers, thank you very much for that. You want to opine on this one, too?
They've done absolutely nothing wrong and really kind of earned the benefit of the doubt in terms of being able to maintain these growth rates. Plus, they're still adding stores. They still add 8-10% to the store base every year, so they're not fully
kind of saturated, but it's 50 times earning. I mean, it really
always gets that massive premium.
It's holding it. It's an $80 billion market cap, which is like big for a restaurant company, but not big really for a consumer bellwether. So very interesting to see, especially if they're talking about maybe they've pushed price as far as they can or not.
Overall price action with less than 2 minutes left. I mean, we're at 50.75 on the S&P. Weren't really sure we were going to get back to this level so fast.
No, it was, so you basically did a couple percent up. It may be reasonable to say last week's low, 49.50, thereabouts. Looks like you should assume that's the low end of the range at worst for the moment until proven otherwise. You do have some stuff above. You have to be careful.
But last week's high, I think you said was 50.80.
Last week's high. Yeah,
last week's high.
Low,
yeah.
Like
no, that's what I mean. 50.80.
So we're looking at last week's high as the next hurdle, and then you start talking about 51.20, 51.50, which is the 50-day, 100-day averages. So that's where oversold bounces are going to peter out if that's all it is. If there's more behind it and you can, kind of get a little back and forth action, I think it's fine. The big thing to me is we didn't fully flush out optimism in this market because earnings are good enough. Everyone said we need a 5% pullback. So you don't always need it, but sometimes you're going to get a better kind of snapback rally if, in fact, people had really liquidated and gotten out and need to buy back in a hurry. Not really the case. I think that's why you kind of settle at a higher low of pessimism or a lower optimism.
If Jamie Dimon had said, the economy looks like garbage and we're in trouble, maybe we'd have a different sentiment. He said it was unbelievable. The reason why...
I don't know. It seems like when Jamie's scared, you want to buy. You're right.
Good point. But maybe you can get just a 5% pullback because the backdrop underneath it, the floor is very strong. Foundation is strong.
The underlying trend is strong.
That's Mike Central. Meta, minutes away into OT.
Press the pause button. Stocks taking a breather after a strong start to the week as rates creeped higher today. That's the scorecard on Wall Street, but the action is just getting started. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. I'm Morgan Brennan with John Ford.
Yeah, companies with trillions of dollars in combined market cap are gearing up to report earnings in just moments. Those include Meta, IBM, Ford, ServiceNow, and Chipotle.
We will bring you all of the key numbers and an exclusive interview with Chipotle's CEO Brian Niccol before he talks to Wall Street on the earnings call.
As we await all those earnings, let's bring in our market panel, BDA Capital Partners CIO Barbara Duran and G Squared Private Wealth CIO Victoria Green. Welcome to both of you. Victoria, I believe you own IBM, and I'm sure more. This market has been chopping around a bit. What do we need to hear from earnings for you to have a better sense of your next move?
Yeah, so especially on IBM, it's going to be, can we actually make money on Gen AI? Are we actually going to get either a bump up in consulting revenues because we're helping clients understand how to implement AI? Everybody likes to talk about AI, but if you're a Fortune 500 company, you're really stepping back saying, how do we implement this? How do we implement this to either save money or expand our revenues? So for us, it's not just talk. At some point, talk needs to translate to money. IBM, I think, is very well positioned for that. We also want to see that Gen AI pick up in Meta. We want to see Gen AI all over the place. ServiceNow, like anybody that's been talking about it the last 12 months, I think at some point people are going to get tired of just hearing about the potential future revenues and actually start to see a little bit of a bump in some of these numbers in Q1.
Barbara, when it comes to Meta, that's a big name that a lot of people are looking for. Do you think that there's still enough upside left given the strong move it's had thus far?
It's a good question because it's really short term versus long term. Longer term, I think there's a lot more upside. I mean, they're 95% of their revenues are advertising, and as we expect, there's been a macro improvement there, and they have really killing it in terms of using AI to find the right algorithms. It's been a couple of years getting it refined, and they are really doing well with both basic Facebook and with Instagram, and now they're starting to monetize Messenger. So I think, everybody's tense about this going in. How much is the stock discounting? Because it's run up a lot this year and over the last year. So we'll see. If it trades down, it's probably a buying opportunity because this is not a one quarter thing. They have really got their costs in line and they've really got the advertising engine going.
Victoria, if I just take a step back here, I mean, we eked out a gain on the S&P 500, albeit barely. It was like a 1-point gain here into the close. NASDAQ, a similar story. The Dow did finish slightly lower. I mean, earnings is really propelling this market, and yet we saw that tug of war with yields moving higher on the back of some stronger data, a weaker auction this afternoon as well. What matters more here to this market
since it does seem like a tug of war.
It is, and I think we can have big names are reporting. We have like 70% of S&P market cap over the next 2 weeks. If we see earnings come in, I think the focus is going to again shift back to fundamentals, company growth, revenue growth, and if earnings growth is there, we could continue to see this market run. Absolutely, you're going to see that push-pull. We've got PCE Friday, that's usually market moving. We've got Fed decision next Wednesday. You know, typically we'll see what Powell has to say. You know, he took that really nice dovish pivot there in December, had that nice run up in Q1. If he pulls back more hawkish, that could put more headwinds on these companies. The other thing we're watching that's not really being talked about, the dollar. The dollar may be a headwind, and companies I really love, like IBM, I'm wondering if they're going to address the fact that they potentially have U.S. dollar headwind. You know, we saw that any multinational, Pepsi, Johnson Johnson, you know, Procter & Gamble, all of these guys that get 40-50% of their revenues overseas, U.S. dollar strength has been a surprise because we've seen this hawkish pivot. So that trickle-down effect isn't just about higher for longer. It's driving the dollar higher, and that may be a headwind that was less anticipated when we started looking at where earnings growth could go.
Yeah, it's a good point. Barbara, I also want to get your thoughts on consumer, because we're going to get Chipotle after the bell. We know this has been a sticky name in terms of the consumer base. People have been willing to absorb those price increases for this name specifically. But if you broaden it out and you look at...
I knew it. Oh,
Meta revenue
did they beat?
$36.45 billion. The estimate was $36.156 billion. That's a beat from Michael Echo Tango Alpha. META. WHR Whirlpool reporting $1.78. The estimate on Whirlpool.
I want to mention Meta results are out. We are going through them. Victoria, Meta and ServiceNow. These are two names.
CACI was $1.71. That's a beat for WHR. $1.78. That's a beat for Whirlpool Whiskey Hotel Romeo, WHR. Letter F, Ford. Ford reporting revenue of $1.9 billion is a beat. 33 cents in earnings for letter F. The estimate was 50 cents. 49 cents adjusted is a penny. 49 cents adjusted. The estimate was